Lily Roland stands tall as her attendants carefully adjust the massive train of her pristine wedding gown. Her striking green eyes shimmer with anticipation, perfectly complementing the rare emerald jewels she wears for the occasion. As the legitimate daughter of Duke Roland, she carries herself with a grace that matches the delicate bouquet in her hands. Surrounded by the purity of white lilies, she dreams of the royal life awaiting her after tomorrow's ceremony. Caught up in the excitement, Lily's thoughts drift toward her fiancé, eager to show him her stunning bridal look. Her maid reveals that Prince Richard has retreated to the herb greenhouse, away from the pre-wedding bustle. Brushing aside the tradition of avoiding the groom before the wedding, Lily rushes off to find her childhood companion. She reminisces about their youth, recalling how Richard was her first true treasure during their early years. He was the one who led her through her first dance, representing everything she ever loved and hoped for. Lily approaches the greenhouse with a playful smile, hoping to catch him off guard with a sweet surprise. Her smile fades as she hears the rustle of leaves and hushed, clandestine whispers coming from the shadows. Peering through the foliage, the color drains from her face as she witnesses a betrayal beyond her wildest nightmares. Richard is locked in a close embrace with another woman, his focus entirely removed from his future bride. The shock causes Lily to lose her grip, sending a ceramic pot crashing to the floor and exposing her presence. Richard and his companion spin around, staring coldly at the devastated girl standing amidst the ruins of her happiness. Trembling with rage, Lily demands to know why he is holding her own elder sister in such a manner. Bella responds with a condescending smirk, questioning Lily's right to interfere in the prince's personal business. The elder sister leans in close, her eyes filled with a cruel triumph as she taunts the younger girl. Disgusted by the lack of remorse, Lily pulls away and warns the treacherous woman to keep her distance. Richard steps forward with an icy resolve, his presence suddenly feeling like a suffocating weight. Lily looks up at the man she once loved, realizing the kind-hearted prince was nothing more than a mask. Without a word of apology, Richard reaches out and seizes her hand with a frighteningly firm grip. He forces her arm up, callously stating that while Lily is a mere duty, Bella is his true source of happiness. Richard pinches her chin, his expression darkening as he commands her to stay silent and play the part of the perfect bride. He looms over her with a predatory grin, offering a twisted promise of happiness if she only learns to obey. As he leans in to exert his dominance, Lily's fear finally transforms into a desperate, sharp defiance. She lashes out with a sudden bite to his hand, forcing him to release his suffocating hold. Richard recoils in pain and fury, cursing her as his facade of nobility completely shatters. Lily is thrown back onto the cold tile, her beautiful wedding dress now stained and crumpled against the floor. She stares at the ground, breathing heavily as she processes the depth of their collective betrayal. Rising with a newfound fire in her eyes, she warns him that the king would never approve of his liaison with a witch's daughter. Suddenly, a dark, lace-gloved hand reaches out from the shadows like a spider's web. Bella lunges forward, seizing Lily from behind before she can even think of escaping. The elder sister whispers a chilling promise to silence Lily forever, her face contorted with malice. Bella forces a vial of deadly poison between Lily's lips, ensuring her secret remains buried. The toxic fluid spills over, sealing Lily's fate as she struggles against the inevitable. Satisfied with her work, Bella releases her grip, letting the dying girl slump toward the earth. Lily gasps for air, her body racked with violent cuffs as the poison takes hold of her system. She collapses onto the floor, her life's blood staining the pristine white fabric of her wedding gown. Bella looks down at the body with chilling indifference, asking Richard how they should dispose of the evidence. Richard turns away with a cold heart, ordering her to be dumped in the wilderness to be devoured by monsters. Under the ominous glow of a blood moon, Lily's lifeless form is left abandoned in the tall grass. A massive, clawed hand reaches out from the darkness, snagging the delicate silk of her dress. A monstrous silhouette lifts the broken bride into its arms, its red eyes glowing with an ancient power. The beast cradles her close as a brilliant, mystical light begins to pulse around her dying form. A crimson blood moon hangs ominously over the jagged spires of a distant castle as crows circle the darkened skies. Inside the dim halls, a young maid with a floral eye patch gazes toward a bed with a look of pure astonishment. Lily's eyes flutter open, her vision blurred as she wonders if she has finally crossed over into the afterlife. The world fades to black for a fleeting second as she struggles to regain her senses. Gasping for air, she bolts upright in bed, the realization hitting her like a physical blow she is still among the living. The blonde maid watches her with a mixture of pity and relief, her hands clasped tightly. Turning toward a shadow in the corner, the maid announces that their guest has finally returned to consciousness. Lily's head snaps to the side, her pale hair cascading over her shoulders as she tries to make sense of her surroundings. Terrified and disoriented, she demands to know the identity of her rescuers and the location of this mysterious room. The maid offers a gentle, cryptic smile, introducing herself simply as Catherine. Lily stares back, her unique, multicolored eyes wide with a mix of confusion and lingering trauma. Standing before her is a man radiating an aura of absolute power, his arms crossed as he stares her down with piercing red eyes. With a sharp, authoritative motion, he snaps his fingers to command the room's attention. Instantly, the candles on a nearby candelabra ignite into a bright, magical flame. He looms over her bed, his presence filling the chamber with a cold, regal intensity. Lily's heart hammers against her ribs as she looks up at the man who saved her from the brink of death. This is Isaac Stewart, the youngest brother of the king, a man whose rank is eclipsed only by the monarch himself. Even the treacherous Prince Richard, who thought he had disposed of Lily, is forced to bow in total submission to his uncle Isaac. Known as a legendary war hero, Isaac was once the most beloved and wealthy bachelor in the entire capital. However, rumors of his obsession with dark magic eventually drove him into a self-imposed exile within the shadows of the dark wilds. Seeking to show her gratitude, Lily moves to step out of bed, introducing herself with a trembling voice. But as her feet hit the floor, a wave of intense dizziness overcomes her, sending her world spinning. Before she can collapse, Isaac catches her with a firm, professional grip, steadying her weakened frame. He looks her directly in the eye, revealing that he already knows she is Lily Roland, the daughter of the Duke. Shocked that a legendary recluse would recognize her, Lily can only stare back in silence. He notes that he is well aware of her plight, the girl, who was discarded just as she was about to become a princess. His glowing red eye narrows, seeing right through her facade of noble composure. He explains that while Catherine's magic potion saved her life, the dark arts are a double-edged sword that can be as toxic as any poison. Isaac informs her that she has been trapped in a coma for 2 full days and commands her to prioritize her recovery. Panic surges through Lily as she realizes she has been unconscious for 48 hours. The realization hits her. The day of her wedding to the traitorous Richard has already come and gone. She trembles, gripped by the fear of what her disappearance will do to her parents' reputation. Isaac watches her spiral, his expression unreadable as he prepares to make a life-altering proposal. He leans in close, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone as he asks if she desires revenge. Lily gasps, the word revenge echoing through her mind like a forbidden prayer. Isaac forces her to remember the image of her fiancé and sister together, the very people who fed her poison. He asks her point blank if she harbors a burning hatred for those who destroyed her life. Lily remains silent for a long moment, her gaze falling to the sheets as she processes the depth of her betrayal. Finally, she finds her voice, her resolve beginning to harden in the face of her trauma. She admits with cold certainty that she hates them more than anything in this world. Yet, her hands shake as she realizes she is just a noble lady trained in needlework and herbs, not warfare. She laments her past, admitting her only dream was to be a good wife in the royal family. Tears well in her eyes as she questions how someone as weak as her could ever stand against a half-witch and the royal line. Sensing her despair, Isaac reaches out a gloved hand toward her. He gently but firmly tilts her chin upward, forcing her to look him in the eyes. He tells her that a woman seeking vengeance should never bow her head to anyone. He offers to be her mentor, promising to train her in the arts of strategy, assassination, and combat. His gaze is intense, offering her the tools she needs to dismantle her enemies piece by piece. In exchange for this power, he gives her one simple condition. She must stay by his side in the Shadow Castle. Isaac gazes down at the trembling girl, his expression unreadable as he maintains a firm hold. Lily freezes, wondering if staying by the side of this mysterious man is her only path to survival. Slowly, the prince retreats, releasing his hold and giving her space to breathe. Lily stands alone, her mind racing as she weighs the prince's arrogant reputation against his current, calculated kindness. She watches him closely, knowing that despite his help, he is still a powerful member of the Stewart family, who could easily crush her. Dropping into a graceful curtsy, she tries to mask the deep-seated distrust swirling in her heart. Barefoot and vulnerable, she offers her sincere thanks for the life he spared. She explains that her existing betrothal and the scandal of staying with a bachelor could destroy what remains of her reputation. Isaac listens with a skeptical eye as she argues that her father, the Duke, must be consulted before any decisions are made. Her voice trembles as she mentions the Duchess, certain that her mother must be sick with worry over her disappearance. Clasping her hands over her heart, she humbly begs for the prince's permission to return home at once. A heavy silence fills the room as Isaac stares her down with his piercing crimson eyes. Finally, he gives a sharp, subtle nod of his head to grant her request. Lily's face beams with a sudden radiance, her eyes sparkling with the hope of a family reunion. The tension briefly breaks as they stand at a distance, the terms of her departure settled. Without warning, Isaac's hand shoots out, snatching her wrist in a vice-like grip. He pulls her back toward him, his tall frame looming over her like an inescapable shadow. Lily gasps in shock, her breath hitching at the sudden, intense shift in his demeanor. He leans in close, asking if she truly intended to trek across the dangerous fields in nothing but a thin nightgown. Realization hits Lily like a tidal wave as she looks down at her impractical, revealing attire. A deep blush stains her cheeks as she is overcome with embarrassment at her own oversight. Isaac exhales a weary sigh and commands Catherine to prepare a horse and proper riding gear immediately. Lily can only stare in wonder, her eyes wide with surprise at his unexpected thoroughness. Under the ominous glow of a red moon, Lily bonds with the powerful steed that will carry her back to her family. A rare, genuine smile breaks across her face as she shares a moment of peace with the animal. With a thunder of hooves, she disappears into the misty night, leaving the shadow castle behind. Isaac watches her ride away, his eyes narrowing with a cold, predatory focus. Catherine approaches from the shadows, questioning why he would let such a valuable asset simply walk away. Visions of the past surface, revealing Lily as the true heir to the Saintess's miraculous and rare bloodline. Memories of her childhood show the years she spent consuming rare herbs to refine her internal chemistry. The dark truth is revealed. Her blood is the only biological key to restoring Isaac's appearance and sanity. Isaac recalls the agony of losing control, his very humanity slipping away under the light of the moon. Catherine reminds him that using the girl is the most efficient technical solution to lift his curse. The prince remains silent, staring out into the darkness where Lily vanished. A black crow swoops down through the night air, landing on the stone balcony. It perches near Isaac's hand, a symbol of the dark fate he is carefully orchestrating. Isaac looks at the documents in his hand, coldly stating that to truly possess something, one must first set it free. He glances at her wanted poster, knowing that when she is cornered and desperate, she will return to him willingly. Lily finally reaches the Duke's estate, her heart pounding with the joy of finally being home. But as she steps through the doors, her relief instantly turns to icy dread. The grand hall is draped in funeral white, the air heavy with the suffocating scent of mourning flowers. She walks toward the center of the room, where a lone coffin sits bathed in the cold moonlight. Lily's hand flies to her mouth as a silent scream catches in her throat. There, lying amidst the lilies, is the Duchess, her face pale and devoid of life. Lily collapses to her knees, her entire world shattering into a million jagged pieces. Tears blur her vision as she begs for her mother to wake up from this cruel nightmare. She reaches out with trembling fingers, desperate for even a spark of warmth from the body. Wailing in agony, she reminds her mother of the promise to be the one to give her away at her wedding. The sound of a door opening startles her as a maid enters, dropping her tray in total shock. Lily looks up, searching for answers and comfort from a familiar face in her home. Instead, the maid recoils in terror, her face twisting into a mask of pure fright. Lily reaches out, confused by the sudden hostility and fear radiating from the servant. The maid's scream pierces the air, accusing Lily of being a murderer as the trap finally snaps shut. Trapped in the manor's highest tower, Lily desperately hammers on the heavy door, demanding to see her father. She grips the wood with trembling hands, begging for her freedom. Her strength fails, and she sinks to her knees on the cold stone floor. Through her tears, she whispers a vow to find her mother's true killer. Suddenly, the silence is broken by the sharp creak of the cell door opening. Lily looks up from her misery, startled by the unexpected intrusion. She finds herself staring at the hem of a dark, elegant dress. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she recognizes the figure standing over her. Bella stands there mockingly, casually holding a teacup in the middle of the dungeon. With a cold expression, Bella tilts the cup, pouring the dark liquid onto the floor. The tea splashes across Lily's face, a calculated insult to her dignity. Bella smiles cruelly, suggesting the drink might soothe Lily's hoarse throat. Lily explodes in rage, accusing Bella of betrayal and the attempt on her life. Bella merely smirks, enjoying the sight of her sister's suffering. She leans down, mocking Lily's hope that Duke Roland would ever come to her rescue. Bella reveals that their father suffered a heart attack and is now bedridden because of Lily's crimes. Horrified, Lily recoils as the weight of the lies crushes her spirit. Bella promises to personally prepare the medicine that will seal the Duke's fate. The truth hits Lily like a physical blow. Bella is the one who poisoned their mother. She screams at the witch, promising that divine justice will find her. A violent slap across the face cuts Lily's words short. Bella stands tall and remorseless, looking down on her captive sibling. Lily falls back, stunned by the physical assault and Bella's coldness, clutching her stinging cheek. Lily learns she is now a wanted criminal across the land. Bella explains how the public believes Lily murdered her mother and fled into the wilds. Lily collapses, realizing the entire kingdom now despises her name. She leans against the wall, finally understanding that Richard is the mastermind behind it all. Tears fall as she realizes her former fiancé used his power to destroy her life. Bella mocks her pain, calling her a discarded toy that Richard grew tired of. She whispers that Richard's only true loves are the throne and his own honor. Lily bows her head, admitting she was a fool to ever trust him. She begs Bella to stop, pleading that their parents have done nothing to deserve this. In a burst of desperation, Lily lunges forward and grabs Bella by the throat. She reminds Bella that the Duke gave her a home when the world despised her. A memory surfaces of a younger, happier Lily sharing tea with her adopted sister. The Duchess is remembered for treating Bella like her own flesh and blood. Lily screams, demanding to know why Bella would betray the family that loved her. Bella remains eerily calm, even as Lily's grip tightens. She scoffs, mocking Lily for wasting her chance to kill her on a moral lecture. Bella begins to whisper a dark, ancient curse under her breath. Violent purple energy erupts, filling the small cell with magical pressure. Bella's eyes glow with a terrifying, inhuman light. A sudden blast of force slams Lily back against the stone wall. Sharp, thorny vines snake out of the shadows, binding Lily's limbs tight. Bella finally admits she has harbored a deep hatred for Lily since the beginning. A flashback shows a young Bella envying Lily's life of luxury and love. She recalls the bitterness of seeing Lily get engaged to the man they both love. Bella remembers watching from the shadows as Richard and Lily shared intimate moments. Lily asks if Bella truly believes she is entitled to everything Lily owns. Bella turns away coldly, confirming her intent to take it all. She looks back through the closing door with a final, murderous gaze. Bella bids a chilling farewell, leaving her sister to die in the dark. Alone and bound, Lily shivers in the oppressive silence of her cell. She weeps for her naivety, filled with a crushing sense of regret. Lily screams into the void, begging for a chance at revenge against those who wronged her. A black crow perched on the windowsill watches her with glowing red eyes. The bird speaks with a supernatural voice, telling Lily her wish has been received. High above the stone floor, a massive, mysterious crow watches over the imprisoned Lily. With an eerie intelligence, the bird speaks, confirming that her desperate plea for vengeance has been heard. Lily whips her head around, her eyes wide with shock at the impossible sight of a talking creature. Channeling arcane power through a glowing gem on its leg, the crow unleashes a surge of magical energy. The blast shatters the iron window bars with a violent explosion, clearing a path to the outside world. Knocked back by the force, Lily collapses onto the cold stone as the room glows with a purple hue. The magical thorns binding her wrists begin to wither and loosen their agonizing grip. With a final snap, the restraints fall away, leaving her limbs free for the first time in days. She stares at her trembling hands, almost unable to process the sudden return of her freedom. A colossal shadow sweeps across the cell as the bird descends from its perch. The crow lands gracefully on the floor, its sharp talons clicking against the stone. Lily's breath hitches as she finds herself face to face with the supernatural messenger. Still reeling, she asks if this little crow is truly the one wielding such formidable magic. Offended by the slight, the bird puffs its feathers and insists on being called by its name. Karen. Karen assumes a more dignified posture, revealing that she is a trusted spy for the Crown Prince. Lily listens intently as Karen explains her mission to escort the lady to the safety of the Shadow Castle. Hope flickers in Lily's eyes as she realizes this might be her only chance at survival. However, the reality of the situation sets in as she reminds the bird of the guards patrolling the tower. Karen responds with a majestic display, unfurling her powerful wings to their full span. With a powerful flap, the crow takes flight, proving that walls are no obstacle for those with wings. Perching on the jagged edge of the broken window, Karen prepares to dive into the night sky. The bird urges Lily to move quickly, as every second wasted brings the guards closer to their position. Lily bites her lip, the gravity of what she's about to do weighing heavily on her mind. She crawls toward the ledge on all fours, her heart hammering against her ribs. Reaching the precipice, she looks down at the dizzying drop that awaits her. Paralyzed by a sudden fear of heights, she wonders how she could possibly survive the fall. Karen stares back with unwavering confidence, asking Lily if she has the courage to trust her. The crow dives into the open air, leaving Lily alone with a choice between death and a leap of faith. Sweat beads on her forehead as she stares into the abyss, knowing there is no turning back. Below, the guards finally notice the missing iron bars and sound the alarm in a panic. They spot her silhouette in the high window and scream for her to stay where she is. Realizing a public execution is the only alternative, Lily's fear is replaced by a cold resolve. She throws herself into the void, her white hair trailing behind her like a comet. Closing her eyes tight, she prepares for the impact that never comes. Suddenly, she feels the soft, firm surface of feathers beneath her as she lands on Karen's back. Karen tells her to hold on tight as the real journey to the Shadow Castle has only just begun. The giant crow soars upward, silhouetted against the vast, star-studded sky. The guards can only watch in helpless terror as they witness what they believe to be dark magic. Lily looks back one last time at the prison that failed to hold her, her spirit finally unbroken. She leans her head down, allowing the exhaustion of the night to briefly wash over her. As the sun begins to rise, she gazes toward the horizon with a new sense of purpose. Days later, the scene shifts to the imposing and Gothic architecture of the Shadow Castle. Dressed in a morning gown of black lace, Lily stands in her new, opulent quarters. She stares into the distance, the weight of her past still heavy on her shoulders. Her gaze falls upon a familiar piece of jewelry resting on a wooden table. She reaches out with a trembling hand, her fingers brushing the cold pearls and emerald. The necklace triggers a bittersweet memory of her mother, making her eyes well up with tears. Overwhelmed by grief, she clutches the heirloom to her chest and sobs for her lost family. But the sorrow quickly turns to ice as she vows to make Bella and Richard pay for their crimes. A sudden knock at the door breaks her trance, forcing her to quickly mask her emotions. She checks her reflection in the mirror, ensuring her composure is perfect before responding. The door opens to reveal Prince Isaac, who stands there with a calm and calculating expression. Lily looks at him with newfound determination, ready to accept the role he has offered her. Isaac looks her in the eye and officially welcomes her as the new hostess of his dark domain. Lily stares back in stunned silence, processing the weight of her new title as the castle's hostess. She bows deeply, expressing her sincere gratitude to the prince for taking in a homeless wanderer like herself. However, she warns him that harboring a wanted criminal carries risks that far outweigh the benefits he might receive. Fixing him with a sharp gaze, she demands to know exactly what he expects from her in return for this sanctuary. Isaac commends her sharp intuition, acknowledging that she is smart enough to understand the transactional nature of their arrangement. He leans closer, finally revealing that his primary interest lies in the unique properties of her blood. He produces a delicate silver chain adorned with a vibrant green gemstone to mark their pact. As he fastens the necklace, he confesses that several years ago, he was struck by a troublesome curse that he can no longer hide. He explains the cold reality of his condition. He requires her blood as an antidote whenever the blood moon rises to alleviate his pain. His eyes burn with an intense, desperate fire as he asks if she will agree to these life-saving terms. Lily gently pushes back, maintaining a professional distance while she processes the gravity of his request. Undeterred, Isaac maintains his close approach, awaiting a final answer from the woman who holds his cure. Suddenly, Lily reaches up toward his face, her clinical curiosity piqued by a physical symptom she detects. Without hesitation, she begins to unfasten the buttons of his formal attire to conduct a proper medical inspection of the area. As the fabric parts, a glowing, intricate purple seal is revealed etched permanently into his chest. She immediately identifies the mark as the moon's shackle, a legendary and cruel enchantment of the highest order. The pieces of the puzzle fall into place as she realizes this curse is the true reason for his self-imposed exile from the court. She acknowledges the immense difficulty of his life, knowing he is forced to transform into a monster during every blood moon. Isaac's gaze turns somber as he admits that every moonless night brings nothing but excruciating physical agony. A terrifying vision of the blood-red moon and the monstrous, savage beast he becomes flashes through the narrative. Lily's thoughts immediately drift to the crow, wondering if a similar magic was responsible for Karen's current appearance. Isaac explains that Karen Farrell was once his loyal guard who stayed by his side after being liberated from a slave market. A haunting memory resurfaces of the night a mysterious witch ambushed them with a barrage of devastating purple magic. He recalls the moment of sacrifice when Karen courageously chose to share the burden of the curse to save the prince's life. The flashback intensifies, showing the immediate agony of the mark and the silhouette of the hooded witch responsible for the attack. Violent magical energy crackles in the air as the memory of that fateful, life-altering encounter fades away. Isaac's expression hardens into a mask of pure iron as he vows to hunt down the mastermind and make them pay a high price. He notes the shared bond between them, sensing that Lily is driven by the exact same burning desire for revenge. Lily reaches out to him, her hand steady as she prepares to finalize their mutual alliance. She agrees that providing her blood is a fair trade in exchange for the safety and assistance he provides her. With a reassuring smile, she offers to use her pharmaceutical skills to craft specialized medicines that might ease his suffering. Their technical discussion is interrupted by a maid arriving with an urgent letter from the king, delivered via Karen. Exhausted by the weight of his secret, Isaac rests against Lily, his eyes reflecting the toll the curse has taken on his body. The maid stands frozen at the entrance, wide-eyed and completely stunned by the sight of their close proximity. She quickly recovers with a playful grin, promising to keep this secret encounter between the two of them strictly confidential. Lily flusteredly waves her hands, trying to explain that she is merely conducting a medical observation of his symptoms. She looks down at her hands, contemplating the rare and complex nature of the moon's shackle curse. The maid is filled with awe and excitement, asking if Lily truly possesses the knowledge to solve such a legendary affliction. While she lacks direct experience with this curse, Lily relies on the vast herbal knowledge passed down from her mother's teachings. A plan begins to form as she realizes she can synthesize a remedy by incorporating her blood into a potent medicinal mixture. With a look of absolute determination, Lily vows to lift the prince's curse and fully repay him for saving her life. Lily is presented with a lavish bedroom, far grander than she ever expected for her sanctuary. Isaac personally guides her through the sprawling halls, confirming that this will be her new home. He grants her full access to his private study, filled with ancient medicinal texts and forbidden scrolls. Looking out over the yard, he explains that he spends his time there mastering the blade and daggers. Lily notices the open space beside the yard, immediately spotting its potential for cultivating rare herbs. Isaac leads her to a heavy set of doors, preparing to unveil the most important room for her work. They step into a state-of-the-art pill refining room, equipped with every tool a master pharmacist could desire. Her eyes sparkle with genuine joy as she realizes she finally has the resources to brew his cure. Seeing her enthusiasm, Isaac's cold demeanor softens slightly, satisfied with his new ally's reaction. He informs her that his duties now call him to the carefree hall, leaving her in the capable hands of his staff. As he turns to leave, Lily stands amidst the bubbling cauldrons, feeling the weight of the task ahead. She hesitates for a moment, her gaze dropping as she considers the man she has just pledged her life to. She calls out to him, prompting the prince to stop in his tracks and look back over his shoulder. Closing the distance between them, Lily approaches him with a look of deep concern. She explains that her training allows her to sense the hidden emotional turmoil within her patients. Despite his calm exterior, she offers her support, sensing his underlying anxiety regarding the royal letters. Isaac stares back at her with a piercing gaze, his expression unreadable and distant. Rejection follows quickly as he turns away, coldly instructing her to focus only on her own business. Left alone, Lily stands in the silence silence of the lab, her heart sinking at the harsh dismissal. She returns to her work, realizing that their pact is purely functional and devoid of friendship. Looking at her reflection, she reminds herself that she is no longer a lady, but a guest with a singular purpose. Without hesitation, she draws a blade and prepares to offer the one thing the prince truly needs. Holding the bowl of her own blood, she resolves to use this alliance to fuel her own path to revenge. Suddenly, Karen the crow swoops down, drawn by the potent scent of the medicinal blood mixture. Before Lily can react, the bird takes a quick sip from the bowl, curious about the unique aroma. Lily gasps in horror, worried about the unintended effects of the concentrated elixir on the bird. A blinding flash of magical energy erupts from the bird, shaking the very air within the laboratory. The smoke clears to reveal a young man with silver hair, the curse on Karen temporarily broken by the blood. Lily turns away in a flustered panic, completely caught off guard by the sudden transformation. A startled shriek echoes through the castle as Lily struggles to process the chaotic turn of events. Once the initial shock subsides, the newly human Karen stands before her, looking sheepish. He blushes deeply, offering a sincere apology for his lack of decorum during the sudden shift. Lily tries to maintain her professional composure, while explaining the potency of her pharmaceutical craft. She realizes that her unique blood was the catalyst that triggered this unexpected biological reaction. However, she warns him that the effects are fleeting and he will soon return to his avian form. Karen listens intently, his mind racing with the possibility of maintaining his true self for longer. Lily explains that such a feat would require incredibly rare materials, like unicorn fur or merman scales. Eager to reclaim his humanity, Karen suddenly lunges forward and seizes her hand. He proposes an immediate trip to the market, filled with newfound hope for a permanent solution. His grip is firm and determined, showing his desperation to escape the shackles of his curse. Lily flinches at the sudden contact, her eyes widening at his reckless enthusiasm. She quickly reminds him that as a wanted criminal, stepping outside is a death sentence if she's caught. Karen offers a confident, knowing smile, assuring her that his skills in infiltration are second to none. With a playful wink, he promises to provide a disguise so perfect that even her own family wouldn't know her. Lily stands elegantly in her Fanla clan disguise, draped in a flowing blue and gold veil that shimmers under the market sun. Karen can't help but let out a mischievous cackle, finding the whole charade of dressing up as a girl incredibly amusing. He continues to tease her relentlessly, mocking the fact that she's actually wearing one of his old dresses for the mission. The pair eventually ducks into a dimly lit shop, their eyes scanning the shelves packed with mysterious jars and ingredients. A woman with wavy dark hair and glasses greets them warmly, recognizing her honored guests immediately. Karen quickly puts a finger to his lips, signaling for her to keep their presence a strictly professional secret. The shopkeeper leans in close, her expression turning serious as she listens to his quiet request. She gives an enthusiastic twirl, promising to keep their whereabouts confidential before offering to show off her newest rare finds. Lily looks on in surprise as Karen explains that Prince Isaac used to be a regular patron of this capable merchant. Karen leans in to whisper that despite the shop's humble location, the owner has a unique talent for sourcing the impossible. The shopkeeper presents a dark box, and Lily's eyes widen as she catches a glimpse of the treasure inside. Holding a vial to the light, Lily is mesmerized by the iridescent glow of a mature merman scale. Karen turns back to the shopkeeper with a confident smirk, ready to close the deal. He produces a pouch overflowing with gold jewelry, making it clear that price is no object for these materials. Suddenly, a red-haired woman in a dark gown pushes the door open, demanding the scales she had previously requested. Lily freezes in place, her pupils shrinking in terror as she recognizes the voice of her enemy. The shop feels suffocating as the noblewoman marches toward the counter, completely ignoring the two commoners in her way. Lily instinctively clutches the blue gem at her throat, her hands trembling with a sudden surge of past trauma. The noblewoman glares down at Lily with pure, unadulterated scorn, her presence radiating arrogance. She sneers at the sight of Lily, mocking the idea that a mere maid from a wandering clan could afford such luxury. Without a second thought, she snatches the merman scale vial right out of Lily's hands. The woman laughs cruelly, baselessly accusing Lily of trying to brew a love potion to seduce men. She begins pointing at various other ingredients on the shelves, demanding that the shopkeeper hand them over immediately. The shopkeeper looks on in a cold sweat, terrified to tell the noblewoman that the items are already sold. The noblewoman scoffs at the mention of the Fanla clan, dismissing them as nothing more than servants to the true elite. Flashing a gold ring, she arrogantly declares herself the daughter of Duke Roland and offers to double the price just to spite them. Karen leans toward Lily, his voice low and dangerous as he asks if he should deal with this, which once and for all. Lily remains silent, her grip tightening on her veil as she realizes the woman is gathering materials for a puppet potion. Karen's eyes narrow in shock when he hears the name of the forbidden brew Lily has identified. Lily trembles with a mix of fear and rage, knowing exactly how devastating that specific potion can be. A dark vision of the noblewoman manipulating a puppet like Duke appears, revealing her plan to strip her own father of his free will. Lily gives Karen a sharp, determined nod, signaling that they cannot let this woman leave with those ingredients. While the noblewoman is distracted, Lily reaches out and grabs a small blue jar from the shelf. With a swift motion, she tosses a handful of shimmering powder over the noblewoman's shoulder. The woman spins around in a panicked rage, screaming at Lily for the sudden attack. Lily's eyes burn with cold intensity as she tells the woman that the powder is a gift for stealing her scale. She calmly explains that the powder of moth's wings will cause an agonizing, uncontrollable itch wherever it touches the skin. The noblewoman shrieks in pain and fury, clawing at her neck while trying to scream her family name. Before she can finish her threat, Karen lunges forward, pinning her against the wall with a dagger pressed to her throat. Karen's eye glows with a predatory blue light as he warns her that no one insults his sister and lives to tell the tale. The noblewoman's face pales in absolute terror, realizing that her status won't save her from the cold steel at her neck. Edith, the shopkeeper, intervenes, sternly ordering her noble customer to apologize before the situation escalates further. Karen leans in close, his cold gaze making it clear that he has no intention of being merciful if his demands aren't met. The tense standoff fills the room as the shopkeeper watches the masked travelers hold the Duke's daughter at their mercy. Trapped and humiliated, the noblewoman seethes with internal rage, cursing the strangers who dare to threaten her. Her eyes dart frantically as she calculates her next move, realizing she is currently powerless against her captors. She begins to panic, questioning why the shopkeeper would show such high levels of respect to these mysterious commoners. A chilling thought crosses her mind as she wonders if these people might actually belong to the high nobility. She grits her teeth in frustration, forced to swallow her pride to ensure her own survival. With no other choice, the noblewoman drops to her knees in a shameful display of submission. Looking down in defeat, she utters a forced apology for her behavior toward the lady in the veil. Karen keeps the blade steady, making sure the noblewoman understands exactly how low she has fallen. Lily looks down at the woman with cold indifference, completely unmoved by the hollow apology. She holds out her hand with authority, demanding the return of the stolen item. Through her veil, Lily's piercing gaze locks onto her sister, demanding the merman's scale back immediately. The precious vial containing the ingredient is finally handed over, returning to its rightful owner. Lily maintains her composure, turning to the shopkeeper to finalize a massive order of rare medicinal supplies. Standing tall, she issues a final command that the shop is never to sell to this woman again. Edith enthusiastically agrees to the request, eager to please her most important client. Lily looks back one last time, her eyes promising that this confrontation is merely the start of her revenge. Karen roughly shoves the noblewoman aside as they prepare to make their exit from the shop. The noblewoman collapses to the floor, her hands trembling as she watches her enemies walk away. Her face twists into a demonic expression of hatred, vowing to hunt them down and make them suffer. Lily and Karen confidently depart the market, leaving the chaos behind them. Left in the dust, the noblewoman can only stare after them with a gaze full of murderous intent. She remembers the image of the perfect Lily, a woman whose elegance and grace were once the talk of high society. The memory only fuels her bitterness as she bites her lip, determined to reclaim her status. Elsewhere, Prince Richard is seen enjoying a lavish afternoon, surrounded by the laughter of his court companions. Suddenly, the noblewoman rushes into his arms, surprising the prince during his leisure time. Richard pulls back his blindfold, startled by the sudden and desperate intrusion. He is met with the noblewoman's tear-streaked face, which is still marked by the effects of the confrontation at the shop. Richard stands up and looks down at her, questioning why she would dare to show up at the palace without an invitation. He recoils in disgust, warning her to stay back as he notices her disheveled and frantic appearance. She begins to weep uncontrollably, spinning a web of lies about how her evil sister attacked her. Richard's expression turns skeptical as he listens to the far-fetched story about Lily's return. She pleads with him, claiming that Lily has resurfaced as an expert herbalist in the market. With fake sorrow, she describes how Lily supposedly teamed up with a dangerous ruffian just to humiliate her. Richard ponders the news, his mind racing with the implications of Lily being associated with the powerful Fanla clan. The noblewoman closes her eyes, acting the part of a victim who has suffered beyond measure. Richard looks on with a cold, calculating gaze, realizing that the political landscape is about to become much more complicated. Bella whispers poison into Prince Richard's ear, spinning a web of lies to frame Lily as a threat to the throne. Richard's eyes narrow with cold fury as he hears that the commoners supposedly favor his rival Isaac over him. Unaware of the brewing storm, Lily makes her way through the palace gardens, still hidden beneath her traveling cloak. She can't help but smile, savoring the small victory of reclaiming the stolen merman scale from her sister. Pulling her hood lower, she remains vigilant, knowing that even a perfect disguise can't hide her forever. Karen, watching from above in her crow form, assures her that the Fanla clan will handle any trouble following the market confrontation. Lily pushes the heavy door open, stepping back into the shadows of the castle. Her breath hitches as she realizes someone is waiting for her in the dim light. Prince Isaac stands tall in the hall, his presence commanding and his expression unreadable. He holds a pocket watch in his palm, the ticking of the seconds marking just how long she's been away. His piercing red eyes lock onto hers, demanding an explanation for her unauthorized trip to the old town. Later, the quiet luxury of her bedroom offers little comfort after such a tense encounter. Lily lets out a weary sigh while brushing through her silver hair, reflecting on the prince's harsh reaction. Her maid assists with her nightly routine, noticing the heavy cloud of worry hanging over her lady. Lily vividly recalls the moment she tried to justify her absence to Isaac's cold, indifferent face. She had offered a sincere apology, desperately hoping to maintain the fragile peace between them. But Isaac's response was a stern decree, stripping away her freedom by forbidding her from leaving without his word. Infuriated by the restriction, Lily insists that he has no right to treat her like a prisoner. The maid gently interrupts, suggesting that the prince's anger might actually be a clumsy form of concern. Lily freezes, the thought of the stoic prince worrying about her safety catching her completely off guard. The maid points to a fresh bouquet of white lilies, explaining that the prince brought them the moment he returned from the palace. Isaac had searched the entire castle for her, his composure cracking when he found her room empty. He was visibly relieved to hear she was with a protector, though he refused to let his guard down. Instead of resting, he paced the halls for hours, a silent sentinel waiting for her return. Every few minutes, he checked his watch, his impatience growing with every passing hour. The maid reminds Lily that she is a wanted woman, and Isaac is simply trying to keep her from walking into a trap. Lily rises slowly, the weight of the prince's unspoken protection settling heavily on her heart. She looks over at the flowers, realizing that Isaac is a man who speaks through actions rather than words. Softly cradling a single white bloom, she feels a strange sense of warmth despite the cooling night air. Down in the courtyard, Isaac pours his frustration into his training, his blade cutting through the moonlight. He pauses for a moment to catch his breath, sweat glistening on his brow as he struggles with his own conflicting emotions. Hearing a soft footfall behind him, he stops mid-motion, his back still turned to the intruder. With a sharp metallic ring, he sheathes his sword, sensing that Lily has come to find him. Isaac looms over Lily in the moonlit courtyard, his expression unreadable as he breaks the silence. He narrows his eyes, offering to escort her back since the hour has grown dangerously late. Lily stares up at him, her mind racing as she processes his sudden change in demeanor. As they begin to walk, the heavy thud of Isaac's boots echoes against the stone path. He stops in his tracks and turns back, demanding to know who leaked the truth about his fears for the crown. Lily stands her ground, admitting that his defensive reaction was all the confirmation she needed. She steps closer, revealing that her past as Richard's fiancé granted her access to the Stewart family's darkest secrets. She explains the cruel strategy at play. His enemies want him alive, but stripped of his power and reputation. Isaac looks away, the weight of her accurate political assessment visibly sinking in. Realizing she may have crossed a line, Lily quickly brings a hand to her face in a moment of hesitation. They stand together in the cool night air, the soft glow of a lantern illuminating their shared secret. She offers a sincere apology, worrying that she has ventured into a topic far too sensitive for the evening. A small, sharp smile plays on Isaac's lips as he admits that he actually appreciates a woman with such sharp wits. They continue their stroll along the grand, starlit balcony, the palace looming behind them. Isaac reveals that his brother is hosting a mandatory family gathering at the Imperial Palace next month. He explains that failing to attend would be interpreted as a total surrender of his political standing. Lily's eyes widen in shock when she learns the party is scheduled for the night of the blood moon. Isaac glances toward the horizon, noting how his secluded life has only fueled his brother's growing suspicions. He realizes with a grim smirk that the entire event is a calculated trap designed to exploit his curse. Concerned, Lily asks how he could possibly hope to navigate such a blatant setup. Isaac looks her directly in the eye, requesting a specialized magic potion to help him survive the night. Lily's gaze sharpens with a new sense of purpose as she accepts the challenge. She beams with confidence, promising to provide him with the strength needed to overcome this setback. Isaac's expression softens, showing a rare moment of genuine trust in her abilities. Under the swirling petals of the garden, he formally asks Lily to be his date for the upcoming gala. Lily is momentarily swept up in the request, her face lighting up as she agrees to join him. However, her joy quickly fades as she remembers that Richard will undoubtedly be waiting for her. Isaac reassures her that he will provide a completely new identity to ensure her safety. He reaches out and gently takes her hand, sealing their new tactical alliance. Holding her hand close, he asks if she is willing to take on the most dangerous role yet, playing the part of his fiancé. Lily looks at him with a mix of trepidation and resolve, feeling the gravity of the pact they've just made. 3 days later, Karen makes her way through the crowded marketplace, unaware of the impending chaos. She stops abruptly, her senses tingling as a strange smell begins to drift through the air. Her eyes fill with terror as she looks up to see the first signs of disaster. Panicked screams erupt across the district as a sudden, violent fire begins to spread. Karen stands frozen in horror as an inferno engulfs the town, turning the sky a hellish orange. Meanwhile, at the prince's palace, the atmosphere remains cold and undisturbed. Richard sits regally on his throne, his mind occupied by ruthless calculations. A masked subordinate kneels before him, reporting that the mission has been carried out exactly as ordered. Richard leans forward, his piercing blue eyes demanding an update on the girl he's been hunting. The agent presents an ornate jewelry box, its contents serving as proof of the deed. Richard gazes at the remains inside, convinced that his greatest threat has finally been turned to ash. A spread of delicacy sits untouched during a tense secret meeting. Edith recounts how a decoy corpse was used to deceive their enemies. Lily calmly sips her tea, maintaining a perfect facade. She sets her cup down with a sharp, decisive click. Lily reveals that faking her death was the only way to vanish completely. Edith clenches her hands while processing the brutal reality of the plan. She asks for confirmation that Prince Richard ordered the arson. Lily clarifies that the woman who fought her is Richard's mistress. Guilt flashes in Lily's eyes over the collateral damage of the fire. She stands firm, refusing to regret the path she has chosen. Edith stares intensely, offering a final piece of grim advice. She warns Lily that hesitation against a beast leads to certain death. Lily absorbs the lesson, knowing her survival depends on her lethality. She prepares to leave, shedding her previous identity for good. Lily Roland is declared dead, consumed by the market flames. Later, the heroine stands alone in the palace gardens. A heavy sigh escapes her as she weighs her growing burdens. She looks up, surprised by an unexpected presence. Isaac stands before her, observing his partner's visible distress. He recalls how she meticulously staged her demise using hair and jewelry. Isaac's gaze sharpens as he analyzes her hidden emotions. Lily looks away, haunted by the innocent lives affected by the fire. Isaac offers a stabilizing presence to keep her focused on the mission. Her expression darkens as her internal resolve shifts. Lily admits her only regret is not eliminating Bella herself. Isaac notices the cold fire now burning in her eyes. He remarks that she is finally starting to look like an Avenger. He produces a sharp dagger, a tool for her physical transformation. Lily takes the weapon, ready to master the art of defense. She inspects the steel, reflecting on her new dangerous path. Her determination is mirrored in the sharp edge of the blade. Training sessions begin under the bright castle sun. She lunges at Isaac during a high-speed combat drill. The prince effortlessly avoids the strike with practiced grace. He swiftly grabs her wrist to neutralize the attack. The dagger clatters to the stone floor, ending the bout. Isaac provides technical feedback while maintaining a professional training stance. Lily catches her breath, startled by his superior combat skill. Next, she undergoes rigorous horsemanship training to fit her royal persona. She masters the harp and etiquette to blend into high society. Isaac watches his students' progress with a critical eye. A tailor arrives to craft a wardrobe fit for a foreign princess. Isaac presents a daunting stack of academic materials for her study. Lily prepares to master an entire kingdom's history in just 1 month. Long ago, the world knew the Leonia Kingdom as the Pearl of the Lowland Sea, a land of legend. The women of the royal family were said to be blessed with divine white magic, capable of purifying the darkest corruption. For 700 years, the kingdom flourished in an era of unparalleled peace and music. But beneath the surface, a dark revolution was brewing among those who envied the crown. These rebels feared the queen's magic, so they sought a power that could rival it. They reached into the abyss, successfully summoning devils to do their bidding. These heretics, who traded their humanity for demonic magic, became known as witches. They worshipped chaos and spread curses throughout the land. Their dark rituals eventually invited divine retribution, leading to a catastrophic collapse. Leonia met its doomsday as the earth split and volcanoes reclaimed the land. In the aftermath, witches were branded as omens of ill luck and hunted to near extinction. Lily notes that this volcanic disaster occurred the very year she was born. She questions Isaac on whether any of the powerful Leonia royals could have survived the sinking of their home. Isaac's expression grows solemn as he explains the burden of royal responsibility. He believes they chose to stay behind, finding honor in perishing alongside their people. The eruption was so massive that it reshaped the very geography of the sea. Legend says the royals fought the natural disasters until their final breath before being buried with their riches. However, whispers remain that some descendants fled and now live in secret among other kingdoms. Isaac admits he once spent years searching for these survivors to find a cure, but he found nothing. Lily listens intently, her mind racing with the implications of this history. She realizes that if Leonia's magic can purify darkness, it is the only thing that can break Isaac's curse. By posing as a Leonia princess, they will trick the mastermind into believing the curse has been lifted. Lily realizes the full scope of the plan. She is the bait to lure their enemies into the light. She looks up at Isaac, the gravity of her role finally sinking in. Isaac watches her reaction, noting the slight tremor in her voice. He tells her directly that it isn't too late to back out of this dangerous charade. Without hesitation, Lily firmly shakes her head, refusing to retreat. She gives him a confident smile, reminding him that he chose her because he needs her unique skills. She knows Isaac is facing a crisis he cannot overcome on his own. To her, mastering a new language is a simple task compared to the life of an assassin. She dives into her studies, spending every waking hour memorizing the lore and linguistics of Leonia. She pushes herself until the deep hours of the night, when only a single candle remains lit. Eventually, exhaustion takes its toll, and Lily collapses into a deep sleep at her desk. Isaac enters the room and finds her asleep, gently checking on his hardworking partner. In her dreams, she mutters to her mother about her resolve not to disgrace her family name. Isaac gazes down at her, his expression unreadable, but focused on the task at hand. He carefully lifts her into his arms to move her to a more comfortable location. He carries her through the long, silent corridors of the palace, maintaining a steady pace. After placing her on the bed, he prepares to leave her to her rest. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain washes over him, signaling a flare-up of his condition. He clutches his chest in agony, his breath hitching as the curse takes hold. The sound causes Lily to snap awake, her eyes wide with immediate concern. She sees Isaac sweating and struggling to maintain his composure. He tries to turn away, apologizing for waking her during his moment of weakness. Lily's hand shoots out, firmly grabbing his sleeve to prevent him from leaving. She asks him directly if the curse is causing him pain again. Recognizing the emergency, she urgently offers her blood to help stabilize his magic and suppress the curse. The curse's grip tightens as Isaac collapses onto Lily, his body trembling with an uncontrollable hunger. He gazes at her with a look of desperate longing, his human consciousness slipping away. A low, guttural sound vibrates in his chest as his eyes ignite with a predatory crimson glow. Lily's eyes widen in sheer terror as she realizes the prince is losing the battle within himself. She finds herself pinned beneath him, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of his mounting transformation. Isaac stares down at her, his expression a haunting mix of agony and feral instinct. Lily's breath hitches as she notices his hand has morphed into a sharp, obsidian claw. He reaches for her throat, his strength amplified by the dark magic surging through his veins. She has never seen him look this monstrous, his very essence twisted by the ancient shackle. "Don't," she managed to whisper, her voice a fragile plea against the encroaching darkness. Driven by a primal need for the stabilizing essence in her blood, Isaac lunges forward to claim his cure. He breaths heavily, the curse's thirst momentarily sated, but his mind still clouded by the flare-up. In a sudden moment of lucidity, Isaac recoils and shoves Lily away to protect her from himself. He clutches his head in a fit of self-loathing, horrified by the beastly form he's forced to reveal. "Your Highness," Lily cries out, reaching toward him as he stumbles back into the shadows. He snarls a warning for her to stay away, his face contorted by the pain of the shifting bone and fur. Blinded by his own suffering, Isaac nearly falls as he bumps into a figure in the hallway. Catherine stands frozen in the doorway, her tray nearly slipping from her hands as the prince flees past. The maid watches him go with a somber, knowing expression, well aware of the prince's tragic burden. Lily doesn't waste a second, racing through the palace corridors to find where the prince has hidden. Beneath the ominous light of a blood-red moon, the air is filled with the haunting melody of distant music. She finds Isaac collapsed in the courtyard, with Catherine offering him what little comfort she can. Lily approaches the pair, her eyes fixed on the prince's hunched and broken form. He remains curled on the stone floor, his hands still locked in their monstrous, clawed state. Catherine looks up with tears in her eyes, begging Lily to intervene and stop the prince's suffering. Isaac glares at her through a veil of sweat and fur, warning her to flee before his instincts take over completely. Lily stands her ground, her gaze steady as she prepares to administer the necessary treatment. She holds out a vial of her own blood, offering it as a medical sedative to stabilize his wild magic. The vial slips and rolls across the ground, a small glimmer of hope in the moonlit courtyard. Isaac turns his head away, his ears twitching as he desperately tries to push her to safety. Lily snaps at him like a frustrated doctor, refusing to let his stubborn pride lead to his demise. Realizing he won't take the vial himself, she prepares to deliver the stabilization essence through direct contact. In a high-stakes move to save his life, she bridges the gap and ensures the transfer of the life-saving blood. Isaac's burning orange eyes slowly begin to soften as the volatile magic in his body recedes. The dark, shimmering aura of the curse finally begins to evaporate into the night. Exhausted by the ordeal, the prince's strength fails and he falls into a deep faint. Lily catches him in her arms, holding him steady as the madness of the night finally subsides. She looks down at his sleeping face, realizing she must perfect the stabilization process before the grand party. Catherine watches them from the shadows, her expression unreadable as she witnesses the depth of Lily's resolve. 3 days later, Lily is back in the laboratory, focused intently on brewing a more potent batch of potions. Catherine bursts into the room with a cheerful smile, announcing that the tailored gown for the gala is ready. Lily looks up from her work, surprised that time has moved so quickly since the incident. The maid takes her by the hand, pulling her away from the bubbling cauldron and the scent of herbs. She excitedly mentions that Prince Isaac has prepared a special surprise gift to match her new attire. A gift, Lily repeats, her heart fluttering with a mix of anticipation and lingering worry. Having avoided the prince since that fateful night, Lily finally steps into his presence to see what he has prepared. Isaac stands before Lily, coolly announcing that the dress is complete and ready for her to try on. Lily accepts the news with a grateful nod, while a servant prepares to present a mysterious golden box. She reaches out to open the ornate container, curious about the hidden treasure waiting inside. Her breath hitches as her eyes widen, reflecting the brilliant shimmer of a precious heirloom. Overwhelmed by the sight, she questions if this is truly the emerald from her mother's necklace. Isaac watches her reaction in silence, his sharp gaze softening as he confirms her suspicions. In a quiet memory, Isaac recalls how he secretly swapped the gem for a replica during its forging to protect the original. He believed that despite the need for a decoy, she deserved to keep her mother's genuine legacy. Fearing he might have overstepped, Isaac begins to turn away, wondering if his gesture was misinterpreted. Without warning, Lily throws herself into his arms, surprising the stoic prince with her sudden warmth. She clings to him tightly, weeping with relief because she thought she'd never see this precious memento again. Stepping back with a radiant smile, She tells him that this is the most meaningful gift she has ever received. Isaac remains frozen in place, his composure shaken by the intensity of her gratitude. He reflects on how this girl always approaches him without a hint of fear, despite the danger he represents. Lost in thought, he touches his fingers to his lips, dwelling on the impact of her fearless embrace. He watches her walk away, his expression betraying a growing fascination with the girl who defies his expectations. The scene shifts to the gala, where Countess Celine Hestia makes a breathtaking entrance in a sea of roses. The noble guests whisper excitedly, debating whether the reclusive beauty is here specifically for Prince Isaac. Celine ignores the chatter, scanning the crowded ballroom with an air of cold, focused determination. Richard, the usurper, steps into her path with a mocking smirk, eager to spread rumors about the prince. He crudely suggests that Isaac is currently lost to madness, wandering the wilds like a mindless beast. Attempting to play the gentleman, Richard asks for the honor of the opening dance. Celine responds with an elegant flick of her hand, tossing her fan aside in a clear gesture of rejection. Her voice cuts through the air like ice as she flatly refuses to dance with a common arsonist. The accusation hits Richard like a physical blow, his confident facade crumbling into sheer shock. Whispers ripple through the nearby guests as they recall the devastating fire that plagued the old town. Catching sight of a flashy new arrival, Celine's interest shifts to someone she labels as nouveau riche. She watches with a skeptical smirk as the gaudy newcomer tries to command the room's attention. Duke Roland enters the hall on the arm of an older man, dripping in excessive gold and finery. Richard watches from the sidelines, looking irritated by the presence of someone he claims not to know. Bella approaches Celine with a wide, predatory grin, introducing herself as the first daughter of the Duke of Roland. She spins a web of lies, claiming her sister Lily perished in a fire and left her in charge of the family. Bella leans in close to Richard, boldly asserting her plan to take her sister's place as a bride for the Stewart family. Suddenly, the massive ballroom doors swing open to herald the arrival of the crown prince. A collective hush falls over the room as the royal party makes their way onto the polished floor. Celine's face instantly brightens with a look of pure joy as she spots Isaac entering the hall. Isaac strides forward with regal grace, a stunning woman in a white gown walking confidently by his side. Richard and Bella can only stare in disbelief at the unexpected and breathtaking pair. The nobles are mesmerized by the lady's striking violet eyes and ethereal beauty as she moves through the crowd. Isaac addresses the assembly with a commanding presence, ready to make his grand declaration. He introduces his companion as Lilith Leonia, the last princess of her kingdom and his official fiancé. Lily stands as the center of attention, her ethereal gown shimmering as the crowd realizes she is the prince's chosen one. Gaspies of awe ripple through the ballroom as guests are captivated by the undeniable elegance of the Leonia princess. Bella scoffs with a venomous smile, dismissing Lily's royal lineage as nothing more than a desperate act. The blonde noble watches the drama unfold with a calculated gaze, questioning the validity of Bella's claims. Bella leans in close, whispering a dark secret that she believes will dismantle Lily's reputation once and for all. A sinister smirk crosses the man's face as he decides to sit back and enjoy the impending chaos. Lily turns her attention toward the formidable Countess Hestia, ready to confront the woman who stands in her path. The two women lock eyes in a silent battle of wills, the tension between them thick enough to cut with a blade. Lily maintains a polite facade, mentioning how Isaac spoke of the Countess with great familiarity. Celine hides her irritation behind a lace fan, her eyes narrowing at the mention of the prince. With a gentle smile, Lily delivers a subtle jab, noting that Isaac views the Countess as nothing more than a younger sister. The Countess loses her composure, snapping her fan shut and pinning Lily with a predatory glare. Her voice drops to a threatening low as she openly doubts the legitimacy of Lily's identity. Isaac suddenly steps in, his presence commanding the room as he warns Celine not to disrespect his future wife. Celine bristles with silent rage, her eyes flashing at the public rebuke. Knowing she is outmatched for now, the Countess huffs and creates distance between herself and the royal couple. The golden-haired noble approaches with a mocking greeting, questioning why Isaac has left his secluded fortress. He insults Lily's character, suggesting she is some kind of enchantress who has bewitched the prince. A surge of mana pulses through the air as Lily demands the respect her title deserves. Her eyes glow with a fierce, violet light as she stands tall against the insults thrown her way. Bella continues her assault, mocking the idea of a divine lady binding herself to a man tainted by a curse. Lily's gaze sharpens, her divine energy reacting to the blatant disrespect. Isaac places a firm, grounding hand on her shoulder, signaling that he will handle this confrontation. He addresses the court with cold authority, stating he brought Lily here to silence every pathetic rumor once and for all. Bella flinches as Lily suddenly reaches out, her movements too fast to track. Lily grips Bella's head, her eyes radiating a power that leaves the antagonist paralyzed with fear. She begins to chant an ancient incantation, summoning a brilliant light that envelops them both. Celine watches in disbelief, recognizing the complex spells that only a true Leonia descendant could cast. Bella is left stunned as a crown of vibrant pink flowers blooms atop her head. Lily offers a mocking smile, suggesting that since Bella dressed so loudly, she might as well have the accessories to match. The ballroom erupts into laughter as Bella is transformed into a laughingstock, looking more like a turkey than a noble. Isaac watches with a soft, knowing expression, playing along with the display of divine talent. Lily shines with an aura of purity, convincing the entire room of her saintly nature. Isaac reinforces the lie, claiming her power can purify any darkness and expose any lie. Bella trembles in humiliation, realizing her plan to discredit Lily has completely backfired. The crowd's whispers shift instantly, now comparing Bella's poor manners to the princess's undeniable grace. Leaning in close, Lily reveals to Isaac that the spell is just a clever illusion created by a potion. Bella frantically tries to claw the magical flowers from her hair, desperate to regain her dignity. Lily wears a triumphant grin, knowing exactly how to manipulate her rival's predictable reactions. The blonde noble turns his back on Bella, ordering her to stay away from him after such a public disgrace. Left with nothing but her rage, Bella sees as her status crumbles before her eyes. She tears the flower crown away and tosses it to the floor in a fit of pique. Alone and defeated, Bella flees the ballroom to escape the judgmental stares of the high society. Lily senses an opportunity and informs Isaac that she needs to speak with Bella in private. Isaac looks at her with genuine concern, urging her to remain cautious as she goes after her enemy. As Lily walks away, her departure is watched by the mysterious blonde man from across the room. He maintains a subtle, enigmatic smile while tracking her every move. His gaze lingers on her with a chilling sense of fascination, suggesting he has far deeper plans for the princess. The heavy doors crake open to reveal a secluded balcony bathed in the fading evening light. Bella stands alone, her chest heaving as she tries to process the crushing humiliation she just endured. Her face twists with a venomous rage as she curses the useless Prince Richard for failing to protect her status. In a fit of manic frustration, she scratches at her own skin until blood begins to bead on her fingertips. A dark shadow falls over her features, as she vows to eventually show the world what a true witch looks like. The sudden sound of a familiar voice causes Bella to snap her head around in utter shock. Lily stands before her, looking every bit the divine princess in her shimmering, radiant gown. Seeing the physical state of her rival, Lily's eyes widen and she instinctively covers her mouth in surprise. Bella glares back with narrowed eyes, her expression hardening into a defensive mask of suspicion. Lily ignores the hostility and steps forward onto the balcony, closing the distance between them. With a steady, gentle hand, the princess reaches out toward the bleeding woman. Lily's gaze remains focused and calm, devoid of the mockery Bella expected to find. She carefully begins to wrap a clean bandage around Bella's self-inflicted wounds. Despite the tension, Lily focuses entirely on the task of treating the injury with professional precision. Bella watches her with a look of utter confusion, unable to comprehend this sudden act of care. Every movement Lily makes is a testament to her perfect, ladylike grace and poise. As she finishes the knot, Lily leans in slightly, catching a faint, peculiar scent on Bella's sleeve. She offers a gentle, disarming smile, urging her rival to simply relax for a moment. Bella pulls away aggressively, demanding to know if this is some twisted form of apology for the public disgrace. Lily turns her gaze toward the sky, reflecting on the long-standing blood feuds of their ancestors. The mention of their shared history catches Bella off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Visions of the past flicker by, showing how witches were once hunted and persecuted by those in power. The grim images depict the loss of dignity suffered by women at the hands of arrogant men throughout history. Bella listens intently, her own anger momentarily replaced by the weight of Lily's words. Lily's eyes turn cold as she speaks of the dignity they have both lost to the whims of the nobility. Caught up in the sentiment, Bella agrees that the men who look down on them must eventually pay the price. Suddenly, Lily's demeanor shifts as she grabs Bella's arm and questions if Prince Richard is the one she's targeting. Before Bella can react, Lily's hand moves with lightning speed toward the hidden pocket of her dress. A small, ornate red pouch falls from Bella's person and into Lily's waiting palm. Lily identifies the scent of boiled mandala, confirming that Bella has been using the forbidden puppet potion. The color drains from Bella's face as her secret weapon is exposed so effortlessly. With a sharp snap of her fingers, Lily begins to neutralize the dangerous concoction. A burst of magical energy erupts, dispersing the potion's influence into the night air. The dark, misty remnants of the spell fade away, leaving nothing but a faint trail of smoke. Bella quickly recovers her mask of arrogance, scoffing and denying any knowledge of the potion. Lily stares back with a piercing, silent look that sees right through the transparent lie. She gracefully steps back, acknowledging that while she lacks physical evidence, she knows the truth. Bella remains defiant, her jaw set as she stares down the woman who just outmaneuvered her. Lily briefly lowers her gaze, her mind racing with the realization that Bella is controlling Richard to get to her father. Regaining her composure, she informs Bella that Prince Isaac is waiting for her return. With a final, chilling wish for her rival's health, Lily prepares to depart the balcony. She walks back into the grand hallway, leaving the disgraced woman behind in the shadows. The sound of her footsteps echoes through the empty, opulent corridor as she makes her exit. Lily's expression turns grim as she realizes Bella's desperation has made her truly lethal. She clenches her fist against her dress, knowing she must act quickly to save her father from this conspiracy. Without warning, a gloved hand reaches out from the darkness to intercept her. The hand clamps firmly onto her shoulder, halting her progress through the hallway. Prince Richard emerges from the shadows, pulling Lily into an invasive and unwelcome hole. Lily shoots him a look of pure ice, commanding the prince to behave himself immediately. Richard only tightens his grip, showing no intention of respecting her personal boundaries. He leans in close with a predatory smile, his blue eyes shimmering with a disturbing obsession. Reacting instantly, Lily drives her elbow back into his ribs with enough force to make him gasp. The prince recoils with a sharp hiss of pain, forced to release his hold on the princess. Lily doesn't hesitate for a second, bolting down the corridor as Richard watches her retreat. A dark, twisted grin spreads across Richard's face as he declares that she won't escape him so easily. Lily's heels click rapidly against the marble floor as she tries to put distance between them. In her rush to escape the pursuit, she accidentally bumps into the wall of a turning corridor. She throws open a pair of heavy doors and bursts into a dimly lit chamber, gasping for air. Looking around the unfamiliar room, she realizes with a jolt of panic that she is lost within the palace. The sound of a heavy footfall signals that Richard has already tracked her down. The prince stands in the doorway, slowly adjusting his glove as he claims that Lily is his today. Bella reveals the existence of a secret imperial concoction known as the puppet potion. She explains that even a few drops of this substance can completely enslave anyone who comes into contact with it. The victim quickly loses all sense of reason, spiraling into a state of uncontrollable and mindless indulgence. Prince Richard looms over Lilith, his obsession fueled by the very substance Bella described. In a desperate move to stay grounded, Lilith pricks her finger, letting a single drop of blood counteract the potion's haze. Richard grips the cold metal bars of the room, his predatory focus narrowing on his target. He sneers into the darkness, convinced that the potion has already turned the princess into his mindless servant. The prince steps into the moonlit chamber, taunting his little kitty as his shadow stretches across the marble floor. He sizes up the room with a confident smirk, certain he has his prey cornered. A sudden movement behind the heavy drapes catches his eye, and he lunges forward with a predatory whoosh. He spots a pair of elegant white shoes peeking out from beneath the fabric, confirming his suspicions. A triumphant chuckle escapes him as he prepares to reveal the girl he believes is hiding there. His gloved hand reaches out, snatching at the heavy curtain with aggressive intent. He pulls back the material, only to find a hand already waiting there to meet his gaze. Instead of Lilith, he is met by the cold, candlelit stare of Lady Cynthia. Richard recoils in annoyance, realizing his pursuit has been interrupted by someone he cannot easily intimidate. Cynthia stares him down, reminding him that this is a professional meeting room and not his personal amusement park. Richard leans in close, his aura darkening with malice as he warns her to mind her own business. Unfazed, Cynthia explains that she is preparing the room for the queen and his presence is a direct hindrance to her work. Richard glances back toward the window, still convinced that Lilith is hiding somewhere in the immediate vicinity. He whips the curtain aside completely, desperate to find any trace of the princess he was chasing. The space is entirely empty, save for the shoes he mistook for the princess's presence. He shouts in a fit of rage, demanding to know where she could have possibly disappeared to. Cynthia mocks his dramatic outburst, suggesting he saved the performance for a stage show. Snarling at her to shut up, Richard claims he simply wandered into the wrong room by mistake. He storms out of the chamber in a huff, his frustration boiling over as he leaves the area. Cynthia watches the door settle, her expression remaining stoic as she listens to him depart. Once the hallway is silent, she calls out to the shadows, telling her hidden guest it's safe to emerge. Lilith steps out from her hiding spot, clutching a dagger and a small vial containing the neutralized potion. Cynthia is genuinely surprised to see the girl knew the secret technique of using blood to suppress the potion's effects. Lilith looks away, quietly crediting her mother for providing her with that life-saving knowledge. Cynthia admits the shoe distraction was a clever move that likely saved Richard from a lethal confrontation. A chilling vision flashes of what might have happened, Lilith striking the prince down in a moment of desperate self-defense. Lilith looks up with an analytical gaze, questioning why a high-ranking official like Cynthia would bother helping her. Cynthia turns her back, revealing that Richard's pattern of victimizing others is a recurring stain on the palace. Lilith's eyes widen in horror as she learns the true, dark extent of the prince's history of crimes. Cynthia sets down her candle, explaining that the love potion is an imperial secret she keeps under strict observation. She expresses her utter disgust, labeling Richard a total shame to the entire royal family. Lilith asks the hard question, if he is so vile, why has no one stepped forward to punish him? Cynthia sighs, noting that the king's favoritism protects his son unless a truly massive scandal is exposed. Lilith stands in silence, the weight of the palace's deep-rooted corruption settling on her shoulders. Sensing the queen's imminent arrival, Cynthia begins to remove her outer cloak to assist the girl. She passes the garment to Lilith, insisting that their brief alliance remains strictly between the two of them. Lilith dons the cloak, her resolve hardening as she prepares to slip away into the night. Cynthia stops her for a moment, her eyes fixed on the vial Lilith is still holding tightly. She realizes that the blood in that bottle now contains a concentrated, potent version of the potion's essence. Lilith tucks the vial into her dress, her fingers steady as she prepares for her next move. With a cryptic finger to her lips, the princess makes it clear that her counterplot is just beginning. Meanwhile, a humiliated Richard stalks through the palace, his mind warped by his recent failure. He storms into Bella's quarters, the door creaking loudly as he finds his next target to blame. He pins Bella against the wall, demanding she use her dark magic to lure Lilith back into his grasp. Richard brandishes a vial of the potion, intending to use it as leverage to maintain control over his accomplice. He looms over Bella with a cold intensity, ready to sacrifice her to the queen to cover his own tracks. Richard looms over Bella, pinning her against the balcony as she struggles to maintain her composure. Bella asks with a sharp edge in her voice if the prince is actually threatening her. Richard smirks, brandishing a vial of potion and reminding her that he holds all the cards. He leans in close, whispering a cold reminder of the crimes he's committed, and how he'll shift the blame to her if she refuses to help. Bella desperately grabs his arm, her fingers tightening around his sleeve in a silent plea for him to stop. She looks up at him with wide, tearful eyes, claiming everything she did was only to ensure his happiness. Without a shred of mercy, Richard shoves her aside, sending her tumbling onto the cold stone floor. His eyes glow with a chilling intensity as he demands she bring Princess Lilith back to him immediately. Bella remains slumped on the ground, the weight of his cruelty finally sinking in. She keeps her head low, her expression hidden in the shadows as her resentment begins to boil. Richard roughly grabs her by the hair, forcing her to look up as he demeans her status. Suddenly, Richard's expression freezes as he feels an unnatural shift in the atmosphere. His hand begins to tremble, losing its grip as a strange, paralyzing sensation takes hold of his body. Bella stands up with a haunting smile, asking him to repeat exactly what he thinks she is. Richard's face pales with fear as he realizes he can no longer control his own movements. Bella gazes at him with a look of mock pity, stating that she has known his true nature for a long time. She raises her hand, a faint magical glow emanating from her fingertips as the tables finally turn. A dark, swirling energy surrounds Richard's head, clouding his mind and stripping away his free will. The light in his eyes fades, replaced by the dull, vacant stare of someone completely under a spell. Richard stands motionless, his consciousness fully submerged in the depths of Bella's magic. Bella addresses him by name, testing the strength of the psychological bond she's just forged. Richard responds with a robotic, hollow confirmation, showing he is now fully compliant. She reaches out her hand, demanding that he surrender the vial of potion he was using to blackmail her. The prince leans forward obediently, offering the bottle like a loyal servant to its master. Bella exerts her power on the glass, causing the vial to disintegrate into a puff of purple smoke. The remains of the bottle smash against the floor, shattering the last bit of leverage Richard held over her. Looking down at the kneeling prince, she scoffs at his arrogance for thinking he could ever truly use her. She lifts the hem of her dress slightly, preparing to demonstrate the new hierarchy of their relationship. Bella commands him to perform a demeaning act of submission to prove his absolute loyalty to her. Bella wears a look of pure triumph, relishing the feeling of having the kingdom's prince at her beck and call. Suddenly, a soft rustling sound from the nearby corridor catches her attention, breaking her concentration. Her eyes sharpen with alertness as she senses someone might be watching her from the shadows. She pivots toward the doorway, demanding to know who is lurking out there in the dark. Bella steps into the long, empty hallway, her footsteps echoing through the silent, ornate corridor. She bites her lip in frustration, unable to see anything clearly in the dim light of the palace. Shaking off the unease, she reminds herself that she is the one in control of Richard now. As she returns to the balcony, her nose twitches at a sudden, sweet aroma filling the air. She spots Richard standing over a small, flickering candle that is emitting a strange, thick vapor. Horror dawns on her face as she realizes the scent is far too familiar to be a simple decoration. The candle is knocked over, the flame dancing near the melting wax as the potent scent intensifies. The wax sizzles on the floor, releasing a concentrated dose of the love potion's essence into the room. Bella covers her mouth in shock, wondering how long this trap has been set and who placed it there. Before she can react, Richard lunges forward and pulls her into a tight, inescapable embrace. Driven by the overwhelming fumes, the prince buries his face in her shoulder, completely lost to his senses. Bella panics, realizing that their current predicament looks exactly like a scandalous encounter. Richard is completely unresponsive to her protests, his mind clouded by the artificial attraction of the potion. A close-up reveals the sheer intensity of the trance, showing Richard has lost all connection to reality. He gently strokes her arm, his movements slow and deliberate as the potion takes full effect. Bella finds herself pinned in the embrace, unable to break free as the trap reaches its climax. Meanwhile, back in the brightly lit ballroom, the guests continue their lively chatter, unaware of the drama unfolding nearby. A guest places their hand on a chair, settling back into the festivities as the music plays on. Princess Lilith makes her grand entrance back into the hall, looking radiant and composed in her white gown. A noblewoman approaches her with a bright smile, asking where the princess had disappeared to. Lilith offers a charming, innocent smile, claiming she was simply admiring the beauty of the moon. She mentions the rumors of a spectacular meteor shower, sparking instant curiosity among the surrounding ladies. The group of nobles begins to move toward the exit, eager to witness the celestial event for themselves. Lilith leads the way, her graceful movements drawing the crowd toward the balcony doors. A gentleman steps closer to her side, providing a respectful escort as they approach the terrace. Isaac follows closely behind, his expression serious as he prepares for the inevitable discovery. Lilith gives a small, knowing nod, her eyes reflecting the success of her carefully laid plan. The nobles burst onto the balcony, their excited chatter instantly dying as they see the figures in the dark. The lead noblewoman gasps in disbelief, her hand flying to her mouth at the sight before her. The moonlight illuminates Richard and Bella in a seemingly intimate moment, caught right in front of the witnesses. Both Richard and Bella freeze in shock, their reputations shattered as the entire court looks on in silence. The noblewoman stares in disbelief at the chaotic scene unfolding on the moonlit balcony. Richard and Bella are caught in a compromising position, their faces pale with immediate shock. Lily stands tall, her cold gaze fixed on the pair as the rest of the court looks on in judgment. Bella stammers in a panic, desperately trying to deny the obvious truth of their situation. In a sudden move, Richard violently shoves Bella away to distance himself from the public scandal. He points an accusing finger, shouting that she tried to seduce him using a forbidden love potion. Bella's eyes widen in horror as she realizes the man she manipulated is now turning against her to save himself. The surrounding nobles begin to whisper, recalling dark rumors of Richard's own history with illicit substances. Furious at the growing gossip, Richard bellows for the royal guards to arrest everyone present. Lily remains perfectly composed, advising the prince to stop making a scene and maintain his dignity. Richard snaps at her, his face contorted with rage as he prepares to hurl another insult. The atmosphere shifts instantly as the grand arrival of the Queen is announced to the room. Queen Elena Carter enters with a regal and imposing presence that demands absolute silence. The color drains from Richard's face as he realizes his mother has witnessed his total disgrace. The Queen gazes down at him with pure disappointment, ordering him to stop shaming the royal family. Desperate, Richard falls to his knees and grabs her hem, blaming everything on Bella's tricks. Bella quickly disputes his claim, her voice trembling as she faces the Queen's icy stare. She argues that their relationship was heading toward an engagement, not a magical trap. Cynthia leans in to suggest that the pair be taken into custody for an official trial in the church court. Closing her eyes in shame, the Queen agrees that her son's behavior is beyond defending. The focus shifts to the evidence as the origin of the banned potion is brought to light. Lily turns toward the court, ready to reveal the smoking gun she has been holding in reserve. Bella protests the accusations, her face twisting as the net of the investigation closes around her. Internally, she is reeling, wondering how the bottle she thought she destroyed is still intact. Cynthia holds up the illicit vial, confirming it matches the inventory from the palace pharmacy. Lily notes that Bella was the only person seen near the pharmacy before the bottle vanished. She further implicates Richard, revealing he granted Bella the special clearance to roam the palace. Lily exposes Richard's history, illustrating how he has long used such methods to control those around him. A grim vision appears of the innocent maids who previously fell victim to his manipulative schemes. Bowing before the throne, Lily asks the Queen to finally deliver justice and wipe out the evilness. The Queen and her advisor share a silent, knowing look that signals the end of the debate. Cynthia nods solemnly, noting that the Queen has given the prince far too many chances already. With a simple gesture of her hand, the Queen commands the guards to move in and end the spectacle. The royal guards seize Richard, hauling him away from the balcony as he struggles against them. Driven to a frenzy, Richard snarls that his private affairs are none of their business. He screams at the crowd, claiming his royal status gives him the right to do as he pleases. Lily cuts him off, declaring that a noble's true duty is to lead by example, not abuse power. Bella is struck by the familiarity of those words, her eyes narrowing as she looks at Lily. A memory surfaces of a younger Lily Roland saying the exact same thing years ago. The realization hits Bella like a physical blow as she stares at Lily's unwavering expression. A wicked smile spreads across Bella's face as she recognizes her sister is still alive. She watches the guards drag Richard away, already plotting her next move against her rival. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of the guards' heavy boots comes to an abrupt halt. Richard casts a final, haunting glance over his shoulder, his eyes glowing with a strange light. With a burst of frantic energy, he breaks free from the guard's iron grip. He lunges past the startled soldiers, his target clearly set on the woman who exposed him. In the chaos, a guard realizes with a start that his sword has been snatched from its sheath. Watching the carnage unfold, Bella's grin widens as she hopes for a bloody conclusion to the night. Richard raises the stolen blade high, ready to strike Lily down in a fit of madness. Lily stares up at the descending steel, her eyes wide as her plan takes a lethal turn. Lily braces herself, blocking Richard's lethal strike with a desperate clash of steel. Before the prince can recover, a heavy kick connects with his chest, sending him reeling backward. Her protector steps in instantly, pulling Lily into a firm and protective hold to ensure her safety. He looks down at the disgraced royal with pure contempt, calling him a pathetic loser. With a second, more powerful strike, He launches Richard across the room like a rag doll. The prince skids violently across the stone floor, his momentum finally coming to a halt. Richard looks up, his gaze vacant as an eerie, unnatural glow begins to consume his eyes. From the shadows, Bella's voice ripples with dark energy as she commands him to chew off his own tongue. Lily's expression hardens as she realizes the sheer depravity of the curse being woven before her. She urgently shouts for her companion to stop Bella before she can finish the ritual. On the floor, Richard's struggle becomes gruesome as blood begins to drip from his mouth under the curse's influence. A gloved hand reaches out through the chaos, attempting to intervene in the grisly scene. Richard finally collapses into a heap, completely incapacitated while the man stands over him. The protector's eyes flash with a dangerous red light as he prepares to deal with the true mastermind. Bella gasps in shock as a cold blade is suddenly leveled directly at her throat. The man stares her down, declaring that he has every right to execute her for the attempted murder of a prince. The surrounding nobles whisper in hushed tones, horrified by the accusation leveled against Bella. Despite the blade touching her skin, Bella lets out a defiant, mocking laugh at the threat. Lily steps forward, ordering a full investigation into the drugstore records to prove Bella's guilt. Bella's face twists into a venomous glare, her composure finally beginning to shatter. Maintaining a professional and calm demeanor, Lily offers a small, victorious smile. A dark, unsettling grin spreads across Bella's face as she prepares to play her final card. She leans in, mockingly addressing the woman before her as her dear little sister. Lily's eyes widen in genuine shock, her secret identity finally laid bare by her rival. Shadow falls over Bella's face as she decides that the identity of her enemy no longer matters. With a single, whispered command, she forces everyone to disappear as the man's sword is magically blasted away. The sudden shockwave causes Lily to lose her balance, sending her stumbling toward the balcony edge. Her protector lunges forward to shield her as the sky above begins to rumble with unnatural thunder. Bella stands silhouetted against the violet lightning, her silhouette pulsing with forbidden power. Her eyes burn with a terrifying intensity as she declares she will no longer hide her true self. Queen Elena is quickly ushered to safety by her attendants as the palace begins to shake. Bella laughs maniacally into the storm, claiming that the previous tricks were only the beginning. A massive, intricate magic circle erupts beneath her feet, turning the entire palace into a lethal battlefield. Lily shouts out in disbelief, asking if Bella has completely lost her mind. She watches in horror as the elemental magic reaches a scale that guarantees a death sentence for the caster. Bella levitates into the air, fully embracing her identity as a vengeful witch. She screams her hatred for the arrogant nobility, her face contorted with years of suppressed rage. She coldly reasons that if no witnesses survive the night, her secrets will remain buried forever. Lily stares back, paralyzed by the realization that Bella truly intends to kill everyone present. The price of such magic is paid in blood as the surrounding guards begin to collapse from the strain. Even the queen feels the life force being drained from her body as the spell intensifies. The protector holds Lily close, using his own body to block the shards of debris flying through the air. A sharp fragment grazes his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood across his face. Bella uses her telekinetic grip to lift a heavy broadsword, hovering it menacingly in the air. She points a finger toward her sister, marking Lily as the next target for her wrath. Lily can only watch as the floating blade aligns itself perfectly with her neck. Her companion closes his eyes for a moment, an air of absolute calm settling over him. Lily looks on in confusion as he prepares to make a move of his own. He brings his hand to his mouth, deliberately biting his finger to draw fresh blood. With a focused expression, he runs the blood down the length of his blade. Lily gasps as she recognizes the ancient and holy aura of a Saint Knight's blessing. Bella's scream of triumph dies in her throat as she senses the shift in power. A confident, knowing smile forms on the man's face as he prepares to unleash his true strength. A pillar of brilliant, golden fire erupts from his body, illuminating the entire darkened hall. He stands revealed as the true heir to the Saint's sword, his eyes glowing with the divine light of the Fire Knight Legion. Bella recoils in disbelief at the mention of the legendary Saint Knight Legion. Isaac stands firm, his blade igniting with the holy fire of his lineage as he challenges the witch's resolve. The witch screams that he is a liar while her dark mana swirls into a violent, towering vortex. She launches a massive blast of shadow magic directly at the prince to end the confrontation. Isaac's sword flares with intense heat, preparing to meet the dark onslaught head-on. He charges forward with blinding speed, a streak of light cutting through the gloom. With a powerful swing, he unleashes a wave of purifying flames across the balcony. The collision of magic creates a massive explosion that illuminates the night sky. A thunderous rumble shakes the very foundations of the palace as the two powers collide. Debris and dust clatter across the stone floor in the wake of the devastating impact. Lily shields her face from the biting wind and flying shards of stone. She gasps in surprise as she feels a strong, steady hand suddenly pull her close. Isaac holds her securely, his presence acting as a final line of defense against the chaos. She looks up at him in a daze, barely able to find her voice to address him. He gently places a hand on her head, offering a calming gesture amidst the wreckage. His expression softens as he reassures her that the danger has finally passed. Lily gazes back at him, her purple eyes wide with a mix of shock and newfound realization. On the ground, a defeated Bella mutters in terror that the Saint Knight has truly returned. Isaac decisively pulls back his hand, sheathing his weapon with a sharp metallic click. Standing tall over the courtyard, he coldly declares the battle over and orders the witch to be taken to the dungeons. Queen Elena approaches the scene with her retinue, her expression unreadable and stern. Her advisor bows her head, acknowledging the gravity of the prince's victory. The queen looms over the pair, her presence casting a long, intimidating shadow. Isaac immediately grabs Lily's arm to pull her toward his side. He steps forward to block the queen's path, positioning himself as Lily's personal protector. Lily looks up at his broad shoulders, stunned by his unwavering defensive stance. The queen questions Lily's worth, doubting if a girl who stood helpless could truly be a princess. Her piercing green eyes narrow as she scrutinizes every detail of Lily's appearance. Lily calmly explains that she stepped aside to let the Saint Knight have his moment of glory. She beams a confident smile, publicly declaring her absolute trust in her fiancé's capabilities. She shifts the conversation to the absurd rumors that have been poisoning the court's opinion. Nearby, the gathered nobles whisper among themselves about the monstrous claims they once believed. Lily holds up a finger, playfully dismissing the idea that a wizard could ever wield a saint's sword. The gossip turns instantly, with the nobles now blaming Prince Richard's lies for the confusion. The queen remains silent, processing the swift shift in the political atmosphere. Her advisor leans in to whisper that the couple's actions were witnessed by every noble present. A subtle, knowing smirk plays on the advisor's lips as the plan falls into place. The queen closes her eyes, conceding to the reality of the situation for now. She commands Isaac to take care of his fiancée before turning to make her exit. The royal retinue begins to leave the balcony, their footsteps echoing in the quiet night. Lily offers a respectful salute, thanking the advisor for her timely intervention. The advisor gives a final, sharp look, warning them that the peace will be short-lived. She notes that Isaac is now viewed as the primary threat to the Stewart family's power. Isaac stares into the distance, his eyes reflecting a heavy, unspoken burden. Lily watches him closely, sensing the tension that still lingers in his frame. She reaches out to hold his arm, worriedly asking if she handled the queen incorrectly. Internally, she berates herself for her perceived lack of political tact during the exchange. Isaac turns back to her, sighing as he tells her she is simply being too nervous. Lily's face flushes a bright red as she loudly denies being anxious. A genuine, rare smile breaks across Isaac's face as he looks down at her. Lily stands frozen, completely caught off guard by the warmth in his gaze. Her heart gives a heavy thump as she realizes he just used her name for the very first time. The carriage rattles violently as Lily and Isaac make their way toward the Roland mansion. Lily stares out into the distance, her expression heavy with the weight of the confrontation to come. Isaac slowly opens his eyes, the exhaustion from his recent battle with Bella clearly weighing on him. A sharp flash of orange light flickers in his gaze, a remnant of the Saint Sword's overwhelming power. Sensing his fatigue, Lily turns to him with a worried look and asks if he's truly all right. Isaac maintains a stoic front, claiming he's simply a bit tired and that it's no big deal. Lily isn't convinced, her eyes shimmering with genuine concern for her protector's well-being. She urges him to speak up if he feels unwell, mentioning the many potions she has prepared for him. Isaac dismisses the offer, telling her that her own safety should be her only priority right now. He leans in close to maintain a strictly professional focus on the strategy, reminding her that the Roland family still has dangerous loyalists. His intense stare searches hers, questioning if she is truly ready to face her father in this state. Lily meets his gaze with unwavering resolve, her mind set on the mission ahead. She grips her dress tightly, fueled by the desperate need to save her father from the puppet potion's control. Bathed in moonlight, she declares that she simply cannot afford to wait any longer to take back her home. Isaac looks at her with a soft, supportive expression, acknowledging her internal strength. He closes his eyes and gives his final approval, telling her to proceed and stick to the plan. The carriage comes to a halt, and Lily takes her first decisive step out into the night. She sheds her disguise completely, standing tall in her regal attire as the true princess of Roland. A radiant aura surrounds her as she marches toward the mansion to reclaim everything that was stolen. Isaac watches her from the carriage, his duty as her guardian far from over. His expression turns cold and focused, preparing for any hidden threats that might follow her. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he summons his familiar to keep watch. He commands his crow, Karen, to follow Lily and provide protection from the shadows. Karen looks back at him with skepticism, sensing the physical toll the Saint's sword has already taken on its master. Isaac stands firm at the carriage door, hiding his growing physical strain from his companion. He pulls back his sleeve, revealing a dark, ominous mark spreading across his skin as a side effect of his power. He stares into the darkness, knowing he must endure the pain to ensure Lily's success. Inside the mansion, a lantern crashes to the floor as a terrified maid loses her grip. The woman screams in absolute horror, convinced she's seeing a vengeful spirit in the halls. Lily looms over her like a spectral apparition, wreathed in a chilling blue magical glow. Her eyes burn with an ethereal light as she announces that Lily of the Roland family has returned. The maid trembles uncontrollably, paralyzed by the sight of the supposed ghost standing before her. She collapses into a desperate kneel, begging for her life and claiming Bella is not there. Lily ignores the pleas, looking around the strangely quiet and dimly lit corridor. Her sharp eyes scan the surroundings, sensing that something in the house is deeply wrong. She gazes down an empty hallway, noting the eerie lack of any other servants. The mansion feels like a tomb, devoid of the life that once filled its halls. She demands to know where all of Duke Roland's guards have gone. The maid is so overcome with terror that she promptly faints onto the cold floor. Lily stares down at the unconscious woman, surprised by such an extreme reaction to her presence. With a casual snap of her fingers, she decides to end the theatrical display. The blue illusionary flames dissipate, revealing Lily in her natural form. She pushes open a heavy set of doors, stepping into the deeper, darker recesses of the estate. Lily finds it strange that the maid seems so much older than she remembered. She recalls the woman's panicked face, which was etched with years of unexpected stress. It appeared as though the woman had aged decades in just the short time Lily was gone. Lily cautiously descends a stone staircase, her lantern casting long, flickering shadows against the walls. She holds onto a pillar for stability, moving deeper into the mansion's hidden levels. Finally, she reaches Bella's secret underground lab and pushes the door open. Inside, she spots a hooded figure standing with their back turned toward the entrance. A large cauldron nearby bubbles with a thick, toxic-looking green liquid. Lily wonders if this is a leftover servant or a new dark wizard Bella recruited. She discreetly reaches for her hidden dagger, ready to defend herself if a fight breaks out. She creeps forward through the darkness, keeping her footsteps as silent as possible. Her foot catches an empty glass bottle, sending it clattering loudly across the stone floor. The hooded figure freezes instantly, the sound of the clatter echoing through the lab. As the figure begins to turn around, Lily's heart sinks into her chest. She gasps in shock, her face turning pale as she catches a glimpse of the person under the hood. Her eyes widen in total horror as she realizes the identity of the man stirring the pot. Back in the main hallway, the darkness seems to pulse with a sinister, heavy energy. The maid on the floor weeps in despair, whispering about the lack of a new sacrifice for her lord. Duke Roland reveals himself, wearing a sinister grin while feigning fatherly concern for his daughter. He begins to slide his heavy cloak open, hinting at a dark secret hidden beneath the fabric. The Duke exposes a gruesome blood curse mark etched directly onto his chest. Lily stands her ground, her eyes narrowing as she analyzes the true nature of her father's power. She lets out a sharp command, demanding to know the truth about her mother's fate. The Duke maintains a hollow, unsettling smile as he attempts to deflect her accusations. He trembles while pointing the finger at Bella, but his body language betrays his lies. Lily flashes back to the unnaturally aged maid she encountered earlier in the halls. She recalls the toxic, bubbling green liquid that filled the cauldron in the lab. Her hand reaches out to take a mysterious jar labeled with a protective spell tag. She holds the vessel close, realizing it contains a dark spiritual anchor. Lily lifts the lid, discovering a lock of hair preserved within the white ashes. A look of sheer horror crosses her face as the pieces of the puzzle finally fit together. She realizes that the Duke was never a victim of a puppet potion, but the mastermind behind it all. Dark, shadowy tendrils suddenly erupt from the ground, reaching out for Lily. The shadows whip through the air, catching her completely off guard. The corrupt energy coils tightly around her neck, beginning to strangle her. The Duke stands tall, channeling immense dark energy through a glowing purple shard. His hand sizzles with a magical reaction as the crystal begins to consume his vitality. His gaze turns predatory, revealing a soul that has been completely warped by demonic influence. Lily falls to her knees, the weight of the dark magic pinning her down. She desperately tries to struggle against the tightening magical grip. The Duke looms over her, his shadow swallowing the light as he prepares the final sacrifice. He squats down low, moving the glowing shard closer to her chest to initiate the transfer. He lifts the crystal high, ready to plunge the curse deep into her spirit. The Duke takes a deep breath, severing the surge of power coursing through the room. His face is illuminated by a cold, violet light as the ritual reaches its peak. Lily gasps as the blood curse begins to drain her remaining strength. Suddenly, the purple crystal shatters into a dozen jagged pieces. Karen the Crow is suddenly seized by the magical tendrils mid-flight. The Duke shrugs off the interference, keeping the familiar pinned with ease. He looks up in surprise as a new, overwhelming presence enters the basement. A monstrous silhouette steps through the doorway, casting a long, terrifying shadow. Isaac appears, his eyes glowing with a demonic red light and his hands turned into lethal claws. The Duke recoils, his eyes bulging as he recognizes the transformed crown prince. Isaac looks down at the Duke with a gaze devoid of any human mercy. With a voice like thunder, Isaac sentences the Duke to death for his crimes. Lily turns around in shock, barely able to process the violent shift in the room. She watches with wide, trembling eyes as the final blow is dealt. Lily huffs for air as the dark magic finally dissipates and releases her. She slowly rises from the floor, looking at the pool of blood left in the wake of the battle. Tears overflow as she cries out in a mix of grief and confusion. She looks up at the blood-spattered figure standing before her, barely recognizing her friend. Isaac speaks with a cold, jagged tone that sounds completely foreign. He turns around, his single visible eye burning with an intense, supernatural flame. Lily rushes forward and grabs his blood-stained arm, refusing to let him descend further into darkness. She pleads with him to stop, her voice breaking as she searches for the man she knows. She closes her eyes, leaning against his arm as she begs him to wake up from this nightmare. Isaac stops dead in his tracks, his murderous gaze flickering with a hint of recognition. A vision of their past, peaceful moments flashes through his mind like a beacon. He remembers the warmth and light that Lily has always brought into his life. Lily looks up, her face a mask of sorrow as she waits for any sign of his humanity. Isaac reaches out and gently strokes her cheek with his clawed hand, showing a trace of his old self. Lily's eyes widen as she feels the sudden change in his demeanor. He carefully places the injured crow back onto the ground. Isaac pulls Lily into a tight embrace, shielding her from the horrors surrounding them. He lifts his hand to rest protectively against the back of her head. He holds her tight, providing a silent promise of safety amidst the ruins of the mansion. Isaac leans in close, whispering that he never wants to see her this sad ever again. Isaac stands before a crackling hearth, reflecting on the weight of his family's legacy. A hand reaches for the glowing saint sword, accepting the heavy burden of the hair. He pledges to wield the blade for peace, his eyes burning with resolve. A radiant vision of Lily appears, her presence a stark contrast to the surrounding shadows. Suddenly, Isaac jolts awake in bed, gasping for air as the dream fades. Lily leans over him with tearful eyes, her face lighting up with relief. He stares at her in a daze, momentarily lost between memory and reality. Realizing the closeness, Lily quickly pulls her hand away, her cheeks flushing. She looks down bashfully, unable to meet his confused gaze. Without another word, she rushes out of the room in a flurry of silver hair. Isaac sits up slowly, bewildered by her sudden departure. He clutches his head, struggling to piece together the chaotic events of the battle. Dark fragments of his memory begin to resurface, clouding his mind. A haunting image of his demonic transformation and the Duke's end flashes before him. He grips the sheets tight, horrified by the monster he became. Isaac covers his face, questioning if his motives for saving her were truly pure. He envisions Lily surrounded by light, wondering if he deserves to stand by her. His hand drops in despair, fearing he has permanently damaged her trust. A maid enters the room, her face beaming at the sight of him awake. She informs him that he has been unconscious for an entire week. Isaac is stunned, realizing how long his body took to recover from the corruption. The maid describes the terrifying scene of them returning covered in blood. He immediately asks about Karen's condition, worried for his familiar. She looks puzzled, assuring him the bird is perfectly fine. Isaac closes his eyes in a silent prayer of thanks for their safety. A soft, genuine smile touches his lips as he thinks of Lily's survival. He asks for Lily's whereabouts, only to find she has just left for the cemetery. His expression hardens when he hears she is preparing for a funeral. The maid explains that the Duke's crimes were exposed, clearing Lily of all charges. Isaac throws back the covers, determined to join her despite his fatigue. He calls for his maid to assist with his immediate preparations. Standing tall, he demands his royal suit and scepter to be ready. White lilies are placed upon a coffin, marking a somber farewell. Lily stands alone before the graves, a solitary figure in the vast cemetery. She wears a dark mourning veil, her eyes cold and distant. Nearby nobles whisper about the inheritance she is set to receive. She stands firm against the wind, offering a final prayer for her mother. Lily closes her eyes, hoping her father finds repentance in the afterlife. A woman from the court approaches, delivering news of the burial restrictions. Lily accepts the decree with a stoic nod, showing no emotion. She is informed that the Roland family assets are temporarily frozen. Onlookers pity the young heiress as the royal family asserts control. Lily shakes her head, ready to sever ties with her traumatic past. Tears escape her eyes as she prepares to make a final declaration. She announces her intent to renounce her family name forever. Isaac's sudden appearance catches her off guard, causing her to tremble. He moves forward with purpose, unfastening his heavy royal cloak. Isaac drapes the garment over her shoulders, providing warmth and protection. He gently lifts the lace of her veil to look her in the eyes. Lily gazes up at him, shocked by his presence and his touch. Before the crowd, Isaac swears to grant her a portion of his own lands. The gathered nobles react with an audible uproar at the prince's offer. Cynthia stares in disbelief, questioning the weight of such a massive gift. Lily steps back, protesting that he shouldn't take responsibility for her loss. She shakes her head, insisting the Duke's fate was not his fault. Isaac places a finger to her lips, silencing her protests with a soft gaze. He smiles warmly, urging her to accept his protection without guilt. His eyes flash with a hidden intensity, vowing to stay by her side. Isaac walks away from the chapel, his gait heavy with the weight of the recent funeral. Lily rushes after him, her voice desperate to catch his attention before he disappears. She follows closely behind, questioning the sudden and massive gift of land he just bestowed upon her. Her eyes search his face, looking for any sign of the man she knows behind that stoic mask. Isaac's gaze remains fixed and cold, as if he is fighting an internal battle he cannot win. He stops abruptly, his hand tightening around the silver handle of his cane. He gently tilts her chin up, forcing her to meet his intense, troubled stare. With a soft expression, he expresses his gratitude that she didn't humiliate him by refusing the gift in front of the nobles. Lily shakes her head firmly, insisting she cannot possibly accept such valuable property. She reminds him of her fallen status, claiming she is nothing more than a lonely girl left with nothing. Isaac draws her closer, ready to tell her exactly what she still means to his future. Suddenly, a sharp, agonizing jolt strikes his heart, causing his ornate cane to clatter onto the stone floor. He loses his balance and collapses forward, falling directly into Lily's startled embrace. Isaac winces in unbearable pain, his breath hitching as the demonic corruption surges through his veins. Horrified, Lily screams for help, her voice echoing through the empty hallway. She quickly unfastens his heavy cloak, only to find the dark, vein-like marks of the moon's shackle spreading across his neck. Catherine rushes to the scene, responding to the urgent summons as the prince's condition turns dire. The maid looks on in confusion when Lily orders them to take him to the warmest room in the palace for an immediate treatment bath. They reach the palace bathhouse, where thick steam swirls around the grand, ornate pillars. Isaac sits in the water, the demonic corruption now visible across his entire chest and shoulders. Lily stays by his side, gently wiping his damp skin as she worries about the rapid spread of the marks. She turns to Catherine, urgently checking if the medicinal herbs have been prepared yet. Catherine explains that the specific quantity required is proving difficult to source on such short notice. Determined to save him, Lily prepares to leave the room to personally pressure the servants into moving faster. The sweltering heat of the bathhouse begins to take a toll on her, making her breath come in short, labored gasps. Finding it hard to breathe in the humid air, she instinctively reaches to loosen the collar of her dress. She pauses for a moment to tenderly stroke Isaac's hair, whispering for him to hold on just a little longer. Sensing her touch, Isaac's eyes flutter open, his glowing irises locking onto her with a hazy intensity. Lily freezes, her breath catching as she sees the supernatural hunger reflected in his gaze. Before she can react, Isaac's hand shoots out of the water, firmly gripping her wrist. With a sudden, powerful surge of strength, he pulls her toward the edge of the pool. He draws her face close to his, the distance between them vanishing in an instant. Lily's eyes widen in absolute shock as she realizes the extent of his delirium. The force of his pull sends her splashing into the water, completely submerging her lower half. Trembling, she looks at him and asks if this is the overwhelming urge for blood he mentioned before. She looks away, a deep blush creeping onto her face from the intensity of the close contact. Isaac leans in, his face hovering just inches from her neck as the demonic aura intensifies. His eyes glow a predatory red, signaling that the corruption is momentarily taking control of his senses. He bares his sharp fangs, the primal instinct to feed nearly overwhelming his resolve. Suddenly, Isaac snaps back to his senses and pushes her away with all his remaining strength. He retreats to the far side of the pool, calling himself a monster for even thinking of harming her. After all, she's lost. Isaac clutches his face in shame, the guilt of his transformation weighing heavier than the physical pain. Lily refuses to let him suffer alone, reaching out to cradle his face and offer him comfort. Their eyes meet in a silent moment of understanding, her turquoise gaze clashing with his fiery red. He leans into her palm, finally allowing himself to find a moment of peace in her presence. He holds onto her dress tightly, drawing her into a tender, protective embrace amidst the rising steam. As they share a deep, emotional connection, Lily realizes this isn't just about his curse, but a profound bond of love and shared grief. In the quiet warmth of the palace bath, Isaac and Lily share a moment of profound emotional vulnerability. Lily reaches out, her hand gripping his shoulder with a desperate, grounding intensity. The sudden clatter of a potion bottle shattering against the floor breaks the heavy silence. Lily's eyes widen in sheer shock as the sound echoes through the chamber. She immediately pulls away, her heart racing from the unexpected and jarring interruption. Both turn their gaze toward the entrance, where the maid Catherine stands frozen in the doorway. Catherine quickly recovers, offering a sheepish apology for her supposedly clumsy mistake. Flustered and overwhelmed, Lily insists that there is no need for further assistance at this moment. She hurriedly climbs out of the water, her movements frantic and unsure. Without a second glance, Lily rushes past the maid to find a change of clothes and escape the tension. She bursts through the grand doors, desperate to leave the suffocating atmosphere of the room behind. Catherine watches her go with a calculating look, questioning if Lily even knows which medicine she was supposed to retrieve. Leaning against the cold stone of the hallway, Lily struggles to catch her breath and steady her nerves. Her mind spirals as she realizes she completely lost focus on her professional duties during that intimate moment. Exhausted by the emotional upheaval, she sinks to the floor in the empty, silent corridor. She clutches her burning cheeks, wondering if Isaac's feelings for her could truly be genuine. However, a nagging sense of dread tells her that something about the prince's behavior was fundamentally wrong. She remembers his previous loss of control and realizes the curse must be taking a much heavier toll than he lets on. Inside the bath, Catherine strikes a match, the small flame flickering to life in the dim room. She stares at the flame with a chillingly neutral expression, before slowly extinguishing the match. The maid carefully places a scented candle by the edge of the water to begin her own treatment. She assists a weary Isaac into his robe, acting as his sole confidant in this moment of physical weakness. Isaac lifts his arm, revealing the dark, spider-like veins of the curse creeping further up his skin. He knows that once these marks consume his entire body, his life will reach its inevitable, cursed end. He sits dejectedly on the edge of the bath, the weight of his mortality pressing down on his shoulders. Catherine stands behind him like a silent guardian, her smile hiding her true, dark intentions. Isaac asks with a heavy heart if Lily is aware of how rapidly his condition is deteriorating. He looks away, determined to keep her from the burden of witnessing witnessing his certain death. He convinces himself that Lily only stays by his side out of a sense of obligation and gratitude. Catherine's expression darkens as she finds his self-sacrificing delusions incredibly amusing. She reaches out to stroke his hair, her touch both soothing and strangely sinister. Leaning in close to his ear, she prepares to shatter his misconceptions about the young woman. She whispers that what Lily feels isn't guilt, but a deep and fatal love. Catherine looms over him, her gaze piercing as she explains the danger of such emotions for a woman like Lily. Isaac stares back in disbelief, unable to fathom that Lily could truly care for him in such a way. As his demonic eye flares with inner turmoil, Catherine asks if he is prepared to sacrifice his own cure for her sake. She watches him closely, her one visible eye full of cold, predatory calculation. Suddenly, the world begins to spin for the prince as a strange, drug-induced lethargy takes hold. Isaac collapses into Catherine's lap, completely unconscious as the candle continues to burn. A triumphant, dark smile spreads across the maid's face as her manipulation succeeds perfectly. She reaches for the glass containing the burning candle with a steady hand. With a single, sharp breath, she blows out the flame, leaving the chamber in shadows. She gently caresses the sleeping prince's head, comparing his tragic devotion to that of his late mother. Isaac remains trapped in a forced slumber, unaware of the betrayal taking place right above him. A soft knock at the door signals Lily's tentative return to the inner chamber. She cautiously pushes the door open, looking for the man she was just caring for. Catherine blocks her path at the entrance, maintaining a professional but firm stance to guard the room. The maid lies with a pleasant smile, claiming the prince has simply retired to rest in the inner chamber. Lily is taken aback, confused that he could fall asleep so abruptly after their shared moment. She looks away, feeling a sudden pang of hurt and rejection at his apparent indifference toward her. Catherine then moves to deliver a final, devastating blow to Lily's remaining hopes. She falsely claims the prince has ordered Lily to return to her family mansion within 3 days. Lily stands frozen in the dim light, heartbroken by the command to forget everything they ever shared. Lily stands alone, her heart sinking as she wonders if Isaac is truly trying to cast her aside. Behind her, Catherine watches with a cold, calculated gaze, masking her malice with a hollow suggestion to simply move on. Lily's expression hardens into a mask of silent sorrow as she tries to process the weight of this sudden rejection. The heavy doors creak shut, sealing the distance between them and leaving Lily alone with her mounting doubts. Dark thoughts swirl in her mind as she contemplates if this isolation is truly meant to protect her reputation from the royal spotlight. Suddenly, a flash of intuition strikes her eyes, sparking a terrifying new realization. Her pupils tremble with fear as a new possibility hits her. Isaac isn't pushing her away, he's in grave danger. Desperation takes over as Lily begins to hammer her fists against the unyielding wood of the door. She cries out for him, her voice cracking as she begs to be let in to see the man she loves. Without warning, a protective seal erupts across the door's surface, glowing with a hostile red light. The force of the spell throws Lily backward, her body recoiling from the sudden magical backlash. Her eyes well with tears as the stinging pain of the rejection and the physical burn of the magic begin to sink in. She looks down at her reddened, trembling hands, realizing that even the door itself has been turned into a weapon against her. Clenching her fists against her dress, she wishes more than anything that she could simply share the burden of his agony. Shadows of despair loom over her as she questions what could possibly be happening to him to cause such a drastic separation. Steeling her resolve, she grips her own hand, refusing to let this be the end of their story. A single tear escapes as she closes her eyes, finally admitting the truth of her feelings to herself. She remembers the noble image of Isaac, her heart swelling with an unwavering declaration of love. Inside the room, a pair of sharp eyes snap open, piercing through the darkness. Isaac's gaze is filled with a mixture of exhaustion and alertness as he returns to consciousness. He looks up to find Catherine standing over him, tray in hand, acting as if nothing is wrong. Confusion turns to fury as Isaac realizes he is bound, demanding that she unbind him immediately. Catherine remains unmoved, setting the tray down with a clinical detachment as she claims this is for his own benefit. Isaac turns his head away in disgust, unable to believe the audacity of his supposed servant. Catherine leans in close, her presence suffocating as she mocks his perceived obsession with Lily. She points to the sickening purple veins of the curse snaking across his chest, proof that his holy power is backfiring. Her gaze is cold and clinical as she recounts the dark magic currently eating away at his life force. With a chilling smile, she reveals her true plan. Lily isn't just a tool, she is the final sacrifice required to save him. Isaac snarls in rage, his voice echoing through the room as he commands her to shut her mouth. Catherine's expression remains hauntingly blank, her eye patch hiding the depths of her betrayal. She envisions Lily as a sacrificial lamb surrounded by flowers, destined to be used to break the unbreakable shackle. Lifting Isaac's chin with a mocking tenderness, she insists that using Lily's blood is the only way to prevent his body's rejection. Isaac strains against his bonds, the heavy chains clanging loudly as he fights against his own physical weakness. He glares up at her, his eyes burning with defiance despite the warning that using his power will kill him. He flatly rejects the horrific proposal, vowing that he will never accept Lily sacrificing her life for his sake. Catherine stares down at the top of his head, seemingly unfazed by his outburst. A sinister, wide grin spreads across her face, revealing her delight in the psychological game she is playing. Isaac looks on in shock as she hints that Lily might already be on her way to make that very choice. Catherine's smile stays fixed as she mentions the subtle breadcrumbs she left for the girl to follow. She looks forward to seeing exactly how far Lily's devotion will go when the stakes are life and death. Meanwhile, Lily sits poised in her carriage, her expression resolute, as she prepares to cross a line no noble lady ever should. The massive, sun-drenched facade of the Moon Kingdom's church towers over them, a beacon of faith and fear. The two women make their way through the echoing silence of the cathedral's main hall. They transition into the dim, claustrophobic corridors that lead deep beneath the holy grounds. Lily peers into the shadows, her resolve tested by the grim reality of the path ahead. They stop before a massive stone pillar, the site where the life of Lily's sister, Bella, was violently snuffed out. The high priestess stands before the sacred pillar, questioning Lily's resolve to perform the dangerous ritual for the prince. She offers Lily a final chance to commune with the restless ghosts trapped within the ancient stone. The warning is clear. While the spirits may hold the secret to breaking the moon's shackle, the risk is absolute. If Lily falters, she won't find answers. She will simply be devoured and become one of the many souls haunting the pillar. Lily's gaze remains sharp and unwavering, her mind already made up despite the looming threat. With a stoic expression, she officially requests that the ritual proceed, placing Isaac's life above her own safety. She lets out a heavy, final sigh, steeling her spirit for the trial ahead. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts from Lily's hands as the supernatural ceremony begins. In a flash, the scene shifts to a memory of a young Isaac calling out into the quiet halls of the palace. The young boy turns around, his golden eyes searching for the source of an approaching presence. Out of the shadows, an imposing figure emerges, leading a small girl by the hand toward the prince. Isaac's father commands him to come near, introducing the child as a new addition to their household. The Duke firmly holds his cloak while explaining that this young girl is named Catherine. The two children stand face to face, a meeting that would eventually change the course of history. Young Catherine stares back with wide, shimmering eyes that mask any hint of her future betrayal. Young Isaac looks on with a neutral, observant expression, weighing the arrival of his new companion. The prince shakes his head, insisting that he has no need for an extra personal servant in his life. However, his father reveals that Catherine is a helpless orphan with no family left to care for her. The Duke coldly turns to leave, informing Isaac that he has his own matters to attend to. Left alone in the courtyard, the young prince stands tall, already burdened by the weight of his royal status. Catherine reaches out, gently pulling on Isaac's sleeve to capture his attention. She timidly asks if she is permitted to call him Prince Isaac, seeking to establish a bond. A bright, innocent smile spreads across her face, a far cry from the woman she has become. Back in the present, that same face twists into a dark, calculated smirk as Catherine revels in her control. Isaac strains against his heavy metal shackles, demanding to know what lies she fed to Lily. Catherine explains with a chilling calm that Lily's love would naturally drive her to seek the church's forbidden help. She looms over the bound prince, detailing how Lily is currently undergoing the same lethal ritual his mother once performed. Deep in the catacombs, a terrifying skeletal ghost is summoned through a portal of crackling blue energy. Isaac's body tenses with pure desperation as he realizes the mortal peril Lily is in. A massive explosion of golden light erupts from Isaac's body as he forcefully manifests his Saint Knight power. The sheer pressure of the golden aura slams into Catherine, forcing her to brace herself against the wind. She shouts a warning, knowing that using such power in his current state will only accelerate his death. Isaac's eyes remain fixed on her with lethal intent, proving he is willing to sacrifice everything to save Lily. He commands Catherine to release him immediately, his voice echoing with the authority of a desperate man. The purple veins of the curse spread rapidly across Isaac's chest as he threatens to take everything Catherine loves. Catherine remains unfazed, arguing that his reckless interference will only make Lily's situation more dire. Her hand fumbles behind her back, searching for a tool to maintain her leverage over the situation. She lifts a golden family crest high, revealing she has already issued orders to the guards in Isaac's name. Her eyes go cold as she threatens to have the Stewart family completely destroy the Rolands if he resists. Isaac is struck with total shock, realizing the sheer scale of the trap Catherine has laid for him. The golden light of his power begins to vanish, extinguished by the weight of her political threats. Isaac falls back into his seat, the last of his resistance dissipating into the air. He looks down in complete despair, unable to comprehend the cruelty behind Catherine's actions. A sharp, mocking smile plays on Catherine's lips as she enjoys the prince's total defeat. She leans in close to the broken man, telling him she wants him to witness exactly how pathetic love can be. Catherine whispers a final, chilling reminder of his mother's death, forcing Isaac to relive his darkest trauma. To initiate the ghost ritual, Lily's soul begins to drift away from her physical form in a shimmering display of light. She slowly opens her eyes within the void realm of the sacred pillar, her consciousness fully detached from the material world. Standing amidst a sea of stars, she observes the ethereal landscape, knowing she must ignore the many distractions of this realm. A vision of the legendary Night Queen Aranto appears, representing the ancient knowledge required to the moon's shackle. Without warning, dark, viscous spirits begin to disgorge themselves from the depths of the void. These shadow entities crawl toward her with hollow eyes, whispering hungrily for a living soul to claim. Multiple spectral hands reach out from the darkness, surrounding Lily as she realizes the true danger of the ritual. Suddenly, a firm hand grabs her wrist, shocking her out of her defensive stance. She turns to find Isaac standing before her, looking perfectly calm despite the chaotic surroundings. Lily gasps his name in total disbelief, her eyes wide as she tries to process his presence in this realm. Isaac looks at her with deep concern, questioning why she has put herself in such a perilous position. He pulls her into a tight, protective embrace, claiming he has been searching for her for a long time. Leaning against his chest, Lily looks up at him with a blush, desperate to believe that this is the real Isaac. Isaac maintains a steady gaze, telling her to ignore Catherine's lies and focus only on him. Lily searches his face, wondering if his previous avoidance was truly just a result of the curse. He leans in close, whispering his desire to be by her side at every possible moment. Overwhelmed by the intensity of his words, Lily begins to close her eyes and surrender to the comfort. Her eyes snap open as the illusion takes full hold, suddenly shifting the void into a quiet, private bedroom. She feels the weight of the figure pressing down on her as the dream-like scenario intensifies. In this fabricated reality, they are positioned together on a bed, isolated from the rest of the world. Lily looks up at him, her mind clouded by the sudden and uncharacteristic closeness of the prince. Isaac cradles her face with a soft expression, pleading with her not to turn him down because of how much he has missed her. Trying to maintain a professional distance, Lily pushes against him and insists that this is not the right time for such behavior. He gently catches her hands, refusing to let her break the connection they've established in this dream. Isaac places a respectful kiss on the back of her hand, framed by an aura of blooming flowers. Lily's heart thumps audibly in her chest as a deep blush spreads across her entire face. He sits back slightly, asking her if she will officially be his girl when the current crisis is finally over. Lily can only stare back at him in a daze, repeating his words as if she's lost in a dream. The figure confirms his feelings, stating that he has eyes only for her. Suddenly, Isaac's face twists into a dark, distorted grin as the entity reveals its hunger for her soul. Still caught in a heavy trance, Lily begins to murmur that she also harbors a crush on him. In the reality of the void, the dark shadow looms over a panting Lily, nearly succeeding in its deception. The creature grabs her once more, urging her to complete the verbal contract and give herself over to him. The shadow form of Isaac towers over her, demanding that she finally say she belongs to him. A sudden burst of energy pierces through the imposter's chest, causing it to cough up a dark, spectral fluid. Lily recovers her focus, gasping for air as she identifies the entity as nothing more than an evil ghost. A hidden exorcism spell suddenly activates, shattering the fake Isaac into 1,000 glowing fragments. Lily stands tall and defiant, scolding the spirit for thinking a man as restrained as the real Isaac would ever make such a frivolous promise. She shakes her head firmly, declaring that there is no way she would ever become a puppet for a wandering soul. The ghost retreats into a cloud of darkness, mocking her for not even knowing the true form of the person she desires. Lily blushes a bright crimson when the entity reveals that the entire romantic scenario was just a projection of her own subconscious. She demands to know the creature's true nature, questioning if it is a dead witch or some kind of parasitic beast. The dark energy spreads out violently as the creature screams for her to shut up, clearly agitated by her questions. Lily's eyes widen in shock as she makes a sudden, terrifying connection regarding the entity's true identity. Legends tell of the terrifying Shadow Oranto, whose defeat cost the kingdom its entire military might. The monstrous entity swings its massive limbs, warning Lily to stay away from the cursed woman. Lily stares back at the shifting mass, realizing the mere mention of a name strikes fear into this spirit. Within the depths of her glowing eyes, she begins to perceive the entity's hidden truth. The shadow figure looms, asking if she has ever heard of the moon's shackle. It mocks her current state, claiming she is helpless without Leonia's specific purifying aura. Lily counters with a confident smirk, noting the spirit's suspicious knowledge of curses in history. The massive silhouette demands to know what price she can possibly offer for its assistance. It lists the potential costs her body, mind, or luck, while Lily remains unfazed. Her gaze sharpens as she focuses her power on the spectral threat before her. Suddenly, a heavy magical cage descends from the void, trapping Lily with a metallic clang. She looks up at the bars, her expression turning serious, as the trap seals shut. The crown of the cage ignites with a brilliant, ominous blue light. The spirit declares that within the hour, her soul will be harvested as nourishment. Lily identifies the soul-devouring cage, realizing the spirit has already exhausted its main power. The shadow grips the bars tightly, boasting that its true identity remains a permanent mystery. Looking down calmly, Lily informs the creature that the answer to its riddle is obvious. The dark entity's face contorts in a sudden wave of genuine concern. With absolute authority, Lily speaks its true name: Kraken, the sea demon. The magical structure begins to fracture under the weight of her revelation. Shards of the cage disintegrate, falling away into the surrounding darkness. A violent explosion of energy tears through the void as the spirit's disguise fails. Lily braces herself against the roaring winds of the magical backlash. She stands her ground, watching as the smoke clears to reveal the entity's true form. The defeated spirit collapses onto the ground, its power completely shattered. A man with aquatic features gasps for air, cursing his sudden loss of strength. Lily leans over him, explaining that an exposed spirit can no longer harm a human. demon. She stands tall, asserting that his ability to trap her has been permanently nullified. The sea demon glares upward, visibly frustrated by his total loss of leverage. Lily recounts his tragic past as a discarded knight who died on the western battlefield. She describes the grim fate of his remains, displayed as a trophy by the church. He asks what she hopes to gain by bringing up these painful memories. Lily offers a chillingly sweet smile, implying she knows exactly how to use his bones. The demon's face pales as he realizes he is now at her complete mercy. He screams in comedic terror, realizing his existence is on the line. He begs her to stop, terrified of becoming the weakest entity in the void. Lily maintains her pleasant expression, while securing his total cooperation. He explains that his former master's soul remains dormant, making her hard to find. He offers to dive into her consciousness to retrieve the witch's hidden collections. He looks at her with a professional focus, ready to fulfill his end of the bargain. Lily weighs his offer, her profile illuminated by the faint starlight. She thanks him warmly, her relief manifesting as a bright, floral aura. The demon observes her, commenting on the incredible luck of the man she loves. He turns to leave, his silhouette fading back into the deep shadows. He urges her to wait patiently, promising to return with what she needs. Lily's eyes widen in shock as she hears his cryptic parting words. He looks back one last time, asking if she truly knows the history of this place. A dark portrait reveals Lady Stewart, the last person to attempt this dangerous ritual. The demon warns that the previous family was destroyed by these very same sacrifices. Catherine tauntingly brings up the tragic fate of Isaac's mother, Lady Sharon, hoping to break his spirit. A grim flashback reveals the late lady in a dark hall, where she once sought forbidden power to aid her husband on the battlefield. The ritual's price was far too high, leaving her a hollow shell trapped behind iron bars by the very man she loved. Catherine sneers at the concept of love, labeling it a pathetic weakness that only leads to stupidity and death. Isaac remains silent, his face obscured by heavy shadows as he absorbs her venomous words. He finally speaks up to challenge her worldview, catching the maid completely off guard with his defiance. Catherine leans in close, demanding he repeat his words to her face. In a sudden explosion of strength, Isaac shatters his heavy metal shackles with a deafening clang. Before she can react, he lunges forward and seizes her arm with a crushing, authoritative grip. With a violent motion, he slams Catherine into the floor, the impact echoing through the silent room. He looms over her, pinning her down to ensure she can no longer manipulate the situation. He holds her wrists tight, swearing he will never follow in his father's cold-blooded footsteps. His resolve is absolute as he refuses to view Lily as a mere tool for his survival. Catherine stares up at him, bewildered that he has been hiding such strength all along. She screams in desperation, claiming her betrayal was merely a loyal act to save his life. Isaac's gaze remains frigid as he listens to her frantic justifications. Her hand falls limp against the carpet as the weight of her failure sets in. Isaac stands up, looking down on the woman who claimed to be his faithful servant. He exposes her true motives, accusing her of imprisoning him out of a selfish desire for possession. Catherine's expression twists as her carefully crafted facade begins to crumble. A memory surfaces of Catherine watching from the shadows, her heart consumed by envy for Lily. Isaac towers over her, stating she only mocks love because she is terrified of her own feelings. He forces her to face the truth, claiming her actions are driven by a forbidden obsession with him. The realization hits Catherine like a physical blow, her iris trembling in shock. She lets out a sharp, bitter ha as the tension in the room reaches its breaking point. Her laughter turns hysterical, a mask for the deep-seated pain she's carried for years. Shaking, she begins to pull herself up from the floor to confront him once more. She reminds him that she has been the keeper of his darkest secrets since childhood. A flashback shows Catherine as the only one who comforted him during his agonizing curse. She cries out in rage, demanding recognition for being the only person truly by his side through the hardships. Tears finally spill over as she laments the cruel reality of her social standing. She recalls years of service, knowing she could never legally be the woman by his side. Catherine leans into him, mourning that her humble origins have doomed their future. Isaac shows no mercy, coldly pulling his hand away from her touch. Devastated, she wipes her eyes, her world collapsing around her. Isaac looks down at her with pity, stating that class was never the real obstacle between them. He prepares to reveal a secret that will change everything they thought they knew. He leans in and whispers the truth, causing Catherine's heart to skip a beat in terror. The word sister echoes in her mind, her eyes widening in pure, unadulterated horror. She recoils violently, stumbling back as the weight of their shared bloodline hits her. Catherine collapses to the floor, her spirit completely broken by the revelation. Tears stream down her face as she asks how long he has known their dark secret. Isaac sighs, admitting he suspected the truth from the very first day they met. The empty, broken chains on the floor serve as a grim reminder of his lost confinement. Without another word, the prince turns to leave the distraught woman behind. Catherine frantically asks where he could possibly be going in his weakened state. Isaac firmly states his intention to head to the church and rescue Lily from the void. She warns him that Lily is likely already lost and that he's risking his life for nothing. Isaac doesn't even look back, his resolve completely unshakable. He offers a faint, melancholic smile, accepting his own mortality for the sake of the woman he loves. He envisions Lily surrounded by light, ready to pay any price to ensure her safety. Even if he sees himself as a monster, he is determined to protect her bright future. He asks Catherine one final favor, to help him draft his last will and testament. Suddenly, the heavy doors are kicked open with a thunderous boom that rattles the room. Isaac turns toward the entrance, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden intrusion. Standing there in a stunning gown is Lily herself, alive and more powerful than ever. Lily stands at the entrance of the dungeon, her eyes wide as she takes in the chaotic scene before her. She observes the cold stone walls and the heavy chains, wondering why Isaac and Catherine are in such a wretched place. Isaac looks up, his expression a mix of shock and pure disbelief at the sight of the woman he thought was lost. Lily runs closer to him, explaining that she searched every corner of the castle after finding his bedroom empty. Her voice turns sharp as she demands to know why he was talking about preparing a final will. Isaac reaches out a trembling hand, still struggling to process that she is standing right in front of him. He pulls her into a desperate, crushing embrace, as if afraid she might vanish into thin air again. He whispers into her shoulder, his voice cracking as he realizes she truly is alive. Lily gently shakes her head, assuring him that the malevolent spirits failed to cause her any harm. Suddenly, a dark, corrupted energy begins to spread across Isaac's face in jagged purple veins. The strain of the curse becomes too much, and he faints directly into Lily's arms. His body loses all strength, hitting the dungeon floor with a heavy, sickening thud. As he pants for breath, his hand begins to transform into a massive, fur-covered claw. Lily screams his name in terror, watching the monstrous corruption consume his human form. Catherine steps forward with a cold gaze, telling Lily to step aside and stop agitating him. Lily fires back with a lethal glare, her eyes shimmering with a new, dangerous power. Catherine roughly gathers the unconscious Isaac into her arms to carry him away. She coldly informs Lily that their previous deal is dead, and she is no longer welcome in this castle. Isaac continues to struggle for air as the dark markings pulse rhythmically against his skin. Lily watches the scene with a chillingly calm expression, noting that Catherine's methods are clearly failing. Without warning, a thunderous slap echoes throughout the damp dungeon chamber. Lily's hand strikes Catherine's face with enough force to snap her head to the side. Stunned into silence, Catherine clutches her reddening cheek and stares at the floor. Lily berates her for being a coward who only knows how to point fingers when things fall apart. She points out the grim reality that the curse has already reached Isaac's chest. Grabbing Catherine by the collar, Lily barks out a list of ritual components needed to save his life. She leans in close, her eyes glowing with an intensity that promises no mercy if he dies. Catherine finally loosens her grip on Isaac, her resolve crumbling under Lily's overwhelming pressure. Lily stands tall, declaring that she is now the only person capable of breaking his shackles. Left trembling, Catherine can only watch as the woman she underestimated takes full control. Lily reaches down to touch the beastly, transformed hand of the prince. She lifts the heavy limb, preparing to stabilize the rampaging energy within him. With a swift motion, she smears a glowing red sigil onto the dark fur of his arm. Isaac lets out a low groan as the initial stage of the purification takes hold. The dark corruption begins to fade as the magical seal glows brightly on his palm. Lily looks back over her shoulder, demanding to know why Catherine hasn't moved to get the supplies. Catherine hesitates, accusing Lily of using forbidden witchcraft to defile her brother's body. Lily stands up slowly, her patience for the other woman's interference completely exhausted. She slides a concealed dagger from her sleeve with a lethal, metallic ring. She presses the cold blade directly against Catherine's throat, forcing her back against the wall. Lily commands her to obey, stating she doesn't care if she's reported to the church afterward. Catherine stares at the edge of the sword, her face pale as she realizes Lily isn't bluffing. Lily orders her to fulfill her duties as a maid and start taking proper care of her master. Soon, a circle of white candles is lit, casting a flickering glow across the ritual site. The setup is finalized with the unconscious prince placed at the center of the mystical perimeter. Lily carefully stirs a bowl of jewelweed juice, checking the consistency of the medicinal mixture. She sighs in disappointment, noting that the hurried preparations have resulted in weak ingredients. Catherine watches from the shadows, her eyes full of resentment as she waits for the result. A final drop of the potent red fluid falls into the ceremonial bowl. Lily smears the liquid across her own lips to prepare for the technical transfer of the cure. She leans down to press her lips against Isaac's to administer the stabilizing ritual. A sudden explosion of glittering golden light fills the entire dungeon room. The holy energy merges with Isaac's form, actively hunting down the remnants of the curse. Catherine stands frozen, witnessing a level of power she never thought possible from a former noble. Golden wisps of light drift away from Isaac's body as the transformation reverses. The fur and claws vanish, leaving the prince lying on the floor in his human state. He appears peaceful, his breathing finally returning to a steady, healthy rhythm. Lily watches him with an exhausted but watchful gaze, waiting for the first sign of movement. Catherine drops to the ground, the immense tension of the night finally breaking her. She begins to sob with relief, realizing that her brother has actually survived the ordeal. Isaac's brow furrows in a slight frown as his consciousness slowly returns. He opens his eyes, his amber gaze flickering as he tries to orient himself. Lily hovers over him, her face lighting up with a radiant, joyful smile. He looks up at her, barely able to believe that he has actually made it back from the brink. His eyes narrow in a confused frown as he looks past her toward the back of the room. He weakly asks about the identity of the strange man standing behind her. The Kraken, now standing tall in a human form, looks down at the prince with a smug, knowing grin. The Kraken looms over the fallen prince, questioning why Lily would bother saving such a sickly weakling. Lily immediately positions herself in front of the recovering Isaac, demanding the sea demon show some respect to the crown prince. Though his voice is hoarse, Isaac makes it clear that his castle has no room for uninvited guests. The Kraken's eyes widen in surprise as he senses a sudden, hostile movement from behind. Catherine lunges forward with a blade, desperately trying to strike down the mysterious newcomer. To her horror, the weapon passes harmlessly through the Kraken's spectral form as if he were made of mist. Rising to his feet, Isaac identifies the visitor as a legendary guardian he's only ever seen in forbidden ancient texts. The demon stares back with cold indifference, his true identity as the Kraken finally out in the open. Glaring with suspicion, the prince demands to know exactly why a creature of the deep is accompanying Lily. A smug grin plays across the Kraken's face as he realizes the formal introductions are no longer necessary. He mocks Isaac's lack of hospitality, reminding the prince that he's speaking to his literal savior. Isaac pauses, the weight of the demon's words causing him to reconsider the gravity of the situation. Lily quickly intervenes, explaining that the Kraken is an ally who was essential in breaking the beastly curse. She recalls the moment the witch Oranto presented her with a powerful collection of ancient knowledge. The memory of the ritual flashes back, showing Lily enveloped in a radiant aura as the witch's wisdom entered her mind. Even then, Lily had been cautious, asking what price she would have to pay for such a forbidden gift. Kraken leans back and boasts about his new role as Lily's personal supernatural companion. Lily confirms the pact, explaining that she made the deal specifically to acquire the means to save Isaac's life. She reveals the enchanted bracelet that allowed her to smuggle the entity out of the church's jurisdiction. The Kraken hovers close to her, a permanent fixture in her life now that their souls are tethered. The terms of their contract are absolute, preventing the demon from ever straying more than 10 miles from her side. The sea demon looks remarkably satisfied with this arrangement, his expression full of hidden intent. Isaac looks away, clearly troubled by the dangerous price Lily paid for his recovery. Time passes, and the sun shines over the majestic spires of the Shadow Castle once again. Now fully restored to his former glory, Isaac adjusts his regal attire while admiring his reflection. His gaze is sharp and focused, the last remnants of the beastly curse finally gone from his eyes. Lily enters the room dressed in a stunning gown, her presence lighting up the entire chamber. She offers a graceful bow, expressing her relief at seeing the prince back in perfect health. With a warm smile, she tells him he finally looks like the divine crown prince the world admires. Isaac stares at her, the mention of his godlike status causing a moment of quiet reflection. He smiles softly, asking if she truly views him with such high regard. Lily remains professional, stating that since he is cured, her duties at the castle are officially complete. She prepares to depart, mentioning that she must return to the Roland Manor to fulfill her duties as the sole heiress. As she turns her back to leave, a sense of urgency washes over the prince. Isaac moves instinctively, reaching out before she can walk out of his life. He firmly catches her hand, stopping her departure in an instant. Pulling her close, Isaac's voice is a sincere whisper as he pleads for her not to go. Lily turns around, her eyes wide with shock at his sudden intensity. He reminds her of the public announcement he made at the ball, declaring her as his true fiancé. Lily stammeringly tries to dismiss it as a mere performance for the court's benefit. Isaac cuts her off, insisting that his words that night were far more than just a calculated act. He offers a formal gesture of deep respect, calling her the most unique woman he's ever known and begging her to stay. He brings her into a protective embrace, cementing his desire for her to remain by his side. Isaac looks into her eyes with an unwavering gaze, waiting for her response. Lily's face flushes a deep red as the weight of his genuine affection finally sinks in. After a long silence, she gives a small, shy nod of agreement. The two share a quiet moment of unity against the bright light of castle window. However, Isaac's expression shifts to a cold glare as he thinks about the one person who doesn't belong here. Deep within the castle, Catherine sits in isolation, unaware that her time in the palace is coming to an end. Catherine turns around in a panic as her door suddenly swings open, ending her solitude. The crown prince stands at the threshold, his imposing figure casting a long shadow as he prepares to confront the traitor. Isaac looms in the doorway, his silhouette casting a long shadow over the woman who betrayed him. His expression is a mask of cold steel as he stares down at his sister. Catherine looks up, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief at his sudden recovery. Panicked, she bolts upright from the bed, desperate to plead her case. She scrambles across the floor, her footsteps echoing the frantic rhythm of her heart. Catherine begs for mercy, promising to serve Lily and accept any penance just to stay near him. She reaches out a trembling hand, trying to bridge the distance between them one last time. Without a word, Isaac harshly strikes her hand away with the documents of her exile. His gaze burns with a terrifying intensity, signaling that his patience has finally reached its limit. On his command, the royal guards march into the room to begin the process of her removal. A heavy trunk is slammed onto the floor, punctuating Isaac's declaration that he is here to see her off. Catherine collapses to her knees, desperately reminding him of the decades they spent side by side. She screams out the one title she thinks can still save her, his sister. Isaac turns his head away, refusing to let her see the flicker of pain behind his eyes. She continues to wail about the debts of the past and the stains on their family name. Tears stream down her face as she accuses him of never truly caring for her. Her vision blurs with sorrow, realizing that her manipulation has finally failed. Isaac remains unmoved, stating firmly that a clean break is the only path forward for them both. Catherine hangs her head in defeat as he calls out her attempts to control him. A dark shadow crosses Isaac's face as he mentions the malice she dared to show his fiancé. He turns his back on her, offering a final condition for any future reconciliation. The guards close in on the disgraced noblewoman, preparing to escort her from the palace grounds. In a last-ditch effort, she lunges forward to grab at his cloak. Her fingers slip as she is pulled back, the sound of the struggle filling the room. She is dragged toward the door, howling in agony about being discarded like common trash. Her final screams are filled with venomous blame directed at the woman who replaced her in Isaac's life. Once the room is silent, Isaac reaches into his uniform, his movements measured and calm. He produces a sealed envelope, the final piece of the plan he and Lily discussed. He tosses the letter onto the floor, ensuring Catherine has the means to survive her journey. We transition to a moment earlier on the balcony, where Lily and Isaac stood together in the sunlight. Isaac looks out over the garden, his heart heavy with the weight of the decision he had to make. Lily speaks softly, wanting to ensure that his kindness doesn't lead to further danger. She suggests a merciful middle ground, allowing Catherine to remain within the Moon Kingdom's borders. Looking into his eyes, she recognizes the lingering hesitation born from years of shared history. Isaac listens to her every word, finding comfort in her objective perspective. Lily begins to open up about her own past, recalling the sister she once had. She recounts the cruelty she endured and the bitter desire for vengeance she once harbored. Her expression softens with a touch of melancholy as she admits that revenge only left her feeling empty. Reaching out, Lily gently strokes his cheek, reassuring him that she is no longer the fragile girl she once was. She smiles, insisting that he shouldn't have to choose between his love and his only family. Isaac looks at her with profound admiration, moved by her capacity for forgiveness. Lily details her plan to help Catherine start anew by using her skills to build a business. She believes that with time and distance, Catherine's toxic obsession will eventually fade. Lily looks toward the future with hope, dreaming of a day when the siblings can reunite in peace. Isaac is struck by the radiant kindness of the woman standing before him. Back in the present, Catherine sits in the carriage, clutching the letter that contains Lily's secret support. She reads the words in silence, the weight of her brother's hidden mercy finally sinking in. A single tear falls onto the parchment, marking the end of her life at the palace. High above, Isaac watches from the balcony as the carriage carrying his sister disappears into the distance. He whispers a final farewell, knowing that this separation is her only true chance at freedom. He rests his hand on the cold stone railing, finally closing this painful chapter of his life. Lily joins him at the edge, and together they look out over the kingdom they will lead side by side. Isaac sits in his study as he is informed that his curse has finally been lifted. He contemplates whether he should truly reclaim his identity as Prince Isaac. With a steady hand, he sets down his quill and prepares to move forward. He meticulously folds a letter while his raven familiar watches from the desk. Isaac hands the sealed message to the bird, instructing it to deliver the word to his brother. He realized that simply returning won't be enough to silence the growing rumors. Examining his hand, he knows that while Lily helped restore his form, the true enemy remains hidden. His gaze sharpens as he considers the person who tried to destroy his reputation to seize the throne. Elsewhere, Lily lies in bed, her heart racing as she stares up at the ceiling. She recalls the intense look in Isaac's eyes when he declared her his fiancé. Blushing deeply, she hides behind her pillow, wondering if that moment was actually a proposal. She grips her bedsheets tight, worried that she might just be a pawn in a larger game. The thought of pretending to be Lilith just to fool the public weighs heavily on her. Lily rolls over, deciding she'd much rather stay true to herself within the walls of Shadow Castle. She clutches her arm, feeling the weight of the secret she's keeping. Her eyes reflect a quiet resolve to find her own path. Suddenly, the Kraken spirit appears at her bedside, startling her half to death. She scolds the spirit for invading a lady's privacy, but he reminds her they are tethered within 10 meters. The spirit leans back, bringing up the secret deal Lily made with Cynthia. Lily falls silent, unable to deny the truth of her situation. A flashback reveals Cynthia noting that few can survive a brush with evil spirits unscathed. Cynthia promises to keep Lily's secrets in exchange for her unique medical talents. Lily looks on with uncertainty as the terms of the arrangement are laid out. The offer is clear. Lily is to serve as a royal doctor for Her Majesty. Back in the present, Lily sighs, realizing the position is likely a cover for being an informant. Frustrated, she jokingly pinches the spirit, unsure how to break the news to Isaac. She wants to help people, yet she struggles with the impossible task of being two people at once. The spirit stands up, warning her that she might not have a choice in this political minefield. He gets closer, reminding her that summoning a spirit for a man could lead to a social downfall. The conversation is cut short as a voice from the doorway leaves them both stunned. Lily quickly orders the Kraken to return to his bracelet and stands up to face the visitor. She rushes to open the door, surprised to find Isaac standing there. Isaac looks at her with a soft expression, apologizing for the trouble his family has caused her. He mentions the creepy spirit, causing Lily to sweat as the Kraken grumbles from his hiding spot. Isaac's expression turns serious as he decides it is finally time for her to know the truth. He reaches out his hand, asking if she would like to hear his confession. Lily's eyes sparkle with joy as she looks at the man she cares for. She accepts with a bright smile, eager to follow him wherever he leads. Isaac leads her deep into the castle to the hidden treasure chamber. Lily is amazed to find a secret room tucked away behind the library's massive shelves. Isaac explains that this sanctuary is reserved exclusively for members of the Stewart line. They stop before a grand portrait, where Isaac promises to reveal every secret of his family. Lily stares at the regal portrait, noting the striking resemblance between the couple and the crown prince. Isaac turns to her, curious about how much she truly understands regarding his family's dark history. Lily remains silent for a moment, processing the weight of his question. As they walk side by side through the palace, she admits she only knows the common rumors shared throughout the Moon Kingdom. She recalls the stories that began circulating the moment the prince first summoned his own spirit. She mentions the Kraken's claim that Isaac's mother sought out a demon's power to ensure her husband's victory on the battlefield. Lily's gaze turns somber as she remembers the tragic conclusion of that desperate deal. The memory of a woman broken by spirit torture and lost to the Inquisition haunts the conversation. Lily stops in her tracks, stunned by the revelation that the prince has a hidden sister. She struggles to understand why a member of the royal bloodline would be forced into the life of a humble maid. Isaac meets her confusion with a look of profound, quiet sadness. He explains that his parents' union was never built on affection, but on cold political necessity. A vision of their wedding day appears, a union where one side gave love while the other offered only distant respect. He describes a snowy, secluded location where a secret life was being lived. A woman is revealed in the shadows, clutching a small girl with bright blonde hair. Lily gasps, the pieces of the family's scandal finally clicking into place. Isaac gives a solemn nod, confirming the truth of his father's infidelity. He confesses his belief that his mother's descent into darkness was a tragic attempt to finally win his father's heart. He reaches out a steady hand toward a relic of the past preserved behind glass. He stands before his mother's pristine wedding dress, a symbol of her unrequited devotion. The prince explains that following his mother's death, his father brought Catherine to the palace under the guise of a servant. At first, Isaac saw her only as a simple orphan, never suspecting the blood they shared. The truth only surfaced when his mother's loyal maid, Jane, decided to speak up. He remembers the moment Jane pulled him aside to reveal the palace's dirtiest secret. The shock on his young face was absolute as he learned Catherine was his father's illegitimate daughter. Overwhelmed by the scandal, the young prince grew distant, unable to bridge the gap between them. However, seeing Catherine toil away in the cold winter air began to change his perspective. He realized the innocent girl shouldn't be the one punished for the sins of their father. He blames the betrayal of his mother as the catalyst for the spiritual torment that destroyed his family. His expression darkens with resentment toward the man who caused so much collateral damage. Sensing his pain, Lily gently reaches out to offer him professional comfort. Isaac looks down, surprised by the warmth of her sudden gesture. She leans against him, providing a steady anchor amidst the storm of his memories. Lily whispers that she finally understands the burden he has been carrying for his sister. Isaac remains pensive, acknowledging the depth of his complicated family ties. She holds his hand firmly, reaffirming her presence by his side. He accepts her support, pulling her along as they continue their journey through the chamber. Isaac leads her to a vanity, revealing that his father's mistakes led him to make a life-changing vow at a very young age. Standing before Lily, Isaac presents a gift that carries the heavy weight of his family's complex history. He gently secures a delicate bracelet around her wrist, explaining that it was a cherished possession of his late mother. Isaac leans in close, his voice dropping to a whisper as he confesses that his mother intended for this token to be given to the one he truly loves. Lily beams with a radiant smile, touched by the depth of his sincerity and the trust he's placed in her. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, she bashfully looks away to hide her growing blush. Isaac takes her hand in a firm, reassuring grip, signaling that he has something else to show her. Their footsteps echo with purpose as they walk together toward the garden. Isaac's sharp gaze reflects a rare moment of peace as they step into the light. They emerge into a vibrant, sunlit meadow where the flowers are in full bloom. Lily gazes at the blossoms with pure wonder, remembering when she first asked to plant herbs in this very spot. She presents him with a meticulously woven crown of bright yellow sunflowers. With a soft expression, she reaches up to place the floral wreath atop the prince's head. She suddenly becomes nervous, worrying that such a simple gift might be seen as childish given his royal status. Isaac reaches up to touch the petals, his fingers grazing the flower she worked so hard to create. A genuine, warm smile breaks across his face as he tells her how much he truly likes it. They stand together in the vast field, the weight of the crown and the palace fading into the background. Isaac closes his eyes and makes a solemn vow to be her knight, promising to protect her no matter what role she chooses to play. Lily is visibly moved, her eyes wide as she absorbs the gravity of his selfless pledge. She playfully teases him for overhearing her private thoughts, trying to lighten the emotional atmosphere. They look out over the horizon, discussing the dangerous game they are playing with the royal family. Isaac's expression hardens into one of serious determination as he considers the enemies still lurking in the shadows. Lily clasps her hands, admitting that she once doubted if his kindness was driven by guilt or mere utility. She recalls the image of the perfect, untouchable prince that the rest of the world sees. She looks down, reflecting on her own past as a woman from a declining family who was once cast aside. Her hand trembles slightly as she confesses to feeling a strange jealousy toward the persona she is supposed to inhabit. Isaac reaches out, his hand steadying her as he anchors her back to the present moment. Lily gasps softly as he pulls her closer, bridging the distance between them. In the center of the swirling petals, they share a quiet, profound embrace that speaks louder than any political alliance. Isaac holds her hand tightly, refusing to let the ghosts of her past dictate her worth. He leans down to her level, his gaze fixed solely on her as he speaks her name with deep affection. The two share a tender moment of connection, finally laying their true feelings bare under the open sky. The scene shifts to a dark, rainy night years ago, where a young Isaac huddles in the bushes, gasping for air. The silhouettes of relentless soldiers from the Inquisition loom over the palace grounds, searching for their prey. Isaac pulls his hood tight, desperately trying to remain invisible as the guards close in on his position. He looks up in terror as a figure suddenly appears nearby, threatening to reveal his location. At the gates of the Duke's estate, the soldiers find their path blocked by the authority of the household. A young Lily stands tall in the darkness, her small lantern casting a warm glow against the cold night. She faces the guards with remarkable composure, claiming she has seen no suspicious outsiders on the property. Watching from his hiding spot, the young Isaac exhales a breath of pure relief as the danger passes. Lily cautiously ventures into the thicket, her lantern illuminating the boy hidden among the leaves. Isaac is caught off guard, his eyes wide with shock at being discovered by the young girl. She looks down at him with a mix of curiosity and innate kindness. Kneeling in the dirt, the young Lily ignores the danger and offers to help treat the wounds he suffered during his escape. A lonely lantern flickers on the balcony as Lily reassures the mysterious boy that his wound isn't deep. Young Lily carefully bandages Isaac's arm, warning him that he needs a full month of rest to recover. Masked and weary, the young prince admits that her herbal remedies are already dulling the sharp pain. Lily beams with a bright, innocent smile, proud to show off the medical skills she learned from her mother. Her eyes sparkle with a newfound ambition as she declares her dream of becoming the world's greatest pharmacist. Curiosity takes over as she asks why he took such a dangerous risk by breaking into a high-security jail. Isaac remains silent for a heartbeat, his intense gaze hidden behind his dark hood. He finally reveals the heartbreaking truth. His mother was dying inside that prison, and he just wanted to see her one last time. His fist clenches in silent fury as he recalls the soldiers who drove him away before he could reach her. The young boy looks completely stunned by the weight of his own tragic confession. Sensing his immense pain, Lily reaches out to gently take his hand in a gesture of pure comfort. She offers her deepest sympathies, acknowledging the profound sadness he must be carrying alone. Isaac explains the cold reality of his upbringing, where his father demanded that men show no emotion once they pick up a sword. He grips his injured hand tightly, struggling to suppress the grief that his father forbade him from feeling. Lily firmly shakes her head, refusing to accept such a heartless philosophy. She looks him in the eye and tells him that crying isn't a sign of weakness, but a sign of how much he cares for those he is losing. Isaac stares at her in disbelief as she calls him a true gentleman for his capacity to feel. With a playful shush, she promises to stand guard and keep his secret if he needs to let his tears fall. The boy's golden eyes shimmer with unshed tears as the emotional dam finally begins to break. He looks away, unable to maintain eye contact as his composure slips for the first time. A raw, agonizing cry for his mother echoes through the dark shadows of the balcony. Lily pulls him into a warm embrace, providing the sanctuary he needs to finally sob without shame. Years later, a grown Isaac gazes at the floral handkerchief that served as a memento of that fateful night. He stands alone on a high balcony, lost in the memories of the girl who once saved his soul. He remains distant and cold, staring out at the horizon as the sun begins to set on his peaceful days. Catherine approaches to inform him of the upcoming ball and the arrival of the noble Miss Roland. Isaac's expression remains unreadable, his mind clearly far away from the politics of the royal court. He holds the small piece of cloth against his heart, cherishing the only link he has to his childhood savior. Inside the grand ballroom, the socialites erupt in laughter, completely unaware of the prince's inner turmoil. The guests gossip about the strategic matches being made, admiring the perfect couples dancing under the lights. Isaac's sharp eyes narrow as he endures the suffocating atmosphere of the high society event. A noble woman suddenly grabs his arm, eagerly pulling him toward the dance floor as her favorite song begins. Isaac abruptly turns away, his patience wearing thin as he searches for an escape from the crowd. The ballroom is a blur of chatter and movement, a sharp contrast to the silence he craves. He retreats to the isolation of the stone balcony, leaning heavily against the railing to catch his breath. In a moment of rare vulnerability, he presses the floral handkerchief to his lips for a final, silent goodbye. He looks down at the delicate fabric, preparing himself to let go of the past before heading to the battlefield. He opens his hand, allowing the wind to snatch the memento from his fingertips. The handkerchief floats gracefully into the night air, drifting away like a forgotten dream. It tumbles through the starlit sky, disappearing into the darkness of the gardens below. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a nightmare where Isaac stands over Lily's fallen form beneath a blood-red moon. A monstrous, glowing eye peers through the crimson haze, signaling a terrifying transformation. Lily lies pale and broken on the ground, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. The great wolf lets out a pained howl, a single tear of blood rolling down its fur as it sees her state. The beast leans down with heartbreaking tenderness, nuzzling against the woman it vowed to protect with its life. Back in the present, the nightmare fades as Isaac holds Lily tightly amidst a field of blooming flowers. He pulls her close and looks into her eyes, swearing an eternal oath that no one will ever hurt her again. Lily meticulously runs an ornate comb through her long, dark tresses. She carefully secures a shimmering feathered ornament to complete her regal attire. Standing in her full gown, Lily looks every bit the princess, though her expression remains heavy with thought. A sudden voice behind her causes the young woman to freeze in place. Kraken looms over her, questioning how she'll fare if her true identity is ever exposed to the court. Lily dismisses his teasing, her eyes narrowing as she shifts the conversation to the mysterious Bella Roland. Kraken stretches casually, recalling his search for the woman within the depths of the netherworld. He notes with a smirk that Bella was supposedly bound to a pillar of fire, making Lily's interest even more curious. The atmosphere grows cold as Lily absorbs the information about her rival's fate. Kraken explains that his previous visit was focused solely on finding witch collections for Isaac, leaving little time for others. Lily resumes combing her hair, her intuition telling her that something about the story doesn't add up. A chilling realization washes over her as she remembers the depth of Bella's hatred. The image of a vengeful spirit trapped in the shadows haunts Lily's mind. She stares off into the distance, pondering the impossibility of Bella simply letting her return. Kraken watches her closely, wondering why she sought his help if she had already reached a conclusion. Amidst the luxury of the dressing room, the two continue their hushed, tactical discussion. Dark silhouettes of the past linger in their minds, echoing the grim events of the execution day. Kraken turns his back, his sharp features illuminated by the dim light of the chamber. Lily's gaze hardens as she realizes the church court must be hiding the truth about Bella's survival. Her heels click against the floor as she prepares to face the public eye once more. With grace and determination, Lily descends the grand staircase in her flowing white gown. Waiting by the carriage, Isaac reaches out a gloved hand to guide his partner. Their hands meet in a firm, silent promise of mutual support for the night ahead. Seated inside the lavish carriage, the pair maintains a professional and composed demeanor. Lily watches the scenery pass by, her mind still racing with the implications of Kraken's report. Sensing her unease, Isaac looks at her with a rare, softening expression. Lily is momentarily stunned when he tells her to simply relax. A small, genuine smile touches her lips as she finds comfort in his presence. Isaac tightens his grip on her hand, signaling that they will face the coming storm together. The royal carriage sweeps through the palace gates under a golden afternoon sky. Crowds gather and clamor as the news of Prince Isaac's return with his bride spreads like wildfire. Commoners gossip amongst themselves, shocked that the legendary prince is finally settling down. Through the window, Lily catches glimpses of the people she is now destined to lead. Hidden among the throng, a hooded figure watches the procession with a sharp, calculating gaze. As the cheers erupt, the mysterious observer turns away, disappearing back into the city's shadows. Deep within the town, the humble exterior of Catherine's sewing shop stands quiet. Catherine fumbles with her keys, eager to retreat into the safety of her home. She pushes the door open, but the heavy silence inside immediately sets her on edge. Her eye widens in pure shock as she realizes she isn't alone. A dark, cloaked figure sits motionless in the center of the room, waiting for her arrival. Catherine instinctively steps back, demanding to know the identity of the intruder. She grabs a nearby tool for defense, her voice trembling but firm as she confronts the stranger. The intruder waves a hand, and a small rat scurries across the floor as magical energy hums in the air. Horror dawns on Catherine's face as she senses the unnatural power radiating from the guest. She stands frozen, realizing she is in the presence of a powerful witch. The woman lowers her hood, revealing a cascade of vibrant pink hair. The witch closes the distance between them, her presence overwhelming the small shop. She gently strokes Catherine's face, her touch carrying a sinister, knowing weight. With a wicked grin, the witch reveals she knows Catherine's true identity as a noble viper. The witch grips Catherine's chin, forcing her to confront the dark secrets of her lineage. Catherine violently flings the witch's hand away, desperate to maintain her composure. A cruel smile spreads across the witch's face as she questions the origin of Catherine's lost right eye. Catherine turns away, her silence speaking volumes about the trauma she refuses to discuss. Attempting to bypass the intruder, Catherine covers her face and demands to be left alone to work. The witch's next question about a cruel maid from her past leaves Catherine frozen in her tracks. She casually recalls the name Jane, poking at a wound Catherine thought was long buried. Catherine's heart thumps against her ribs as the weight of her hidden past begins to crush her. The witch approaches slowly, claiming that Catherine's own memories are betraying her secrets. Grasping her cloak tightly, Catherine listens as the witch reveals she knows about the poisoning, a hazy memory of a younger Catherine serving tea flickers through her mind. The witch leans in close, reminding her that she committed these dark acts when she was only 14. The vision of a woman collapsed beside a shattered teacup confirms the witch knows everything. She whispers that Catherine was the one who plunged that woman into total despair. A spectral image of the young maid holding a mysterious vial appears in the gloom. The memory of Jane's horrified face as she realized the truth shatters like the glass on the floor. Catherine's innocent facade as a child was merely a mask for the cold-blooded survivor she became. She recalls kneeling before her master, using blood and fake bruises to manipulate his trust. The young master's piercing gaze shows how deeply he fell for her carefully crafted lies. The witch grins, exposing Catherine's ultimate goal of keeping the master all to herself. Like a spider weaving its web, Catherine had trapped her target in a cage of her own making. Instead of breaking, Catherine lets out a sharp, mocking scoff. She erupts into hysterical laughter, clutching her head as the mask of the humble seamstress finally slips. Her expression turns murderous as she challenges the witch's right to judge her actions. The witch simply closes her eyes, unfazed by Catherine's sudden outburst of defiance. Purple magical energy begins to glow at her fingertips, signaling the end of their conversation. A surge of power washes over Catherine as the witch offers her a place among her own kind. Overwhelmed by the magical pressure, Catherine collapses forward and falls into the witch's arms. The witch smiles tenderly, claiming she has watched over the girl since the very day she was born. A dark laboratory is revealed, where artificial eyes were grown to bring a dead princess back to life. The witch curses the man named Gellard, calling him a double agent who ruined her plans. She recalls the moment Gellard stole the infant Catherine and vanished into the night. He used a Saint Knight's blessing to hide Catherine's true nature from the rest of the world. As long as she stayed within his territory, even the most powerful witch couldn't track her down. The witch gently strokes the hair of the girl she is destined to reclaim. She cradles Catherine on the floor, ready to complete a ceremony years in the making. A glowing magical orb is held aloft, ready to be implanted into Catherine's empty socket. The eye of the dead splashes into her face, infusing her with the memories of the witch queen. Catherine's brow furrows as the massive influx of forbidden knowledge floods her brain. Her eyes snap open, burning with a blinding white light that signals her awakening. She sits up abruptly, the transformation within her soul nearly complete. Catherine stares at her hands, feeling the foreign power coursing through her veins. With a glowing purple eye, she declares her true identity as Princess Lilith of Leonia. The pink-haired witch asks the newly awakened princess for her help. Lilith wears a sinister smirk, vowing to build a kingdom of witches and destroy every impostor. Somewhere else, Lily looks up at the start, sensing a shift in the very fabric of the world. The atmosphere at Countess Hestia's tea party is thick with elegance and hidden social tensions. Suddenly, the refined peace is shattered as a teacup hits the floor, dark liquid seeping into the ornate rug. A concerned guest notices the crimson stain on Lily's hand, alerting her that she's bleeding. Dismissing the injury with a tired sigh, Lily blames her carelessness on a persistent lack of sleep. For 2 weeks, her mind has been haunted by a recurring vision of Catherine returning as a vengeful witch to claim her life. Massaging her temples, Lily wonders if the sheer weight of her responsibilities is finally taking its toll on her psyche. The sound of a wheelchair approaching pulls her back to reality as a familiar face enters the room. It is Daisy, the daughter of Governor Flores, arriving amidst a flurry of floral decorations. Overjoyed by the surprise, Lily springs to her feet to welcome her long-lost companion. The two friends lock in a tight embrace, the warmth of their reunion cutting through the cold atmosphere of court politics. Overwhelmed with guilt, Daisy breaks into tears, apologizing for not being by Lily's side during her darkest hours of despair. Daisy's protective instincts immediately flare up when she spots the small cut on Lily's finger, demanding to know who caused it. Despite her own physical struggles, Lily gently guides her friend's wheelchair through the garden. She carefully assists Daisy into a comfortable seat, ensuring her friend feels welcomed and cared for. Lily's gaze turns somber as she reveals her resolve to atone for her father's past sins by saving as many people as possible. With a spark of hope, Lily shares her dream of using medical knowledge to one day find a cure for Daisy's condition. Nearby, Celine sits in cold silence, her frustration radiating through the high society gathering. The peaceful moment is interrupted as the conversation shifts toward a much more controversial and powerful figure. Celine lets out a sharp sneer, questioning why anyone would bother with difficult cures when miracles are rumored to exist. She mockingly refers to the woman claiming to possess white magic, her voice dripping with skepticism and bitterness. Lily listens intently, her expression hardening as she senses the underlying malice in the room. The other socialites join in, whispering about the mysterious and arrogant Princess Lilith. Rumors swirl about the prince's isolation, and how she has barely been seen since moving into the palace with the prince. They label her as hoity-toity, deeply offended that she refused the countess's invitation to join their circle. Unable to contain her rage any longer, Celine slams her cup onto the table with a deafening bang. Lily watches with concern, noting that Celine is reaching her breaking point after recent family tragedies. She asks for clarification, shocked to hear that Celine's 10-year-old brother, Colin, has fallen into a coma. Daisy leans in close, her voice dropping to a whisper to share the chilling details of the boy's disappearance. He was discovered in a cold, dark dungeon, unconscious and unresponsive to any known treatment. Despite Celine bringing in the finest doctors and priests, her brother remains trapped in a deep, unnatural sleep. The most disturbing clue is the presence of strange, painful wounds caused by thorns found on his skin. Daisy sips her tea, puzzled by how such injuries could possibly occur deep within a stone dungeon. A sudden realization hits Lily like a physical blow, her breath hitching in her throat. She immediately connects the thorn wounds to the dark, magical aura she associates with Lilith's awakening. Daisy sighs, explaining that Celine's true motive for the party was to beg Lilith for help, only to be rejected. Lily falls into deep thought, piecing together the connection between the coma and the mysterious princess's powers. Suddenly, a memory of her late mother's medical research flashes before her eyes. She recalls a specific prescription her mother wrote designed to awaken those trapped in a long-term coma. The room goes silent as Lily speaks up, causing Celine to bolt upright in shock and disbelief. Celine's eyes fill with a desperate, frantic hope as she hears Lily's bold claim, pushing her chair back. Lily prepares to take a stand that could change everything for the Empire. With unwavering confidence, she requests permission to treat Colin, hoping to find the vital clues needed to rescue Bella. Colin Hestia lies motionless, trapped in a deep sleep that no ordinary medicine can reach. Lily moves with clinical precision, gently lifting his head to begin the treatment. She carefully pours a golden elixir into his mouth, hoping for a spark of life, but the liquid simply spills away, a grim sign that his body is refusing the cure. Celine watches from the shadows, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and mounting suspicion. Lily stands up, defending her methods by citing her mother's legendary medical success. She pauses to ponder the anomaly, realizing that a standard coma wouldn't be this resistant to her mother's formula. As Celine mentions that even the most powerful priests have failed, a dark, spectral presence begins to loom in the room. Desperate and frustrated, Celine grabs Lily, accusing her of being an incompetent fraud. Suddenly, Lily's bracelet begins to glow with an intense, otherworldly light. Lily's eyes widen as she realizes a supernatural force is reacting to the situation. Acting quickly to hide the phenomenon, Lily fakes a stomach cramp to excuse herself from the room. She sprints down the hallway, leaving a confused and angry Celine behind. Lily ducking into a side room to find a moment of privacy. She secures the door, needing to consult her secret ally without being seen. She immediately confronts the spirit Kraken, asking if he has found the true cause of Colin's state. Kraken manifests with a smug sneer, mocking Lily for relying too much on her medical books. He drops a bombshell. Colin isn't suffering from an illness, but a powerful curse. Lily is stunned, her mind racing to reconcile medicine with the dark arts. Kraken pokes her forehead, telling her the answer lies within the Forbidden Witch collections. With a final cryptic instruction, the spirit vanishes into thin air. Lily's eyes burn with intensity as she recalls a dangerous treasure from the nether world that might be the key. She closes her eyes, focusing her intent and praying for the ritual to succeed. Determination fuels her as she rushes back, finally knowing exactly what needs to be done. She marches up to Celine, demanding every crystal in the estate to facilitate the cure. Lily insists on absolute privacy, ordering that no one disturb her until the stroke of midnight. Celine's eyes narrow with distrust at the strange request for crystals. She grabs Lily roughly, suspecting the girl is trying to claim a reward before the work is finished. Lily shakes her head firmly, dismissing any interest in material gain. Standing tall, she swears on her mother's honor that she will save Colin's life. Celine is momentarily silenced by the sheer weight of Lily's conviction. The scene shifts to the tea party outside, where the palace's grand architecture frames the tense atmosphere. Celine sits in a trance, accidentally spilling her tea as she reflects on the dark rumors surrounding Lily's father. The gossip of the court swirls around the mention of Bella, the notorious witch in Lily's family. Celine freezes, terrified that Lily might be using the same dark magic on her own brother. Daisy interjects with a sharp tongue, calling out the guests for using Lily's past tragedies to defame her character. She gives a cold, knowing look that pierces through the socialite's pretenses. Daisy directly challenges Celine, forcing her to face her own doubts. The other guests shrink back, unable to withstand the pressure of Daisy's defense. Overcome by anxiety, Celine suddenly stands up, unable to wait any longer. She turns her back on the party, her mind made up to interrupt the treatment. Daisy tries to intervene, reminding her that the midnight deadline hasn't passed. Celine ignores her, her face hardened by a desperate need for answers. She slams the door open with a loud bang, shouting Lily's name in a panic. Celine's eyes go wide with shock as she witnesses the scene inside the room. Huge, glowing crystals have sprouted around Colin's bed, bathing the chamber in a mystical violet hue. In the center of the light, Lily stands in deep prayer, channeling every ounce of her power to break the curse. Celine stares in disbelief as the ritual unfolds before her eyes. The crystals pulse with a vibrant, humming purple energy. Colin lies motionless as the magical residue begins to swirl around his form. Unable to stay back any longer, Celine storms into the center of the room. She grabs Lily's arm, demanding to know what kind of dark magic is being performed. Shocked shocked by the sudden interruption. Lily can only stare back in silence. She warns Celine to stay back, but the heavy tolling of a bell drowns out her words. Lily's eyes go wide as she realizes the clock has finally struck midnight. Celine blocks her path, convinced that getting closer to Colin is far too dangerous. Suddenly, a dark, suffocating mist begins to escape from Colin's mouth. The shadowy essence of the curse begins to gather into a terrifying, physical mass. Seeing the threat, Celine pivots toward a nearby display to arm herself. She draws a sword and swings it with expert precision, trying to cut through the darkness. Lily watches the desperate struggle, paralyzed as the curse looms over them. Celine pulls her away just as the cold, dark energy brushes past her skin. Lily explains that steel is useless, and they must retreat toward the protection of the crystals. Her heart hammers against her ribs as a strange, overwhelming presence fills her mind. In a sudden vision, she sees a mysterious woman standing with her back turned. The woman smiles chillingly, whispering an accusation about a stolen book. The phantom leans in close, trapping Lily in a terrifying, ethereal grip. Lily's consciousness flickers as the internal pressure reaches a breaking point. Back in reality, the dark miasma coils around Lily like a suffocating serpent. Celine frantically shakes her, begging her to wake up from the trance. The curse floods into Lily's body, completely eclipsing her senses. Her vision blurs as the last of her strength fades away. Lily collapses entirely, falling limp into Celine's supportive arms. Within the dreamscape, the red-haired woman looms over her, claiming the knowledge Lily holds is stolen. The entity presses a finger to Lily's forehead, seemingly extracting information by force. Lily winces in agony as the mental intrusion tears through her mind. She jolts awake with a scream, finding herself back in the safety of a bedroom. Isaac is immediately by her side, reaching out to steady her trembling form. He pulls her into a protective embrace, assuring her that she is safe within the carefree hall. He speaks softly, trying to convince her that the horror she felt was merely a nightmare. Lily looks around the room, struggling to piece together how she ended up there. Isaac lets out a heavy sigh, revealing that she has been unconscious for a full day. He recounts how Celine had caught her and quickly arranged for her return. He moves to prepare some tea, explaining he arrived as soon as he heard the news. Panic flares in Lily's eyes as she suddenly remembers Colin's condition. Isaac reassures her that her efforts worked and the boy has finally woken up. He points out the gifts and letters sent by her concerned friends as proof of their gratitude. A wave of relief washes over her as she takes a quiet sip of the tea. Isaac watches her closely, his expression unreadable as she recovers. His crimson eyes narrow, filled with a deep, burgeoning suspicion. Once the cup is empty, a heavy silence settles over the room. Isaac sits beside her on the bed, his presence suddenly more commanding. He reveals he knows about the blood ritual she performed to break the curse. Lily's breath hitches as she realizes he's digging for the source of her power. He pulls her closer, his gaze searching her face for any sign of hidden secrets. His eyes burn with an intensity that demands the truth about what she's hiding. He questions the source of her fear and what she is desperately searching for. He takes her hand in his touch firm yet surprisingly gentle. He promises to do whatever it takes to support her, provided she finally opens up to him. Isaac is stunned by the revelation that the remnants of the curse are now residing within Lily's body. He immediately reaches out to check on her, his voice tight with concern as he asks if she feels any ill effects. Suddenly, the spirit Kraken manifests to clarify that this isn't a curse, but a fragment of a powerful soul. Lily remains silent as the spirit explains that this mark acts as a beacon for its original owner to find her. She brushes her fingers against her skin, sensing the unnatural presence that has taken root. On the back of her neck, a dark, intricate crest has appeared as a permanent brand. Isaac's expression darkens with a deep scowl as he processes this new threat. He demands to know the significance of the mysterious mark etched into her skin. Lily hesitates for a moment, the weight of the name hanging heavy on her tongue. Finally, she reveals the identity of the entity. Oranto, the Night Queen. Kraken nearly jumps out of his skin, frantically warning her never to speak that name aloud. Isaac is skeptical, reminding them that the legendary witch was supposed to have perished centuries ago. His mind races as he considers the terrifying possibility that the legends might be wrong. Kraken begins to shake with pure terror, theorizing that the witch has mastered the forbidden art of soul transfer. He recalls the moment he stole the witch's collection, unaware that her dormant soul was merely waiting for a host. Bound in spiritual chains, the witch's true essence had been biding its time in the shadows. Now she has successfully crossed over into a living vessel to walk the earth once more. Isaac focuses on the technical cost of such magic, wondering what could fuel a ritual of that magnitude. Kraken's voice drops to a whisper as he confirms the price was paid in pure, unadulterated death. Lily and Isaac share a tense look, realizing the scope of the danger they are now facing. Isaac stands up with a cold resolve, stepping toward the spirit to demand the truth. He accuses Kraken of intentionally leading Lily into a trap to serve as a sacrifice for his former master. The spirit bristles with rage, insisting he suffered more than anyone under the witch's cruelty. Kraken scoffs at the interrogation, suggesting that if Isaac is so afraid, he should just return the stolen book. Lily rises from her seat, feeling the physical weight of the mark on her body. She pulls her collar up to hide the brand, questioning if the witch would even show mercy if they surrendered. The two men watch her closely, sensing her growing anxiety regarding the witch's sadistic nature. Despite the fear, Lily's eyes sharpen with a newfound determination to see this conflict through to the end. Isaac points out the grim reality. They have already crossed the line, and there is no turning back now. The realization of what the Night Queen does to traitors finally begins to break Kraken's composure. He descends into a frantic panic, realizing that his past sins have finally caught up with him. Isaac decides to shield Lily's reputation, promising to tell the household she simply needs time to recover. Lily agrees but insists on speaking with Cullen and his sister to ensure they are safe. Isaac looks down at her, assuring her that the meeting will happen sooner than she thinks. A few days later, Colin's sister rushes to Lily's side, weeping with gratitude for her brother's recovery. Colin himself appears remarkably healthy, expressing his deepest thanks to the woman who saved his life. Lily offers a gentle smile, telling the young man that his continued health is all the reward she needs. However, her professional curiosity takes over as she asks him if he remembers the cause of his sudden collapse. Colin's expression immediately freezes as he searches for the words to describe his ordeal. A haunted look crosses his face as he recalls the terrifying events that unfolded just before he lost consciousness. A grand carriage rumbles through the streets as cheering crowds celebrate the news of a royal engagement. A young boy watches from the shadows, his eyes burning with resentment at the mention of Isaac's impending marriage. He feels deeply indignant, wondering how any woman could possibly be more beautiful than his own sister. Suddenly, he is startled by a voice calling out to him from behind. He turns around to face a mysterious figure who claims to know exactly where the woman from the carriage can be found. A sophisticated woman in an elaborate gown and a wide-brimmed hat stands nearby, her presence commanding immediate attention. She offers a cryptic smile from beneath the lace of her hat, carefully hiding her true intentions. Flashback to one day ago in the Lily suite, where Isaac reveals he has finally uncovered the truth behind Colin's collapse. Isaac explains that Colin had wandered off to the church alone, claiming he was lost to avoid any suspicion from the guards. The young boy was brought to a reception room to rest while waiting for his family to be contacted by the authorities. To show his gratitude, Colin shared some pastries with the people looking after him. Unbeknownst to anyone, those very pastries were laced with a potent puppet potion designed to seize control of the human mind. Under the influence of the drug, Cullen ordered the guards to open the dungeon gate and entered the depths entirely alone. Isaac notes that the church court kept the incident quiet to avoid punishment, leaving Cullen's true objective a complete mystery. Lily listens intently, her expression reflecting the weight of these dark revelations. Isaac theorizes that the Night Queen used a soul-transferring trick to turn Cullen into a vessel for her own infiltration. He questions what could have possibly drawn such a powerful entity toward the church's forbidden dungeon. The flashback shows Cullen being ensnared by magical thorns, a victim of a cover-up by those fearing retribution for almost killing a noble child. A sinister presence grins through the shadows, hinting that the church may be hiding someone dangerous within their walls. Back in the present, Lily winces as she feels a sudden, sharp sting of discomfort. Her companion notices her distress and asks if she is feeling okay. Lily tries to brush it off with a gentle smile, attributing her sudden unease to a simple case of seasickness. The group decides to shift the mood, suggesting they focus on lighthearted topics rather than anything scary. The girls lean in close, eager to dive into the latest gossip and talk about high-end jewelry. Lily's eyes widen in surprise as she notices a peculiar detail on her friend. She points out the striking green ring adorning her friend's hand. Her friend proudly displays the custom emerald piece, explaining that it is her favorite design. Another socialite joins the conversation, noting that the jewelry bears a striking resemblance to a serpent. She then reveals her own new accessory, showing off a bold bracelet that matches the theme. The group is mesmerized by the vibrant stones, recognizing that such high-quality craftsmanship must have cost a fortune. Upon closer inspection, Lily realizes the jewelry depicts an Ouroboros, the ancient symbol of a snake consuming its own tail. They discuss how snake-themed accessories have suddenly become the hottest trend among all the noble girls. It is revealed that wearing these pieces signifies an invitation to the exclusive parties hosted by the mysterious Ms. Snake. Lily is left completely confused, having never heard of this influential new figure before. Her friend explains that Ms. Snake is a wealthy and extravagant socialite who appeared out of nowhere to take the high society by storm. With a playful giggle, her friend asks Lily if she would be interested in joining them for the next event. Lily remains silent, her mind racing as she considers the implications of this strange new social circle. Mysterious rumors swirl around the enigmatic socialite known only as Miss Snake. From tales of vast inheritance to whispers of pirate treasure, her weekly masked balls have become the talk of the town. Inside her villa, the elite lose themselves in a world where total anonymity allows for absolute freedom. She carefully curates her influence by sending fine wine to the gentlemen and exquisite jewelry to the ladies. This snake-themed jewelry has quickly become the ultimate status symbol among the high society women. Lily listens intently to the gossip, realizing that an invitation to these exclusive gatherings is nearly impossible to obtain. However, fortune strikes when a grateful noblewoman offers Lily a black envelope as a token of thanks for saving her brother. Lily cautiously accepts the mysterious invitation, while her companion cheers in the background. Back at the suite, Isaac eyes the invitation with a healthy dose of skepticism. Lily clutches the letter firmly, her mind already racing with the hidden dangers it might represent. She notes the striking red seal, sensing a connection between this wealthy newcomer and the red-haired witch. As she strokes her hair, she realizes the pattern on the envelope is a perfect match for the mark on her neck. Lily shares her chilling theory with Isaac, convinced that Ms. Snake is actually the elusive Night Queen. Sensing his hesitation, Lily puts on her most persuasive face to convince him that she must go. She explains that since the Night Queen placed the mark, she is the only one who can truly remove it. Isaac remains silent for a moment, his gaze reflecting his internal conflict over her safety. To ease his mind, Lily playfully assures him that she'll treat the event like a simple outing with her friends. Isaac finally relents, but only after raising a finger to signal his non-negotiable conditions. He stands up immediately, determined to secure his own invitation to ensure she isn't left unprotected. With a stern gaze, he makes it clear that he will be the only one she dances with at the ball. Lily's heart skips a beat as she looks into his intense eyes, feeling a sudden rush of adrenaline. In a burst of gratitude, she gives him a quick, innocent peck on the cheek to seal their deal. She beams with a triumphant smile, thrilled that they have a plan in place. Isaac can't help but offer a soft smile in return, noting how genuine her joy appears. The night of the ball arrives, and the grand villa glows under the moonlight as music fills the air. A gloved hand reaches out to assist the guests as they step into the lavish venue. Dressed in a stunning violet gown and an elegant mask, Lily makes her grand entrance with a polite bow. She takes a steadying breath, trying to stay calm despite the overwhelming atmosphere of the party. Her companion is instantly captivated by the sheer opulence and scale of the villa. Every detail is extravagant, right down to the gold plates overflowing with gourmet pastries and fruit. While her friend happily dives into the dessert selection, Lily remains focused on the task at hand. She takes a seat at a nearby table, observing the crowd for any sign of their hosts. Her friend encourages her to join the dancers, but Lily is content to stay put for the time being. She playfully brushes off the suggestion, claiming the local gentlemen don't quite measure up to the quality of the cake. Her friend slides a plate of chocolate cake toward her, hoping the sweet treat will boost her spirits. Lily distractedly pokes at the strawberry topping, her mind wandering elsewhere. She grows increasingly restless, annoyed that Isaac has yet to make his promised appearance. From her vantage point, she scans the room, wondering when the mysterious Miss Snake will finally reveal herself. Suddenly, a voice interrupts her thoughts as a stranger approaches her table. Lily looks up, her unique eyes shimmering with a mix of surprise and caution. A masked blonde man offers his hand, complimenting her silver hair and comparing it to someone from his past. Lily freezes in shock, sensing a dark and ominous presence radiating from the mysterious stranger. Lily's heart sinks as she recognizes the face behind the mask. Richard smirks, his arrogance radiating more clearly than the gold on his attire. The surrounding guests whisper about the scandal involving his sister that led to his grounding. Lily listens as they claim the royal family sacrificed a scapegoat to protect their reputation. She stands her ground, telling Richard that his flashy appearance reminds her of a man she loathes. With a cold, polite smile, she requests that he leave them in peace. Richard's mask of civility cracks, revealing a dark, predatory look. He suddenly seizes Lily's arm, pulling her toward him with aggressive force. He mocks her struggle as an orphan, his eyes gleaming with cruelty. The air turns cold as he questions her ability to work as an imperial doctor. He reaches out to touch her chin, a gesture of dominance and disrespect. Richard sneers, offering a path to marriage if she simply kneels and begs for his favor. Refusing to be intimidated, Lily bites down hard on his gloved hand. She winces, the physical pain of the struggle evident on her face. Richard recoils, clutching his hand while his expression twists into pure rage. He raises his hand, ready to strike her down in front of the entire ballroom. Before he can connect, a powerful grip clamps onto his wrist. Lily looks up, her eyes wide with relief as she sees her protector has arrived. Isaac, looming over the blonde noble, demands to know what he thinks he's doing. With a sharp twist, Isaac exerts his physical dominance over the aggressor. He slams Richard's head into the table with a violent, resounding crash. Isaac warns him to stay far away from Lily and her family's legacy. Richard struggles helplessly, pinned down by Isaac's overwhelming strength. Isaac leans down, whispering a humiliating remark about the man's physical health. Richard glares up from his position of defeat, his pride shattered. Isaac's gaze remains focused and intense, showing no mercy to the man who threatened Lily. He turns to Lily, the chaos of the moment fading as they stand together. He reaches out his hand, inviting her to join him. With a soft, inviting expression, he asks her for a dance. Lily beams, her smile bright and full of genuine relief. She places her hand in his, while her friend watches with a mixture of shock and excitement. Richard is left slumped over the furniture, an embarrassing footnote to the evening. Dark shadows loom over his face as he processes his public humiliation. He seethes with resentment, unable to comprehend his sudden downfall. Isaac leads Lily through a graceful waltz, the ballroom floor blooming with elegance. He offers a faint, charming smile as they move in perfect unison. Lily looks up at him, her eyes shining with joy during the performance. Isaac leans in, reminding her that this is their first dance together. They maintain a close, professional distance as they navigate the crowded floor. He asks if she is still holding a grudge for his tardiness. As they spin, he reveals he was delayed by a security sweep of the villa. His tone shifts to a whisper, warning her that this party isn't what it seems. Lily's expression becomes serious as she takes in his words. Their steps remain steady and rhythmic despite the tension. attention. She questions whether Miss Snake is utilizing dark magic. Isaac keeps his focus on her, his mask hiding any further reveals. He shakes his head, indicating there is more to uncover about the hostess. Lily stares at him, her mind racing with the implications of his discovery. She confirms her suspicion that Miss Snake is indeed the Night Queen. The music ends, and they gently release their formal hold. Lily drops into a perfect curtsy as the surrounding guests applaud the couple. Nearby, a woman in a pink dress watches them with obvious disdain. Miss Snake stares them down, her eyes burning with a cold, calculated fury. Lily stares at the rare poison, her hand trembling slightly as she realizes the stakes of their plan. Half a day ago in her suite, she explains to Isaac that they need a distraction to force the Night Queen out. Lily reaches for the glass, intending to take the risk herself for the sake of the mission. Isaac stops her firmly, insisting that he will be the one to consume the non-lethal toxin. The sheer audacity of his proposal leaves Lily momentarily speechless. With a confident smile, Isaac places his very life in her hands, trusting her skills as a pharmacologist. Seeing his resolve, Lily nods solemnly, committing to the dangerous gambit. Back in the present, the duo blends into the masquerade, moving gracefully across the ballroom floor. They raise their glasses in a silent toast, the final step of their trap set. Lily maintains her elegant facade, offering a pleasant smile to the surrounding nobles. Isaac remains composed, his sharp gaze scanning the room for any sign of their target. He slowly brings the glass to his lips, prepared to trigger the planned chaos. Suddenly, a hand darts in and snatches the wine away before he can take a single sip. Isaac's eyes widen behind his mask as his carefully timed plan is abruptly interrupted. Richard stands there, a smug look of triumph on his face as he holds the stolen drink. He scoffs at Isaac, clearly looking to pick a fight over Lily's attention. Lily's expression hardens into a cold glare at the noble's unwelcome intrusion. Richard stands his ground, basking in his own arrogance while confronting the crown prince. Isaac's gaze turns icy, his patience wearing thin as Richard continues his loud accusations. The disgraced noble leans in close, trying to intimidate the man he believes is a mere rival. Isaac maintains a facade of confusion, feigning ignorance to bait Richard further. Richard lets out a dark chuckle, convinced he has the upper hand in this verbal duel. He moves into Isaac's personal space, his face twisted with a mix of jealousy and malice. Turning his attention to Lily, Richard points a finger and claims to know her deadliest secret. To prove his supposed dominance, Richard recklessly gulps down the entire glass of wine. Both Lily and Isaac watch with intense focus, realizing the plan has taken a wild turn. Richard lets out a satisfied laugh, completely unaware of the poison now coursing through him. He leans down to whisper a terrifying revelation into Lily's ear about her true identity. The shock of his words sends a chill down Lily's spine, her composure finally fracturing. Richard's jaw tightens as he seethes with rage, demanding to know how she dared to deceive the crown. He roughly grabs her, his movements becoming increasingly erratic and aggressive. Lily struggles against his grip as he forces her back, his behavior turning into a public scene. From the shadows, Isaac watches the escalation with a calculating and detached air. His eyes narrow into a menacing slit, his aura becoming suffocatingly dark. Suddenly, Richard's body revolts, and he begins to violently cough up blood onto the floor. Lily watches in stunned silence as the rare poison takes hold much faster than anticipated. Richard's legs give out beneath him, and he hits the floor with a heavy, unceremonious thud. His eyes roll back in his head as the agonizing symptoms of the toxin take over. The noble collapses completely, lying motionless in the middle of the ballroom. Lily looks toward Isaac, her mind racing as she wonders if this was part of his calculation. She realizes that Isaac intentionally let the man drink the poison to eliminate a threat. With Richard neutralized, the secondary goal of their mission is now within reach. Isaac immediately pivots, shouting at the top of his lungs to alert the entire gala to the crime. Panic erupts as guests rush over, horrified by the sight of a poisoned prince. Lily blends back into the crowd as the nobility begins to fear for their own safety. One guest's face pales in terror as they realize the gravity of a royal being attacked. The room fills with a cacophony of voices demanding the mysterious hostess show herself. All eyes turn toward the grand staircase as a figure finally emerges from the shadows. Lily turns back, sensing the arrival of the woman they've been hunting all night. Miss Snake descends the stairs with an air of cold authority, looking down at the chaos she's created. She snaps her fan shut with a chilling smirk, ready to face the accusations of her guests. The mysterious woman in the oversized hat finally reveals herself, radiating a chilling elegance. Lily stares in shock as the woman's face reflects in her eyes, triggering a memory she can't ignore. Years ago, Lily held a golden locket containing a portrait of this exact same woman. Her friend Bella had once shown her the picture, identifying the beautiful woman as her mother. Bella's expression had been heavy with resentment as she explained it was the only thing her mother left behind. In a fit of rage and sorrow, Bella hurled the precious heirloom into the garden pond. Bella stood by the balcony, her heart hardened against the woman who had abandoned her. Lily watched her friend's pain, realizing the deep scars left by her family's past. Seeking to comfort her, Lily reached out and firmly took Bella's hand. The sudden gesture caught Bella off guard, her eyes widening in surprise. Lily made a solemn vow that day, promising to be the sister Bella never had. A genuine smile broke across Bella's face, finally finding a new sense of belonging. Deep beneath the surface, the locket sank into the darkness, its secrets seemingly buried forever. Back in the present, the woman before them is a perfect, unaged match for that discarded portrait. She glides down the stairs with professional poise, demanding to know who was poisoned at her gala. Isaac steps forward to confront her, questioning if she is indeed the host known as Miss Snake. She maintains a calm, technical focus on her attire, adjusting her gloves without a hint of fear. A sly smirk plays on her lips as she hides her true intentions beneath the brim of her hat. Lily and Isaac share a silent nod, confirming they are ready to execute the next phase of their plan. Isaac boldly announces that an old acquaintance has already recognized her true identity. On command, Kraken the spirit manifests in a swirl of blue energy, looking visibly shaken. The guests erupt in a panicked uproar, terrified by the sudden appearance of a supernatural entity. Kraken drops to one knee in a show of forced respect, addressing the woman as the legendary Ms. Oriento. The crowd gasps at the name, whispering of the wicked witch who was supposed to be dead. Miss Snake merely chuckles behind her fan, feigning total ignorance of the spirit before her. She coldly dismisses Kraken as a dirty spirit, meant only to disturb the peace of her party. Isaac loses his patience and orders Kraken to shatter the elaborate trickery surrounding them. Kraken's eyes flare with an intense, otherworldly light as he prepares to unleash his power. Ancient red runes fill the air as the spirit begins a powerful dispelling chant. Violent cracks begin to spiderweb across the air, signaling the collapse of the illusion. The lavish feast on the table shatters into pieces, revealing the deception beneath. The sound of crackling magic echoes through the hall as the very structure of the room fails. With a final, deafening shatter, the grand ballroom is completely stripped away. The true environment is revealed to be a rotting, shabby mess covered in cobwebs and wriggling insects. Lily nearly retches at the sight of the decaying food they were almost served. Enraged by the deception, the guests scream for the witch to be sent to the church court. Kraken trembles under the weight of his betrayal, his eyes filled with immense dread. Miss Snake lifts the spirit's chin with a cold, gloved hand, her gaze piercing through him. She leans in close to deliver a chilling threat, reminding him of the price for crossing her. Her eyes burn with a terrifying intensity as she looms over the frightened spirit. She promises him a fate far more miserable than being torn limb from limb. Suddenly, a blade of pure fire slashes through the air, severing the tension. Isaac stands his ground, placing his flaming sword between the witch and her target. The woman is forced to pull back as Isaac asserts his protective stance. Isaac demands she stop with the excuses, now that her true nature has been exposed. Despite the victory, Lily feels a growing sense of unease as if everything is happening too easily. Her suspicions are confirmed when a massive set of doors at the end of the hall swing open. A chilling realization washes over her that they might have just walked into an elaborate trap. A new, radiant woman steps through the portal, claiming that she is the one and only Ms. Snake. The real hostess finally makes her grand entrance, stepping into the ballroom with a presence that commands the entire room. Lily stares in disbelief, realizing this woman is dressed exactly like the Princess Lilith character she once portrayed. With a graceful flip of her hair, the newcomer exudes an aura of mystery and calculated elegance. She steps into the crowd, casually explaining that she had allowed her housekeeper to add a bit of fun to the evening's festivities. Her eyes narrow as she surveys the chaos, noting that an uninvited guest has managed to infiltrate her gala. She reaches out and gently places her hand over Isaac's, urging him to lower his lethal saint sword. Isaac is visibly shaken, his eyes widening as he finds himself face to face with the enigmatic woman. He instinctively steps back and releases his grip, while the surrounding guests finally realize the crown prince is in their midst. Isaac maintains his composure, sternly informing the lady that her behavior is incredibly rude. She offers a polite smile behind her mask, claiming her only intention was to foster friendship among her esteemed guests. She quickly approaches the fallen Prince Richard, insisting that saving his life must be their absolute priority. The prince lies motionless on the floor, his face a pale mask of distress as the crowd watches in silence. Lily watches the scene with growing dread, knowing she cannot allow this woman to uncover the truth behind Richard's condition. She grips the fabric of her gown, her mind racing to find a way to intervene before it's too late. Reaching for the secret compartment in her jewelry, Lily prepares to deploy the hidden antidote. She pounces toward the prince, using her cover as a pharmacist to justify her sudden movement. Lily quickly turns him over, desperate to assess the damage and administer the cure. Under the guise of a professional medical check, she discreetly readies the ring containing the detoxifying agent. She leans over the prince to deliver the treatment, but her heart nearly stops as she looks at his face. A heavy thump echoes in her chest as a wave of pure horror washes over her. Her hands begin to tremble when she realizes he has no pulse, and the poison she witnessed earlier should never have been fatal. Lily is left reeling in a dizzying fog of confusion, wondering exactly where her plan went so horribly wrong. Her expression is one of total shock as she stares down at the lifeless royal. The weight of the moment hangs heavy over the ballroom as the realization of the prince's death settles on the crowd. Isaac looks on with a grim intensity, his sharp gaze fixed on the tragedy unfolding before him. From the shadows, a mysterious woman in ornate hat watches the chaos with an unreadable expression. Suddenly, a maid pushes through the onlookers, screaming and pointing a finger of blame directly at Lily. Lily is physically blocked and nearly has her mask torn away as the crowd brands her a cold-blooded murderer. Isaac demands order, questioning the identity of the person making such a scandalous accusation. The maid, identifying herself as Mary, drops to her knees and claims to be a loyal servant of Prince Richard. She pulls a scroll from her apron, claiming it contains the dark secret Lily killed to keep hidden. Miss Snake is quick to act, grabbing the document before Isaac can even reach for it. Mary shouts that the paper is a formal testimony from a tailor named Catherine intended for the prince. The room falls silent as the maid accuses Lily of using dark magic to manipulate the crown prince's heart. Lily stands paralyzed as she is accused of being a fraud who deceived the royals and caused her father's death. Isaac immediately snaps back, dismissing the maid's wild claims as utter nonsense. Miss Snake turns a chilling gaze toward Lily, asking if she truly has no knowledge of the woman named Catherine. Isaac takes the letter and reads the contents, which claim that Catherine was once Lily's most trusted confidant. Mary continues her tirade, alleging that Lily cast the poor woman out of the castle after her deceptions were complete. A brief memory shows Catherine discovering the wigs and eye dyes Lily used to maintain her secret identity. Isaac stands between the accuser and the accused, struggling to process the mountain of evidence being presented. The maid turns to the crowd, claiming the prince intended to expose Lily's true nature on Isaac's wedding day. She lets out a final, venomous cry, accusing Lily of poisoning the prince to silence the truth forever. Surrounded by enemies and accusations, Lily stands her ground, her eyes glowing with a sharp, defiant intensity. Gossip spreads like wildfire as the guests whisper that the supposed princess is nothing but a murderous fake. Daisy slams her hand down with a sharp crack, refusing to sit by while her lifelong friend is slandered. Her face flushed with desperation, Daisy stakes her entire reputation on Lily's innocence and character. She pleads with the crowd to stop the mindless arguing and let a proper court judge the situation fairly. Celine suddenly places a firm, silencing hand on Daisy's shoulder, signaling a cold shift in the room's atmosphere. Daisy turns in sheer panic, unable to comprehend why her friend is suddenly pulling back from the defense. Stepping forward with a calculated grace, Celine announces to the court that she has eyewitness testimony to offer. Celine claims she witnessed a heated, private argument between the suspect and the late Prince Richard. She vividly describes seeing the prince consume wine that had been poisoned by Lily's own hand before falling unconscious. Celine's words hang heavy in the air, leaving the onlookers stunned by the cold betrayal of a close friend. The weight of the false accusation seems to distort the very reality of the ballroom as Celine continues her performance. Lily slowly stands up, her expression hardening as she prepares to face her accuser head-on. With a piercing gaze, Lily demands that Celine look her in the eye and repeat the lies she just told. A tense standoff ensues as Lily searches Celine's eyes for even a shred of the truth behind the mask. The scene shifts back 30 minutes, revealing the quiet corridors where the plot was originally hatched. Celine performs a deep, respectful curtsy before the mysterious and manipulative Miss Snake. She carefully sets down a tray, acting as a humble servant to the woman currently in power. Miss Snake smiles warmly, declaring Celine the lucky guest chosen for a special, life-altering favor. Standing tall, the hostess promises to grant Celine a single wish in exchange for her absolute cooperation. Miss Snake closes the distance, her presence looming over the nervous noblewoman like a predator. She leans in close, claiming she can see the secret, forbidden desires hidden within Celine's heart. She pinpoints Celine's obsession with a man who is already promised to another woman. Turning away with a confident air, she offers to make that impossible dream a reality for the desperate girl. Miss Snake reaches for a tray of sweets, casually mentioning Prince Richard's presence at the ball. She hands over a gift box, instructing Celine to present it to the prince as a gesture of friendship. Celine stares at the box, realizing that her loyalty to this woman is her only path to her desires. The memory of Richard holding the gift flashes by, marking the beginning of the end for the prince. Celine watches from the shadows, knowing exactly what is about to unfold in the garden. She observes the moment the prince and Lily are alone, waiting for the trap to spring perfectly. The prince clutches his throat in agony as the poison begins to take its lethal effect on his body. Back in the present, Celine trembles, her voice faltering as she tries to maintain her false testimony. Her eyes are a swirl of confusion and guilt as the gravity of her actions sinks in. Pointing a finger with renewed vigor, she doubles down on the lie to protect her own skin from the fallout. Miss Snake suddenly appears at Celine's side, lending her overwhelming presence to the accusation. She prompts Celine to recall the specific secrets she supposedly heard the prince threatening Lily with. Lily can only watch in disbelief as the narrative is twisted against her with surgical precision. Miss Snake claps her hands in mock approval, noting how perfectly the stories align with the maid's testimony. She moves toward Daisy, who is confined to her wheelchair, ready to perform a public miracle for the crowd. Miss Snake places a gentle hand on Daisy's lap, channeling a mysterious and brilliant light through her dress. With a serene smile, she encourages Daisy to stand, claiming her legs are now fully healed by her power. Daisy looks up in shock, feeling a sensation in her limbs she hasn't felt in years. Gripping the armrests, she slowly pulls herself out of the chair as the crowd gasps at the sight. She stands on her own 2 feet, trembling with the impossibility of what has just occurred. Miss Snake takes Daisy's hands, cementing her role as the divine savior of the moment before the court. She loudly proclaims herself as the true Princess Lilith, denouncing Lily as a complete fraud. An uproar erupts in the hall as the guests struggle to process this shocking and public revelation. Isaac and Lily watch the chaos unfold, realizing the depth of the deception being played against them. The nobility whispers that the crown prince has been dangerously deceived by a commoner's lies. Isaac remains stoic, though the pressure from the surrounding crowd is reaching a breaking point. Miss Snake approaches him boldly, challenging him to produce his fiancé for a side-by-side comparison. She leans in, mockingly asking if he would dare to have Lily perform a miracle in front of everyone. She looks at him with triumph in her eyes, certain that she has finally won the Game of Thrones. Isaac meets her gaze with a dark, unreadable expression, the weight of the empire resting on his next move. Isaac stares down the imposter, demanding to know where she stole her divine power from. His eyes glow with a fierce, predatory light as he warns her to stop tarnishing the Leonia name. Miss Snake merely smiles, mockingly dismissing his righteous anger as a tired cliché. Isaac stands his ground, his expression hardening as he prepares for the inevitable fallout. The imposter's face twists into a dark scowl as she declares her allegiance to the witches over any political marriage. Panic erupts through the ballroom as guests realize the doors have been magically sealed shut. Miss Snake sharply claps her hands, demanding silence from the terrified nobility. She glides past Isaac, announcing her intention to create a paradise for every guest in attendance. With a grand gesture, she describes a realm of pure indulgence where work and rules no longer exist. One nobleman stands up in defiance, shouting that their magic is nothing but a cheap illusion. He desperately rattles the locked doors, threatening to drag the witches before a royal court for their crimes. Before he can say another word, he is brutally silenced in a sudden spray of crimson. The man's body collapses to the floor with a heavy thud, sending shockwaves of terror through the crowd. High-pitched screams fill the air as the lethal reality of their situation finally sinks in. Isaac's gaze shifts instantly, his combat instincts flaring as he detects an incoming threat. A hand wreathed in searing magical flames reaches out to strike from the shadows. The prince narrowly dodges a lethal fiery slash, his cape fluttering from the near miss. A sinister cabal of witches suddenly manifests behind him, completely surrounding the prince. They coldly explain that a witch's true power is fueled by the elimination of those who stand against them. A glowing dagger is conjured from thin air, humming with a lethal purple energy. Isaac remains focused, refusing to let the display of dark magic shake his resolve. The lead witch offers a horrific ultimatum: join their blissful realm or become fuel for their magic. A heavy, suffocating silence falls over the ballroom as the guests weigh their options. Total chaos breaks out as the nobility begins to abandon their morals just to survive. One young woman cries out, realizing that being trapped in this paradise is no different than being in a prison. A man nearby frantically tells her to shut up, terrified that her protests will get them all killed. Lily finds herself at the mercy of the red-haired witch, a sharp blade pressed against her throat. The witch, Oranto, pauses as Lily begins to speak with surprising calmness. Lily maintains her composure, demanding to be judged by the kingdom's laws rather than a senseless execution. Isaac keeps his guard up, ready to protect Lily and the remaining guests at any cost. Lily stares into the witch's eyes, arguing that a true kingdom shouldn't be built on a foundation of corpses. From the side, Miss Snake observes the confrontation with a calculating and detached gaze. She steps forward and places a hand on the witch's shoulder, telling her to rein in her aggression. The magical blade vanishes as the order is given to take Lily into custody instead. Miss Snake leans in and whispers a memory-altering spell, erasing the night's violence from the guests' minds. The nobles wander off in a dazed trance, completely oblivious to the horror they just witnessed. Outside, the grandam stands silent, hiding the dark secrets within its walls. The scene shifts to the damp, stone-cold basement of Snake Manor. Lily takes a seat on a wooden bench, her spirit dampened by the sudden turn of events. She sighs in frustration, realizing they are trapped in a room that completely nullifies all magic. Isaac begins to unfasten his heavy royal mantle to provide Lily with some warmth in the freezing cell. He looks at her with an unwavering gaze, swearing that he will never let her face a prison sentence. Isaac holds Lily's hand firmly, reminding her that the Stewart royal family protects the Moon Kingdom and won't let these witches run wild. He vows that the moment Princess Cynthia arrives, he will expose the entire truth behind this conspiracy. Isaac takes the blame upon himself, explaining that he was the one who asked her to impersonate Lilith to bait the witch Bella, so Richard's death isn't her fault. Lily looks at him with a sharp, discerning gaze, preparing to reveal a crucial detail he missed. She begins to ponder the medical specifics, recalling that her examination of Richard's corpse revealed 2 distinct types of poison in his system. A grim flashback shows Richard's dilated pupils and purple-black vomit, proving he was poisoned with a thirst-inducing toxin long before he touched the wine. Lily turns to Isaac, admitting she has a suspect in mind, but fears the girl will only speak openly with him. Isaac's eyes widen in realization as he asks if she is referring to Celine. Lily gives a somber nod, noting that Celine's behavior during the initial questioning was incredibly suspicious. She stands up with renewed purpose, telling Isaac he must find the evidence to clear her name once he escapes. Isaac immediately grabs her arm, refusing to let her face the consequences of the witch's games alone. His expression hardens with an iron resolve as he promises they will leave this manor together. Lily looks away, her silhouette framed against the light, as she asks what would happen if her plan required her to go to the dungeon. Isaac watches her closely, caught off guard by her dangerous suggestion. Lily explains her theory that Bella is still alive and likely being held captive within the court's own prison. She touches the mysterious mark on her neck, noting that the witch Oranto bears a striking resemblance to Bella's biological mother. Isaac lowers his gaze, realizing that only Bella might hold the key to the curse mark and Oranto's secrets. The perspective shifts to the empty room as Isaac realizes Lily purposefully chose to become a suspect just to infiltrate the dungeon. Lily taps her chin thoughtfully, mentioning the witch's collection book that Oranto is so desperate to recover. Isaac stands up, his posture tense as he prepares for the coming trial. He pulls Lily close, staring into her eyes as he asks if she truly trusts him to keep her safe through this gamble. His gaze burns with intensity as he asks what her backup plan is if the dungeon yields no answers. Lily offers a confident smile, reminding him that since she didn't kill Richard, he has the power to fix this injustice. Isaac pulls her into a protective embrace, the air around them filled with the soft scent of roses. He looks down at her with a worried expression, his heart heavy with the weight of her safety. Isaac gently lifts her chin, centering his focus on the gravity of the promise they are making. He leans down to press a chaste kiss against her forehead, sealing their pact of mutual trust. Lily looks up at him with shimmering eyes, her resolve strengthened by his devotion. Isaac cups her face tenderly, offering a silent blessing for her well-being. Lily's eyes sparkle with hope as she wishes for their shared dreams to survive the coming storm. Isaac takes her hand and kisses it with knightly grace, a final gesture of loyalty before they part. They lean toward one another in the dim light, cementing a promise that neither intends to break. The scene shifts to the imposing pillars of the royal court, where Lily's fate will be decided. A maid stands in the witness box, formally accusing Lily Roland of fraud and tricking the crown prince. Celine stands before the court, trembling as she gives false testimony that Lily poisoned Prince Richard. Lily's hands shake as the heavy iron chains around her wrists rattle with every movement. Standing in the defendant's seat, Lily admits to the impersonation but stands firm in her innocence regarding the murder. The judge looks down sternly, stating that the current evidence is enough to sentence her to burn at the stake. Isaac steps forward to intervene, arguing that the dinner party has too many unanswered questions for a hasty execution. The judge raises her gavel, preparing to render a temporary decision. With a heavy thud, the gavel falls, granting a 7-day stay of execution to allow for a deeper investigation. Guards immediately seize the chains on Lily's wrists to lead her away. Isaac watches from the gallery as Lily is escorted through the massive courtroom doors toward the cells. Just before leaving, Lily pauses to look back at the man who holds her life in his hands. She gives him a subtle, knowing nod, signaling that she is ready for the next phase of her plan. The heavy courtroom doors creak shut, sealing Lily into the darkness of the dungeon. Isaac remains in the courtroom, his face veiled in a shadow of cold, calculating fury. He stands up abruptly, ignoring everyone else in the room as his focus shifts to the counterattack. With a sharp stride, Isaac exits the hall, his cape fluttering like a warning to his enemies. He walks out into the blinding light of the courtyard, his mind already miles ahead in the game. With eyes glowing with a vengeful fire, Isaac vows that everyone who hurt Lily will pay the ultimate price. Clad in a simple gown and heavy iron shackles, Lily is led through the damp corridors as the guard questions her relationship with the crown prince. The guard moves to unlock the heavy iron gate, mentioning that Isaac has personally ordered for her to be treated with the utmost care. Lily remains stoic as the guard assures her that her stay in this dark place will be brief. Suddenly, the guard's demeanor shifts into something far more sinister as he whispers a chilling caveat. With a violent snarl, he grabs Lily by her hair, revealing that someone has paid for her to never leave this dungeon alive. He flings her across the room with brutal force, sending her crashing onto the hard, straw-covered stone floor. Looking through the bars with a murderous glint, the guard tells her to enjoy her final moments on Earth. The heavy door clangs shut with finality, leaving Lily alone in the oppressive silence of the cell. Even in the dark, Lily's eyes burn with a cold, calculating intensity that suggests she is far from defeated. A lone rat scurries across the filthy floor, emphasizing the wretched conditions of her new surroundings. Her only sustenance is a bowl of rancid, unidentifiable soup left on the cold ground. Covering her face to block the stench, Lily realizes her enemies expect her to break under the pressure of this filth. Closing her eyes to focus, she prepares to use the witch collections to dive into her consciousness and locate her target. A mocking laugh echoes from the darkness, catching Lily completely off guard. She turns to see a mysterious figure slumped in the neighboring cell, hidden by the shadows. The prisoner looks up, her eyes glowing with a vengeful red light as she welcomes Lily to hell. Shock ripples through Lily as she stares into the face of someone she thought was long gone. Springing to her feet, Lily realizes with a jolt that Bella is actually alive and imprisoned right next to her. Bella sneers at her, mocking Lily for selling her soul to the royal family just to live like a pampered pet. She thrashes against her heavy chains, her hatred for the fake princess boiling over. Gritting her teeth in a fit of rage, Bella admits she would strangle Lily with her bare hands if the bars weren't in her way. Lily stands perfectly still, meeting the woman's murderous gaze with an unwavering, icy stare. Taking a slow, deliberate step forward, Lily reminds Bella that her current misery is the result of her own choices. Standing firm before the bars, Lily prepares to shatter the delusions of the woman before her. She coldly informs Bella that Duke Roland never loved her. He simply used her as a convenient sacrificial lamb. Bella's face twists in disbelief as Lily reveals that while she rotted in here, Roland was out celebrating and flirting with others. Lily looks down on her with pity, calling her a fool who was blinded by a desperate need for affection. Driven to the brink of madness, Bella tugs at her chains and screams for the blood of those who betrayed her. A dark, subtle smile plays on Lily's lips as she prepares to deliver the final blow to Bella's spirit. In a voice as cold as ice, Lily reveals the shocking truth. The men Bella wants to kill are already dead. Bella freezes in shock, clutching the bars as she demands to know how they could possibly be gone. Seeing her opening, Lily offers to share the full story, but only if Bella provides the information she needs. Lily gracefully lowers herself to the floor, ready to begin their high-stakes negotiation. Resting on her knees, she keeps her focus entirely on the broken woman across from her. Lily proposes a temporary alliance, suggesting that since they are both trapped in this hell, they might as well work together. Her expression shifts to a charming, yet dangerous smile, signaling the start of a lethal partnership. Meanwhile, at the lavish estate of the witness Celine, a storm is brewing within the family. Young Colin is visibly distraught, demanding to know why his sister would provide false testimony against Lily. He pleads with her to reconsider, reminding her that Lily saved his life and doesn't deserve the executioner's stake. Celine snaps, screaming at the boy to shut his mouth and stay out of matters he doesn't understand. Colin is left stunned and trembling by his sister's uncharacteristic outburst of anger. Shadows dance across Celine's face, betraying the deep guilt and fear she is trying to hide. Turning her back on her brother, she dismisses him coldly, claiming she needs to be left alone in her exhaustion. A maid rushes into the room, startled by the arrival of an unexpected guest at the front door. Celine lashes out, assuming it's just another annoying visitor, and ordering the maid to turn them away. The maid stammers in terror, revealing that the man standing in their foyer is none other than the formidable Crown Prince Isaac himself. Isaac looms over the threshold of the grand drawing room, his presence immediately shifting the atmosphere. Celine feels a cold shiver run down her spine as the realization of his visit sets in. The servants quickly clear the area, leaving the two childhood acquaintances alone in the heavy silence. Isaac paces forward with a measured, predatory grace, closing the distance between them. His gaze is like ice, devoid of the warmth they once shared during their younger years. Celine instinctively bites her nail, a nervous habit that betrays her attempt to remain composed. She turns away, desperately trying to end the confrontation by telling him to leave if he has no other business. Isaac doesn't miss a beat, cutting through her facade with a sharp accusation of dishonesty. The noblewoman stiffens, her body locking up as she realizes he's seen right through her. He reminds her of their long history together, having learned her every tale while they trained side by side as children. With a dramatic flourish, the prince takes a seat to assert his dominance over the conversation. He demands she stop wasting his time with these amateurish attempts at deception. Isaac points out the fatal flaw in her story. The poisoned wine was meant for him, not the victim. His face darkens with an intense shadow as he declares that he is the one who should be facing execution. Celine's breath hitches as she realizes her fabricated testimony is crumbling before her eyes. She tries to pivot, claiming her only motivation was to protect him from a wrongful conviction. Desperation takes over as she leans in, professing her devotion as the reason for her perjury. Suddenly, a black crow bursts into a flurry of motion, screeching a harsh truth. The bird lands squarely on her shoulder, sending a shock of terror through her. Isaac reveals that this mystical creature is an expert at sniffing out the scent of a lie. He calmly counts her transgressions, warning her that his patience is wearing thin. The prince delivers a chilling ultimatum. If she lies a third time, the bird will take her sight. With the pressure mounting, he demands to know if she lied about Lily's involvement in court. Broken and terrified, Celine finally whispers the truth that she did indeed commit perjury. Isaac leans in, his eyes burning with a need to know why she wants Lily dead so badly. Celine snaps under the weight of the interrogation, revealing that Miss Snake is the one pulling the strings. Isaac stands up, his voice dripping with disappointment that she would sell her pride for such a person. He acknowledges the internal pain she feels for hurting the very person who tried to help her family. Stepping closer, he notes that while she told the truth about the witch, she is still holding back. Celine flinches as the tension in the room reaches a breaking point. He asks the final, most critical question. How much does she actually know about Richard's demise? Her heart hammers against her ribs as she faces the one secret she cannot dare to utter. Her mind becomes a whirlwind of panic and guilt as she struggles to find words that won't come. Seeing her tremble, Isaac realizes the depth of the conspiracy buried within her soul. He grants her a moment of silence, though the sweat on her brow tells him everything he needs to know. Without another word, he brushes past her, signaling the end of their long-standing connection. Celine spins around in a panic, terrified that he is severing their ties forever. Isaac clarifies his intent. He isn't just leaving, he's going to surrender himself to the authorities. The shock leaves her completely paralyzed, her eyes wide with disbelief at his self-sacrificial plan. He refuses to let an innocent woman pay the price for a crime that was targeted at him. Isaac prepares for war, deciding that his next stop must be the stronghold of the witches. He firmly grips the hilt of his blade, his resolve hardening into a weapon of its own. A violet aura surrounds him as he vows to pierce the hearts of those who orchestrated this nightmare. He walks away from the weeping noblewoman, his silhouette disappearing down the hallway. Celine is left alone with her guilt, staring at the empty space where the prince once stood. Meanwhile, Lily and Bella find themselves in a mystical realm where their souls can communicate freely. Lily explains that in this sea of consciousness, They are safe from the prying eyes of their jailers. The two women stand face to face, ready to forge an alliance built on the exchange of their deepest secrets. Lily begins to realize the depth of the deception, noting that Cynthia's falsified death sentence explains why the Roland family never recovered any remains. Bella's eyes burn with a cold, vengeful fire as she reveals she only endured this nightmare for the chance to slaughter those who dared to insult her. Her rage boils over, teeth gritted in pure disgust at the thought of the disgusting nobles who treated her like a caged animal. Losing her composure, Bella lunges forward and grabs Lily, blaming her for the fact that her magical powers are fading away day by day. Desperate for answers, Bella demands to know how Lily gained the complex power to drag her into this mental sea of consciousness. Instead of showing fear, Lily simply offers a calm, knowing smile that radiates an unsettling level of confidence. With a swift flick of her wrist, Lily manipulates the magical space, leaving Bella startled by the sudden shift in reality. Reappearing behind her captor, Lily casually explains that she managed to free a powerful spirit by sheer luck. She conjures a mysterious, glowing tome into the air, revealing a hidden relic that shouldn't exist in this realm. Bella's eyes widen in absolute shock as she recognizes the legendary Oranto's witch collections held right before her. Lily snaps the book shut with a grin, noting that Bella seems remarkably well acquainted with the lore of the legendary Night Queen. Closing the distance between them, Lily points out the uncanny resemblance Bella shares with the Queen, from her wine-colored hair to those piercing emerald eyes. The pharmacist then pivots the conversation to the most sensitive topic, the red-haired woman in the locket whom Bella calls Mom. Bella remains guarded, coldly stating that any information regarding her mother's identity comes at a very steep price. She aggressively slaps Lily's hand away, reminding her that being in a shared consciousness doesn't give her the right to act so boldly. Lily stands her ground, clarifying that this isn't a plea for help but a strategic offer for mutual cooperation. Bella remains silent, her face shadowed by doubt, as she weighs the possibility of their combined strength breaking them out of the dungeon. Lily maintains her leverage, coolly stating that Bella's refusal won't change the ultimate outcome. She confidently asserts that Prince Isaac will never allow his future bride to rot in a prison cell for long anyway. Lily begins to fade away into the light, leaving Bella with exactly one day to decide if she wants to die alone or take the offered hand. Left in the silence of her own mind, Bella stands frozen and clearly shaken by Lily's overwhelming resolve. Meanwhile, a royal carriage rumbles across the stone pass as Isaac speeds toward his next objective. Inside, the prince remains deeply skeptical, sensing that Celine is still hiding a massive piece of the puzzle under wraps. He realizes that even the terror of his mystical lie-detecting bird wasn't enough to make Celine reveal her true master. Isaac envisions Celine's trembling form, understanding that her perjury wasn't meant to protect a friend, but was driven by a selfish desire to let Lily take the fall. His eyes glow with a fierce intensity, knowing that only a genuine fear of death can force a proud person to abandon their principles. Karen the crow flaps its wings in frustration, questioning why Isaac allowed the traitorous woman to walk away so easily. Isaac tells the bird to settle down, making it clear that while revenge is an option, it isn't his primary focus. His gaze turns sharp as he focuses entirely on the only thing that truly matters, Lily's innocence and total safety. Back at the manor, the weight of guilt becomes physical as a delicate teacup is swept off the table and shattered. Celine sits in a state of near catatonic shock, while her panicked maid tries to clean up the mess of the broken porcelain. Isaac prepares for his final move, determined to drag Celine into open court to confess her sins before the gods themselves. He looks out at the city's skyline, acknowledging that there is one more crucial mystery he needs to confirm before the trial. Isaac strides into the room with purpose, his boots clicking firmly against the floorboards. He corners the woman in the shadows, addressing her not as a simple maid, but by her true title, Princess Lilith. Looming in the doorway with an aura of absolute authority, the prince demands a conversation that will change the fate of the kingdom. Isaac stalks through the shadows of the tailor shop, noting that this secret hub always goes dark whenever Miss Snake hosts her private gatherings. He corners a mysterious figure, his cold logic telling him that the identity of Lilith Leonia is nothing more than a fabricated mask. With a sharp metallic ring, the prince draws his blade and levels it directly at the hooded woman's throat. His eyes burn with lethal intensity as he commands the woman he believes to be Catherine to turn around and face him. The woman slowly lifts her hood, revealing a cascade of crimson hair and eyes that shimmer with a dangerous, ancient light. Isaac's composure fractures for a split second as he stares into the face of a woman who shouldn't be there. With a nonchalant flick of her finger, she pushes the lethal edge of his sword aside and mocks his failing perception. She rises from her seat with an air of absolute authority, informing him that he has made 3 critical errors in his assessment. Isaac remains on high alert, his expression hardening as he waits for this imposter to explain herself. She raises a gloved finger, clarifying that she isn't just a vessel, and that Lilith was a role she personally designed. A haunting vision of Catherine appears as the woman explains how she utilized a soul-transferring trick to hijack the girl's physical form. Even with a sword held to her chest, The entity mocks Isaac for failing to recognize the woman he once knew. A chilling smile spreads across her face as she claims that Catherine's love has turned to eternal hatred, and she is merely here to deliver a welcome. The realization hits Isaac like a physical blow. He is standing face to face with the legendary Oranto. He tightens his grip on his weapon, his mind racing to find a way to extract the truth from this body snatcher. Isaac's eyes ignite with a supernatural fire, declaring that an ancient horror like her belongs in the deepest pits of hell. Within the glowing orange of his iris, the reflection of the witch stands firm against his righteous fury. The apparition begins to fade into the shadows, leaving Isaac stunned as she mentions a hidden mask on Lily's neck. She reaches back to her own nape, explaining that she has already branded her next host with a unique seal. Her eyes gleam with predatory intent as she identifies Lily as her next target. She warns the prince that destroying her current body will only accelerate her plans to seize Lily's form. She envisions the ultimate prize, possessing Lily's brilliance, her beauty, and the vast magical knowledge of the witch collections. With a smug look of triumph, she reminds him that he is powerless to stop her without sacrificing the one he wants to save. She leans forward, allowing the blade to nick her skin, just to prove that her life is a secondary concern to her mission. Isaac is left in a state of grim silence, processing the terrifying scope of the threat looming over them. Back in the mental realm, Bella looks up with desperate hope, asking if an alliance truly offers a way out of her eternal prison. Lily lets out a casual yawn, telling Bella that freedom depends entirely on her ability to discard her petty grudges. She delivers a stern ultimatum, warning that any further treachery will result in Bella being used as a mere blood pack for the nobility. Bella falls silent, the weight of the choice pressing down on her as she considers the pharmacist's offer. Breaking her silence, Bella clarifies that the woman seen at the gala was an imposter, not her true mother. Her gaze becomes distant as she begins to recount the tragic history of her family line. She reveals that her real mother was a powerful witch named Morgana, whose image still haunts her memories. Morgana was a devoted follower of the Night Queen, consumed by a singular, dark purpose. She spent her days searching for any forbidden ritual that could bring the great Orantu back to the world of the living. The obsession took root when she discovered an ancient manuscript containing the secrets of the legendary witch. Driven to madness by the texts, Morgana made the ultimate sacrifice to become a living vessel for the ancient spirit. Through her devotion, she successfully bridged the gap between life and death to resurrect Oranto. Bella recalls the terrifying night she watched her mother's identity being erased by the incoming soul. Even as a young child, she could sense the shift in the atmosphere as the warmth of her mother was replaced by something cold. With a look of pure loathing, Bella explains that the wicked woman effectively stole her mother's life. Lily listens with a look of growing dread, her hand covering her mouth as the pieces of the mystery fall into place. Bella stares directly at her, asking if she understands the significance of the pattern Morgana carved into her own flesh. She pauses to remember the specific details of the ritualistic mark that sealed her mother's fate. Lily is visibly startled as the image of the Ouroboros appears, realizing this snake biting its tail is the definitive mark of a soul-transferring sacrifice. The history of the world was once stained by the shadow of Oranto, the Night Queen, a witch whose dark power was unmatched in all of history. Even as she was sentenced to the stake, she spat out a final, venomous curse, promising that the Leonia kingdom would be ravaged by war and swallowed by the sea. The Queen of Leonia stood silent and stoic, unaware that this execution was merely the beginning of a much longer nightmare. As the flames rose, the witch's spirit vowed to return and plunge the entire world into an eternal night. Bella reveals this grim past to Lily, explaining that the queen never realized Oranto had already mastered the most forbidden of witchcrafts. The witch had strategically prepared a new vessel for herself, a shattered shell waiting within the very kingdom she hated. Using a soul-reviving spell, Oranto successfully hijacked the body of a tyrant's consort, hiding her malice behind a crown. With a vicious and calculating smile, she manipulated the tyrant into an expedition that utterly crushed the Leonia kingdom. The royal family was forced into a desperate exile, fleeing their burning home as everything they knew turned to ash. Yet, the witch's hunger for vengeance wasn't satisfied, and she began hunting for any survivors hiding among the commoners. Her gaze eventually locked onto a new target, a young girl with the potential to fulfill her dark designs. Oranto's goal was to corrupt the last of the divine ladies, dragging her down to become an evil witch and erasing their noble history. The 16-year-old princess, Lilith, was captured and forced to drink a puppet potion designed to steal her free will. Choosing death over becoming a monster's tool, Lilith used an ancestral dagger to pierce her own heart. Thwarted but undeterred, Oranto began a cold-blooded process of collecting girls who possessed the spark of magic. She raised these children as mere vessels, determined to manufacture a witch Lilith with her own hands. Bella recalls being one of those unfortunate candidates, though she was treated with nothing but contempt and cruelty. The witch would scream at her, calling her a useless pig and questioning if her noble blood had made her weak. The young girl would collapse in despair, broken by the weight of the verbal and emotional abuse. In her most heartless moment, Oranto leaned in to mockingly reveal that she had already consumed Bella's mother. Terrified and weeping, the young Bella was cast aside and told to crawl back to her father's castle. She fled through the dark foliage, a discarded pawn in a game she barely understood. Back in the present, Bella stands before Lily, the weight of these memories finally pouring out. She explains that Duke Roland was just as manipulative, using her as a tool to help him regain his lost youth and power. Overwhelmed by the realization of her own exploitation, Bella finally breaks down into a fit of sobbing. Lily watches her with a pained expression, her heart aching for the suffering her friend has endured in silence. Reaching out with a steady hand, Lily moves to bridge the gap between them. She pulls Bella into a firm, supportive embrace, offering a level of comfort the other woman has never known. Bella's eyes widen in genuine shock at the unexpected warmth of the gesture. Lily rests her head against her, providing a silent anchor amidst the storm of Bella's trauma. Bella confesses that she used to watch Lily and Lady Anne from the shadows, witnessing a bond she couldn't understand. To her, they were like a beautiful, haunting scene that she could never hope to be a part of. She watched Lily's happy smiles with a mixture of sadness and a belief that she was a pathetic woman for even looking. In her eyes, Lily was the ultimate lucky girl, born to be surrounded by luxury and pure, unconditional love. Clinging to Lily's dress, Bella finally admits the dark truth that has fueled her for years. She was always deeply jealous of her. Lily holds Bella in a tender embrace as the red-haired girl finally admits the heavy weight of her jealousy. Bella rests her head against Lily's shoulder, her defenses momentarily lowering in the wake of her painful confession. Lily looks down with a mixture of sadness and understanding, questioning if that deep-seated resentment is truly the root of Bella's hatred. Suddenly, Bella snaps, grabbing Lily aggressively as she screams about the perceived unfairness of their shared past. Bella stares blankly ahead, admitting with a chilling coldness that she felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing of Lady Anne's death. Her eyes flare with a manic intensity as she rages about the filthy blood of the family they both share. Lily remains silent, looking away as the weight of Bella's verbal assault lands with crushing force. Bella's shadow looms as she accuses Lily of siding with their father despite knowing is true, twisted nature before anyone else. Her voice drops to a pained whisper, questioning what Lily could have possibly gained from such a betrayal. Tears stream down Lily's face as she listens to Bella recount a lifetime spent trapped in the dark. Overwhelmed by the weight of her own choices, Bella collapses to the floor, calling herself the biggest fool of all. She buries her face in her hands, her body racking with heavy, rhythmic sobs of regret. Lily watches her silently, her expression unreadable as she processes the depth of her sister's broken spirit. A flashback reveals a younger Bella trapped behind the rusted, cold bars of a dark dungeon. She looks up with desperate, wide eyes, demanding to know the identity of the person standing before her cell. A mysterious figure with a cruel, knowing smile looks back at her from the shadows. The figure's voice is soft but mocking, calling her a poor, silly girl, as Bella shudders in instinctual fear. Seeing a familiar face, Bella rushes to the bars, begging for her mother to help her escape the dungeon. The visitor looks down with a cold smirk, noting that Bella seemingly found a new mother after leaving them. A vision appears of a holy prescription, a legacy passed down from a saintly figure to her daughters. The figure reaches a hand through the bars, demanding the prescription in exchange for Bella's freedom. Driven by a desperate hope, Bella reaches back, ready to give up anything to be saved from her nightmare. Back in the present, Lily remains curled in grief while Bella stands beside her, hardened by the memory of that day. Bella's gaze is sharp and focused as she reflects on the manipulation she endured at her lowest point. She looks down at the ground, the shame of her past gullibility clearly weighing on her conscience. In the memory, Bella screams out in anguish as she realizes the promise of rescue was a cruel lie. The figure's face is partially obscured, their expression shifting into one of pure, dark malice. The visitor finally drops the charade, declaring that they were never her mother, but the Night Queen, Oranto. With a dismissive wave of the hand, Oranto tells Bella she is now useless and destined to die in the dark. Bella's eye widens in pure shock as she realizes the true, horrific depth of the betrayal. Oranto turns to leave, her body beginning to glow with a strange, otherworldly energy. Suddenly, magical vines sprout from the ground, attempting to entangle the witch as she departs. Bella watches from the cell, breathless and exhausted, hoping her last-ditch effort will stop the monster. Oranto effortlessly tears the vines away, looking back with a gaze of absolute, chilling pity. She shakes off the remaining magic, calling Bella a weak and gullible fool who is unworthy of following her. In the present, Bella's face is contorted with a mixture of fear and simmering, long-held rage. She wipes away the traces of her tears, her resolve beginning to solidify into a singular, dangerous purpose. Lily looks up, her eyes wide with horror as she listens to the details of Oranto's master plan. Bella explains that the witch intends to unleash a devastating plague upon the royal city to sow total chaos. Lily's heart skips a beat as she realizes Oranto is sacrificing countless lives just to gain more power for herself. Bella's hand clenches into a tight fist as she declares that she hates being humiliated more than anything else. Her eyes glow with a terrifying, vengeful light as she swears to kill the woman who dared to wear her mother's face. Isaac marches through the palace halls with a heavy, purposeful stride. He comes to to a dead stop as he finds the floor littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers. Kneeling down, he begins a grim examination of the closest victim. The sight is revolting, as dark lesions cover the skin while the man's pupils appear to be writhing with parasitic decay. Isaac quickly covers his face, realizing with dread that an infectious disease is already ravaging the ranks. Far away at Snake Manor, Oranto stands overlooking the balcony like a queen of ruin. She whispers a dark incantation about shadows consuming the very land they tread upon. Her gaze turns cold and calculating as she envisions a poisonous wind feasting on human flesh. A sinister smile plays on her lips, welcoming the gloom that will leave the city's dead with no place to rest. In the garden below, the massive skeletal remains of a serpent wind through the roses, a physical manifestation of her corruption. Back in the dark confines of the dungeon, Lily desperately calls out for the guards' attention. She frantically warns them that a lethal plague is about to decimate the entire royal city. A guard approaches the bars, looking down at her with a mixture of confusion and irritation. He sneers at her, accusing the girl of trying to place a curse on the Moon Kingdom. With a cruel grin, he reminds her that she has only 3 days left before she faces the stake. From the shadows of the adjacent cell, Bella's mocking laughter rings out through the stone corridor. She ridicules the guard's stupidity for wanting to execute the only person capable of crafting an antidote. Bella's eyes burn with a predatory light as she promises the guard that his entire family will face a miserable end. Enraged, the guard slams his weapon against the bars, ordering the witch to keep her mouth shut. He roughly unlocks the heavy cell door, intent on dealing out a personal punishment. The man steps into the cell with a menacing air, towering over the seated Bella. Sensing the perfect opening, Bella signals to Lily that the time to strike is now. Lily focuses her internal energy, manifesting a soft, hypnotic glow from her fingertips. The guard's eyes glaze over instantly as his mind is ensnared by her magical influence. Without a sound, the soldier's body goes limp and he collapses onto the cold floor. Lily explains that she has successfully trapped his consciousness within a deep, waking dream. Bella snaps at her to stop explaining and focus on the escape before more guards arrive. Using the dregs of her remaining power, Bella conjures a thorny vine that snakes across the floor. The magical vine hooks onto the guard's keyring and drags it toward the bars. She carefully passes the keys through the metal grating into Lily's waiting hands. The effort leaves Bella visibly drained, her breathing heavy as her magic fades. Lily wastes no time, clicking the lock open and swinging her cell door wide. She rushes to Bella's side, supporting her weakened companion as they prepare to move. Bella takes a moment to lean against the wall, struggling to regain her strength for the journey ahead. Lily looks back at the unconscious guard, realizing they need his gear to blend in. She begins the tactical process of stripping the armor from the fallen man. A sudden realization hits her like a physical blow, causing her to freeze in mid-motion. Seeing the look of pure terror on Lily's face, Bella demands to know what caused her to stop. Lily identifies the horrifying symptoms of soul eroding, a sickness she only knew from her mother's ancient texts. Bella panics, shouting at her to stay clear of the guard's shadow to avoid immediate infection. Lily's heart sinks as she realizes the plague Oranto promised has already breached the palace walls. The rhythmic thud of armored boots echoes down the hallway, signaling the arrival of a patrol. 2 guards round the corner, weapons drawn as they investigate the source of the noise. They find Bella apparently still bound and submissive within her locked cell. An armored figure steps forward from the dim light to intercept the newcomers. Bella, now disguised in the stolen plate mail, claims she is escorting the prisoner Lily to court for questioning. Beneath the heavy visor, Bella's eyes remain sharp as she guides a trembling Lily past the unsuspecting guards. The escape hit a wall when the palace guards blocked the path, demanding to see a court warrant for the prisoner's transport. Hidden beneath the heavy steel of a stolen helmet, Bella's eyes burned with the intense stress of the confrontation. Suspicion flared as the lead guard shouted, realizing he didn't recognize the person standing beneath the visor. He aggressively barked for her to lift her head, his patience wearing thin in the dim, suffocating dungeon halls. Lily watched the situation unravel, knowing that if the soul-eroding plague wasn't stopped, the entire city would soon descend into chaos. She leaned in close to Bella, whispering a desperate plan to wait for the guards to approach before they strike together. Bella's heart sank, knowing her body was far too broken from her time in the dungeon to even stand, let alone use magic. The guard stepped forward with a sneer, certain that something was deeply wrong with the 2 before him. A heavy silence filled the air as the guard prepared to call out the intruders and end their flight. With her back against the wall, Lily's hand gripped a hidden blade, ready to fight for her life. Suddenly, the tension snapped as a sharp voice commanded everyone to stop in their tracks. Lady Cynthia stepped into the light, brandishing a scroll and claiming the pair were acting under her direct orders. The guards stood frozen in disbelief, unable to challenge the word of such a high-ranking noble. Cynthia coolly handed over the official court document, silencing any further questions from the bewildered soldiers. With a flick of her wrist, she ordered Bella and Lily to follow her immediately to her private quarters. Bella could hardly believe their luck, stunned that they were being escorted away from certain death. The scene shifted to a lavish table, where a servant began laying out a professional spread of fresh food. Bella didn't hesitate for a second, tearing into the food with a desperate, ravenous hunger. Lily sat quietly in the room, her mind racing as she tried to understand the true motives behind Cynthia's intervention. She stood up abruptly, demanding to know why they weren't being punished for their bold escape attempt. Cynthia didn't sugarcoat the truth, admitting that on a normal day, they would have been sent straight to the stake. She rang a small silver bell, signaling that the conversation was turning toward a much darker, more urgent subject. Outside the room, the reality of the palace's situation was clear as soldiers collapsed from a mysterious, spreading illness. Cynthia turned to Lily, asking if her medical expertise as a former physician could identify the plague ravaging the ranks. Lily knelt beside an infected soldier on a stretcher, her eyes scanning for the telltale signs of the witch's curse. Her voice was grim as she confirmed the diagnosis. The palace was indeed suffering from soul eroding. She explained that this wasn't a simple disease, but a dark curse that moved through the very shadows of its victims. Cynthia listened with a heavy heart, realizing the kingdom was on the brink of a supernatural catastrophe. Lily described the horror of the curse, which slowly drains the soul until the victim becomes a hollow shell and dies. Cynthia recalled the last time this plague struck, nearly wiping out the entire royal army decades ago. She revealed a shocking secret. The woman who saved the kingdom back then was Lily's own mother, and the weight of her mother's legendary legacy settled onto Lily's shoulders as the truth of her lineage came to light. Cynthia's gaze shifted toward Bella, signaling that the stakes of this situation involved both of the prisoners. Bella looked up from her meal, sensing that their freedom would come at a very high and dangerous price. Cynthia held up a royal decree of amnesty, the golden seal promising a path to total redemption. She led them to a laboratory stocked with every pharmaceutical ingredient needed to craft a complex cure. Lily's eyes glowed with professional determination, knowing the lives of the entire palace now rested in her hands. The ultimatum was final. The one who masters the medicine earns her life, while the loser returns to the dark dungeon. Lily sets the hourglass firmly onto the table, the sand beginning its deadly countdown. She turns with a sharp gaze, reminding everyone that they have exactly 24 hours to find a cure or face a permanent return to the dungeon. While Lily works with clinical precision, Bella can only watch from the sidelines, feeling the weight of her own inadequacy. Consumed by nerves, Bella bites her finger as she realizes she is completely out of her depth. Lady Cynthia strides away from the laboratory, satisfied that she has placed the necessary pressure on her young subjects. In the corridor, Isaac confronts Cynthia, disgusted that she would turn a life-or-death situation into a cruel gamble. His expression turns cold as he warns her that treating Lily's life like a game is a step too far. Cynthia remains unfazed, arguing that the high status of the patients demands nothing less than the absolute limit of Lily's potential. Isaac acknowledges Lily's brilliance but makes his stance clear. He will not stand by if she is truly endangered. His eyes burn with a protective fire, signaling a warning that Cynthia should not ignore. He emphasizes that while he trusts Lily's skills, he will never allow her to suffer actual harm. Back in the lab, the hourglass continues its silent, relentless trickle. Lily remains locked in a state of hyper-focus, her eyes never leaving the swirling contents of her cauldron. In contrast, Bella is becoming increasingly flustered, unable to recall the complex herbal formulas she was once taught. She stares in horror at her own concoction, which has turned into a bubbling, blackened mess. Paranoia begins to take hold as Bella realizes that failure means returning to the living hell of her imprisonment. Suddenly, a dark, spectral voice whispers into Bella's ear, poisoning her mind against her only ally. The phantom presence of the witch Oranto tightens its grip, suggesting that Lily is merely using her to clear her own name. The shadow grabs hold of Bella's spirit, mocking her for believing in a fake promise of escape. The voice reminds her of the blood on her hands, claiming that Lily could never truly forgive her mother's death. A vision of the future shows a pardoned Lily standing tall while Bella is left to rot in the ruins. Terrified and broken, Bella clutches her face, convinced that she is truly alone and destined for the dungeon. The malicious specter smiles, urging Bella to sabotage the potion so they can both fall into the abyss together. Driven by desperation, Bella inches toward the cauldron with a vial of the wrong ingredient in hand. Just as she is about to ruin the batch, Lily's hand snaps out, grabbing Bella's wrist in a vice-like grip. Lily demands an explanation for her erratic behavior, her sharp eyes cutting through Bella's panic. Masking her suspicion, Lily leans over the pot to inspect the brew, claiming she caught a mistake just in time. She calmly instructs Bella on the correct ingredients, treating the sabotage as a mere lapse in professional judgment. Bella looks away in shame, her internal conflict still raging despite the narrow escape. Lily leans in close, her piercing blue eyes searching Bella's face for the source of her intense nervousness. She explains that the true enemy isn't the formula, but the crushing weight of the time limit they must overcome. Lily admits that the task is far too monumental for one person to achieve in isolation. She warns Bella that if they don't work in perfect harmony, they will both be destroyed by the palace's expectations. Handing over the next set of materials, Lily assigns Bella a specific, vital task to keep her focused on the goal. With a look of genuine determination, Lily reaches out her hand, offering Bella one last chance to follow her lead toward freedom. Working in perfect sync, Lily and Bella carefully administer the experimental treatment to the dying man. 2 hours later, Cynthia enters the chamber, her sharp gaze scanning the room for results. Lily offers a respectful bow, confidently announcing that the soul-eroding plague has finally been countered. The patient's ragged breathing finally steadies as the necrotic black spots begin to fade from his skin. Passing the glowing veil over, Lily explains that a few more days of this dosage will ensure a full recovery. Cynthia inspects the cure, visibly impressed that Lily shattered the deadline by finishing in just 18 hours. However, the noblewoman's eyes narrow as she demands to know if Lily truly brewed this miracle solo. Sensing the tension, Lily moves to intercept the question before Bella can falter under the pressure. She pushes her companion forward, boldly stating that teamwork wasn't against the rules of the trial. Lily deduces the truth. Cynthia is in desperate need of healers, even willing to recruit from death row to find them. She realizes this wasn't a game of elimination, but a search for the most efficient medical team possible. The real enemy wasn't each other, but the relentless pressure of the 24-hour time limit. By utilizing Bella's skills, Lily proves they can produce the cure at a speed no lone pharmacist could ever match. She challenges Cynthia directly, asking if she'd prefer the mysterious, high-ranking patient to wait or recover instantly. A rare, satisfied smile crosses Cynthia's face as she realizes Lily has passed the ultimate test of resolve. The scene shifts to a lavish palace dressing room where the two women prepare for their next move. Now adorned in fine gowns, Lily assures Bella that cooperation is their only path to survival in this court. She looks at her reflection, convinced that Cynthia's harshness is merely a mask for her incredibly high expectations. Lily takes Bella's hands, explaining that the life-or-death pressure was designed to unlock their full potential. Bella is shaken to her core, unable to understand why Lily would trust a woman like her. Overwhelmed by guilt, she stares into Lily's eyes, her voice trembling with the weight of her dark secrets. She finally confesses everything: her role in Anne's death and her original plan to steal Lily's life. Lily freezes in place, the sudden weight of the betrayal hitting her like a physical blow. Her expression turns cold as ice as she declares that some sins can never be washed away or forgiven. Bella recoils in shock, the harsh reality of Lily's judgment finally sinking in. Lily admits her hatred for the men who orchestrated the tragedy burns even hotter, though they are already dead. She reaches out to Bella, noting that seeing her rival's absolute misery in prison has finally dulled her edge. Since she cannot forgive her, Lily decides Bella must spend every waking moment of her life making amends. Tears well up in Bella's eyes as she realizes this is the only way to eventually strike back at the witch. Lily turns her back on the past, signaling that the emotional confrontation is over and their work begins. Watching her sister walk away, Bella can't help but smile at Lily's stubborn and naive kindness. Soon after, Cynthia leads a masked Lily through the palace's most restricted and shadowy corridors. The noblewoman warns that the patient's identity is so sensitive that Bella had to be left behind for this session. They stop before a set of towering, gold-trimmed doors that hide the kingdom's greatest secret. Cynthia cautiously pushes the door open, her voice dropping to a whisper as they enter the dim room. Deep within the chamber, a figure lies motionless behind the heavy, ornate curtains of a royal bed. Cynthia drops to one knee, introducing the pharmacist who carries the saint's legendary prescription. The curtains part to reveal the king himself, his face ravaged by the advanced stages of the soul-eroding plague. Lily stares in absolute horror, realizing the true scale of the crisis she's been tasked to solve. Lily kneels before the king, offering a glowing vial of her specialized soul-eroding potion. With a steady gaze, she promises to restore his health using her pharmaceutical expertise. Without warning, the king lashes out with a violent strike that sends Lily reeling. The precious medicine shatters against the floor, spilling its life-saving contents into the rug. Looking haggard and drained, the king spits out that he knows exactly who stands before him. As her veil is torn away, the king accuses her of being Isaac's accomplice in the poisoning of Richard. He rants in a fit of paranoia, claiming she's trying to assassinate him so Isaac can seize the throne. Lily stands frozen in shock as the king commands the guards to drag her away forever. Suddenly, the doors fly open as Isaac bursts in, announcing that Lily has been granted a full royal pardon. A wave of relief washes over Lily's face the moment she sees her protector arrive. Isaac pulls her into his arms, shielding her from the king's irrational wrath. He reveals that the real culprit, Lady Celine, has finally stepped forward to admit her crimes. Isaac holds out a formal document, presenting the written confession to his skeptical father. The scene shifts to the high court, where Celine is interrogated about framing Lily for the poisoning. Draped in mourning black, Celine kneels in the center of the hall to face her judgment. She admits to delivering the tainted pastries, but claims she was merely a pawn for a greater evil. The official questions if she is certain that the mysterious Ms. Snake is the true mastermind. Desperate for justice, Celine begs the court to hunt down the witch who manipulated her. The investigator presses her, asking why she would suddenly confess after months of hiding. Celine stands tall, her eyes reflecting a mix of sorrow and newfound resolve. She looks away, admitting that her own conscience finally became too heavy to bear. Lifting her veil, she reveals the toll the recent events have taken on her spirit. She pleads for them to believe the words of someone who knows their time is running out. Overwhelmed by the weight of her sins, Celine collapses onto the cold stone floor. Back in the present, Lily gasps in horror upon learning that Celine is suffering from the soul-eroding plague. Isaac explains that Celine was once an honest person who couldn't live with the guilt of her actions. A vision of Celine's reflection shows her realizing that her illness is a divine punishment for her betrayal. Isaac notes that this final confession was her desperate attempt to find peace for her soul. The king stares at the evidence, his mind racing as he processes Lily's innocence. Isaac leans in, swearing on his honor that Lily's medical talents rival those of her legendary mother, Saint Anne. The king violently pushes Isaac back, refusing to let Lily anywhere near him. With a twisted grin, he claims he doesn't need her because his own angelic doctor has arrived. A majestic figure appears in a vision, rumored to possess ancient powers that can revive the dying. The king's face lights up with joy as he welcomes his savior into the room. The massive doors swing open, revealing a radiant woman flanked by an enigmatic companion. Bathed in a golden glow, the woman is introduced as the real Princess Lilith Leonia. Lily and Isaac are left speechless, staring at the newcomer with pure disbelief. Isaac's expression hardens as he recognizes the woman's true identity, the one known as Catherine. Isaac draws his blade, finally exposing the witch's plan to spread the plague throughout the Moon Kingdom. Catherine stands her ground, unbothered by the cold steel pointed at her throat. Refusing to let the impostor near the king, Isaac prepares to strike while calling for the palace guards. Catherine merely smirks, mocking the prince for his persistent naivety. A sudden realization hits Isaac like a physical blow, causing his heart to skip a beat as he senses a shift in the room. He looks back to see his guards have already fallen, their souls eroded by the spreading darkness. On the bed, the king remains lost in a fever dream, begging for his false daughter to save him. Catherine extends a glowing hand, inviting the king to embrace a curse disguised as eternal peace. From the shadows, Lily watches with a sharp, calculating gaze, ready to make her move. She reaches out to Isaac, urgently whispering that she has found a way to stop the impostor. Making a silent promise with her eyes, she asks the prince to buy her time against the witch Oranto. Lily begins a sacred chant, her body becoming a conduit for ancient, shimmering magic. Isaac watches in shock as the pharmacist risks everything to cast such a high-level spell. Catherine tries to counter with a violent burst of her own corrupt energy to stop the ritual. The strain becomes too much for Lily's physical form, and her consciousness begins to slip away as she collapses. Isaac catches her instantly, holding her close as the room fills with mystical light and drifting petals. Simultaneously, Catherine's physical form falls to the floor as her spirit is forcibly dragged into another realm. Catherine awakens in a vast, dark void, terrified that she has finally met her end. Lily appears before her, explaining that they are now standing within the sea of consciousness. Catherine's fear turns to rage as she realizes Lily is using Oranto's own magic collections against her. In a fit of jealousy, she lunges at Lily, screaming that the prince's heart already belongs to the pharmacist. She blames her descent into madness on her lack of power and her supposed family background, but the mental projection begins to shatter, her very existence cracking like fragile glass under the weight of the truth. Fragments of her soul drift away as her control over this psychic reality dissolves into nothingness. Lily remains calm, revealing the shocking truth that the rumors of Catherine being an illegitimate child were false all along. The revelation leaves Catherine stunned, her entire motivation for the deception completely dismantled. With a snap of her fingers, Lily explains that Catherine was merely a vessel used to house the true Princess Lilith. From the darkness, the real Lilith emerges, her eyes filled with the heavy weight of returned memories. Lilith stares at her hands, remembering the divine gift of healing she once possessed. She weeps in agony, realizing how those hands were forced to spread death and curses instead of life. Catherine can only watch in silence, confronted by the person whose life she has been occupying. Lily steps toward the true princess, offering a hand of guidance in the spiritual abyss. She calls upon the surrounding energy to restore Lilith's fractured soul to its full strength. Lily vows to help the real princess reclaim dominance over the body the witch usurped. Back in the throne room, Oranto realizes her own magical collection has been turned into a weapon by the clever pharmacist. She watches Isaac protecting the unconscious Lily, calculating the risks of this sudden spiritual duel. A wicked smile spreads across Oranto's face as she prepares a deadly response to this counterattack. She decides to eliminate the prince first and then retrieve her stolen magic from Lily's mind. Isaac's eyes burn with a lethal intensity, ready to unleash his saint's sword on anyone who dares to approach them. Witch Oranto channels her dark energy, chanting a malevolent spell through her twisted staff. Isaac narrows his eyes, focusing every ounce of his strength into his blade for a decisive strike. In a flash of motion, Isaac lunges forward and drives his sword straight through the witch's chest. Instead of screaming in pain, Oranto merely smiles, finding it fascinating that her curse can't touch him. Isaac remembers the suffocating weight of the moon's shackle that once bound his soul. He recalls the warmth of Lily, the determined girl who braved every trial to break his chains and set him free. With a roar of defiance, he pierces the Night Queen deeper, finally confronting the monster who cursed him. He exposes her plot, revealing how systematically dismantled the Stewart family's ancient protections over Catherine. Oranto looks back with a chilling, knowing gaze, her eyes shimmering with centuries of malice. Isaac erupts in a pillar of golden flames, vowing to reclaim his family's honor and end her reign of terror. The witch taunts him, claiming his fiery gaze as a spitting image of his late father's. She activates her dark regeneration, watching as the gaping wound in her chest knits itself back together instantly. Isaac reels back in disbelief as he watches her body defy the laws of nature. Oranto boasts of her mastery over the mysteries of life and death, fueled by the very soul erosion plague she unleashed. A massive shockwave from her magic sends Isaac skidding across the marble floor. The two combatants stand at opposite ends of the hall, the air thick with murderous intent. Isaac takes a steadying breath, closing his eyes to find the center of his power. He admits that his own strength might not be enough to fell the most formidable witch in history. A new, dangerous resolve hardens his features as he prepares a forbidden ritual. Without hesitation, he impales his own hand on the saint's sword, offering his royal blood as a sacrifice. Oranto's smug expression finally falters, stunned by the prince's desperate gamble. Blood trickles from his mouth as Isaac chants the final words to summon a legend. A colossal, golden heroic spirit materializes behind him, radiating an aura of divine justice. The spirit unleashes a devastating slash, turning the entire room into a vortex of blinding light and heat. Oranto is sent crashing into the debris, realizing the palace itself might not survive this onslaught. Bloodied and desperate, the witch begins a frantic chant to reclaim her stolen magical collections. Sinister, thorny vines erupt from the ground, coiling tightly around Lily's unconscious form. The magical restraints lift the girl high into the air, turning her into a human shield. Isaac's heart stops as he turns to see the woman he loves caught in the witch's grasp. Oranto pulls Lily toward her, intending to drain her life force to replenish her own. Shadows begin to envelop Lily as the witch prepares to consume her soul entirely. Suddenly, the grand doors burst open, and a determined Lily stands there, ready to finish the fight. Bella grips the vial tightly, her eyes wide with the weight of the desperate gamble she's about to take. The green solution splashes across the floor, its magical properties snapping into effect to halt any further movement. Oranto rises slowly, mocking Bella's appearance and the pungent scent of the chemical mixture. Bella explains that the substance is a lethal byproduct of her research, specifically designed to suppress all biological activity. A dark, sinister smile creeps across Oranto's face as she prepares to strike back. Blood erupts from Bella's throat as a hidden blade finds its mark, threatening to end her mission instantly. She forces herself to endure the searing pain, her teeth gritted in a display of pure willpower. Refusing to fall, Bella drinks the remainder of the toxic serum to fuel her final counter-maneuver. In a bold tactical move, Bella closes the distance to forcibly administer the neutralizing agent into Oranto's system. She swallows the bitter fluid, ensuring the connection is maintained long enough for the dose to be lethal. Bella finally breaks away, leaving Oranto stunned as the green residue drips from her lips. With a blood-chilling grin, Bella informs the witch that they are both beyond saving now. The sound of a discarded sword clattering against the stone signals the end of the physical struggle. Nearby, the unconscious vessel finally begins to stir, her eyes fluttering open at last. Lilith pushes herself up from the cold floor, her gaze hazy as she tries to make sense of the chaos. The horrific scene comes into focus, showing the three figures locked in a deadly stalemate of blood and magic. Bella's expression softens as the light begins to leave her eyes, a single trail of blood marking her sacrifice. Lilith lunges forward just in time to catch Bella's collapsing body before it hits the ground. Isaac ruthlessly yanks his blade free from Oranto's back, determined to finish the job. Deprived of her strength, the villainess falls to the floor, her reign of terror finally wavering. Oranto looks up with a defiant glare, claiming she has no further use for her current physical form. She taunts Isaac, revealing that she has already initiated the soul transfer into the woman he loves. The witch's eyes gleam with malice as she welcomes the final blow, knowing it might complete her dark ritual. Isaac's face is a mask of cold fury as he weighs the cost of the strike he must deliver. Lilith kneels on the tiles, holding Bella's weakening frame as the life drains out of her. Bella leans in, using her final breath to whisper a critical secret directly into Lilith's ear. Shock washes over Lilith's face as she realizes the true depth of what has just been shared. With a weak, final nod, Bella confirms the truth of her words one last time. Her eyelids grow heavy, and the last spark of consciousness disappears from her emerald eyes. Lilith stares in disbelief as the weight in her arms becomes heavy and lifeless. A soft, ethereal glow begins to envelop Bella's body as her spirit prepares to depart the physical realm. Tears stream down Lilith's face, her heart shattering at the loss of the woman who saved them all. She lets out a guttural cry of mourning that echoes through the hollow halls of the palace. Isaac stands firm, commanding Lilith to focus her grief into the final strike against their enemy. Lilith looks up, her eyes burning with a mix of sorrow and a newfound, deadly resolve to end the nightmare. Isaac freezes in shock as the desperate command to end the witch's life rings through the air. With tears streaming down her face, Lily stares back with a gaze of pure steel, promising she won't let go. Recognizing the weight of her resolve, Isaac gives a grim, silent nod of agreement. Blood sprays across the chamber as Lily cradles the dying Bella, the cost of their victory finally sinking in. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a sun-drenched meadow where Bella stands tall, a playful smirk proving she hadn't been lying about her plan. Lilith sits in the grass, stunned as Bella explains that she has found a way to shatter Oranto's soul-transferring trick once and for all. Bella leans in close, confirming that the Ouroboros mark left by the witch has finally manifested on her sister. Lilith clutches at her chest, feeling the weight of the dark brand that links her to their enemy. Confused, Lilith asks how such a feat was possible when Bella's own magic had been fading so rapidly. Bella reveals it was never about magic, fueled instead by the lifelong hatred she felt for the witch who stole her mother's body. A memory surfaces of a younger Bella, huddled over forbidden texts and seeking a way to undo the witch's evil. Deep within those dusty pages, she uncovered a horrifying ritual that required a price she wasn't ready to pay. Back then, she had gripped a dagger with trembling hands, paralyzed by the sheer terror of what she had discovered. Her face was a mask of pure nerves and fear as she contemplated the ultimate sacrifice. Overwhelmed by the burden, the young girl had collapsed in tears, unable to follow through with the ritual. In the present, Bella gazes at the horizon, her expression softening with a touch of regret. She admits she was once a selfish woman, far too afraid of pain to ever consider sacrificing herself for another. With a bittersweet smile, she tells Lilith that her sister is the lucky one for having the strength she lacked. Lilith looks up, her eyes wide with a mix of sorrow and profound realization. A soft smile touches Lilith's lips as she finally understands the true heart of Bella Roland. In the cold reality of the room, Bella whispers her final secret. Only her blood and death can break the transfer and allow Lilith to end the witch. Lilith's expression hardens into a cold, lethal focus as she prepares to avenge her fallen sister. Bella declares that if her death means dragging that hated witch to hell, then it is a price she is finally willing to pay. She offers one last jab, teasing Lilith for being an ugly crier, and admitting she's jealous of her sister's beauty. Lilith weeps as the spectral form of her sister begins to dissolve into a shower of golden light. Bella's hand reaches out for a final touch before her essence completely shatters. Lilith is left alone in the empty field, watching as the last remnants of her sister's soul waft away into the breeze. Just then, a warm, familiar silhouette appears within the golden haze. A woman with flowing red hair turns around, her face radiating peace and love. With a joyful cry of recognition, Bella reaches out and firmly takes her mother's hand. Together, the two of them walk away into the light, finally finding the peace that was stolen from them so long ago. Bella's lifeless form is gently laid to rest, her sacrifice leaving a heavy silence in the air. Lilith gazes down, her eyes shimmering with tears as the weight of the loss finally sinks in. Isaac sheathes his blade, the metallic click signaling the end of the immediate bloodshed. Overwhelmed by the tragedy, Lilith can no longer hold back her grief. Isaac pulls her into a firm embrace, offering the only comfort he can in this moment of devastation. He closes his eyes in a moment of pure relief, whispering a prayer of thanks that Lilith is still standing. Lilith buries her face against him, her sobs echoing through the cold, empty hall. Isaac holds her tighter, vowing with every fiber of his being that he will never let harm reach her again. A sudden movement at the doorway catches Isaac's attention, snapping him back into a defensive stance. A regal figure draped in white and gold steps into the light, casting a long shadow across the floor. The stranger's presence is suffocating, her face hidden beneath a veil of ominous mystery. Isaac immediately moves to shield Lilith, demanding that Catherine surrender now that the Night Queen has fallen. But as his eyes lock onto the visitor, a sharp, supernatural pulse makes his heart skip a beat. He flinches as a stinging sensation ripples through his body, forced to grapple with a power he doesn't recognize. Lilith watches in confusion, sensing that the energy radiating from this woman is fundamentally different. She quickly warns Isaac to hold back, realizing that the person standing before them isn't Catherine at all. The woman stands bathed in a divine light, revealing her true identity as the original Princess Lilith. She calmly approaches them, her graceful movements carrying an ancient, regal weight. She speaks of the endless cycle of generations, her voice carrying the wisdom of a bygone era. Isaac stares at his hands in disbelief as his injuries vanish instantly, completely mended by her touch. The three stand together in a heavy silence, the air thick with the presence of two Liliths from different times. Lilith is stunned, realizing that after everything, this is their first true encounter in the physical world. The princess takes Lilith's hands in hers, expressing her profound gratitude for being resurrected within the sea of consciousness. However, she warns that her hold on this physical form is fleeting, lasting only 5 minutes. She leans in close, asking if there is any final assistance she can provide before her time runs out. Looking down with a somber expression, she prepares to ask for one last, heavy favor. She declares that the Leonia lineage must finally come to an end so her soul can find eternal peace. Isaac and Lilith listen with heavy hearts as she outlines the finality of her decision. The princess covers her eye, explaining that she will use her remaining magic to destroy the source of the lingering soul. Lilith trembles at the thought, knowing this means the complete erasure of the Leonia family legacy. The princess reflects on the horror of her existence, describing her long years as an endless, waking nightmare. She visualizes her soul as being trapped in a glass jar, forced to watch as her magic was twisted for evil. Determined to stop the cycle, she decides it is better for her power to vanish forever than to cause more disaster. She looks directly at Lilith, asking for a solemn promise to carry out her final wishes. Her request is noble, to use her gifts to heal the world and eradicate the diseases that plague it. Lilith reaches out, clasping the princess' hands with a firm, unwavering grip. With tears in her eyes and a heart full of resolve, Lilith gives her word to fulfill the dying wish. Original Princess Lilith offers a final, serene smile, satisfied that her legacy is in good hands. Her ethereal form begins to shimmer and fade, returning to the flow of magic. Deprived of her stolen power, Catherine collapses onto the cold stone floor in total defeat. The weight of her failure settles in as she stares blankly at the ground, her world crumbling. She manages to look up, pointing a trembling finger at the man she once called her brother. Isaac stands his ground, the cold steel of his blade leveled at her throat without a hint of hesitation. Catherine's eyes widen in shock as Isaac strips away her remaining dignity with a single look. A jagged, manic grin cracks across her face as her sanity begins to fray under the pressure. She looks up at the sword, questioning if Isaac truly has the heart to end her life right here. With a desperate glint in her eyes, she tries to manipulate his memories of their shared childhood. Isaac's expression remains like granite, his red eyes devoid of any lingering affection for the woman before him. Lilith cuts through the lies, demanding that the fallen woman stop her hollow, manipulative pleading. She steps into the light, ready to bring this long and bloody nightmare to a definitive end. Lilith prepares the binding cloth, determined to shield Isaac's reputation from the burden of this execution. She declares that only hatred remains between them, and that the kingdom's law will be Catherine's final judge. Terror strikes Catherine's heart as she realizes she faces the horrific fire reserved for convicted witches. In a frantic burst of movement, she lunges forward to grab Isaac's cloak in one last plea for mercy. She clings to him, weeping for a return to the innocent days of their youth before the betrayal. Isaac stares down at her, his face a mask of somber resolve and cold finality. He delivers the final, crushing blow. He never viewed her as his sister for a single moment. Lilith continues to tighten the bindings, ensuring no more dark tricks can be played by the prisoner. She reminds Catherine that the mercy shown by the Stewart family was repaid only with poison and malice. The room falls silent as the full weight of the betrayal hangs heavy in the air between them. A haunting laugh echoes through the chamber as Catherine's mind finally breaks under the weight of her lies. She screams out in a fit of existential rage, lost and nameless without her stolen titles. In a moment of pure madness, she seizes the edge of Isaac's blade with her bare hands. Isaac's eyes flare with anger as he reminds her of the thousands of lives she tried to extinguish. Catherine continues her chilling laughter, the sharp edge of the sword no longer holding any terror for her. She smiles through the chaos, reflecting on a life built entirely on a foundation of colossal lies. Unable to face the consequences of her crimes, Catherine chooses a violent, self-inflicted end to escape her fate. With the darkness finally dispelled, the Kraken returns safely to Lilith's grasp as the rightful owner. Karen's long-standing curse is finally broken, and he stares at his human hands in absolute wonder. Lilith transitions to a life of selfless service, tending to the king whose health was shattered by the ordeal. The king eventually abdicates, handing the symbol of power to the rightful heir in a formal ceremony. Isaac takes his place on the throne, ruling the Moon Kingdom with newfound wisdom and strength. 3 years later, Lilith is still found working late into the night, dedicated to perfecting her healing potions. A young girl interrupts her work, urging the revered saint to finally take a moment for herself. Lilith turns around with a radiant glow, ready to embrace her bright future as the kingdom's new queen. Daisy gushes over the lavish wedding preparations as Lilith stands ready in her bridal gown. Despite the beauty of the moment, an unexpected wave of unease washes over the saint. Memories of past tragedies and the shadows of previous lives weigh heavily on her heart. Determined to find clarity, Lilith informs a startled Daisy that she must see Isaac immediately. Daisy is left confused, reminding her that tradition forbids the couple from meeting before the ceremony. Disregarding the rules, Lilith rushes out, confident that Isaac will understand her urgency. Her footsteps echo through the halls as she hurries toward her groom. She races through the palace corridors, her white gown flowing behind her like a cloud. On a sunlit balcony, Isaac stands alone, practicing his sacred vows to the kingdom. Lilith watches from the shadows as he compares the radiance of her eyes to the stars. Isaac looks down, admitting the quiet anxiety that comes with such profound love. Lilith finally steps forward, answering his unspoken doubts with a clear "I do." She joins him in the light, appearing as a beacon of hope and beauty. Placing a hand to her chest, she vows to reciprocate his feelings with her healing power. They stand together, ready to forge a new future for the Moon Kingdom as one. Isaac reveals a stunning golden headpiece crafted with intricate floral details. With steady hands, he places the crown on Lilith's head to formalize her status. Isaac swears a solemn oath to protect her tranquility with his life and sword. Lilith pledges to uphold his dreams and share the heavy burden of the crown. Isaac reaches out to lift the veil, finally looking upon his bride without any barriers. They share a tender, supportive embrace as the ceremony reaches its peak. The king and queen seal their holy union with a chaste wedding kiss. Daisy cheers enthusiastically from the sidelines, tossing flowers in celebration. Their loyal companions watch the couple with expressions of deep respect and joy. Lilith tells Isaac that the word wedding will no longer be a source of trauma. They clasp hands tightly, signaling their unbreakable bond and shared path. Isaac offers a warm, genuine smile, finally finding peace in her presence. Surrounded by their closest friends, the legendary couple begins their reign over a healed world.